Whatever You're Permitted. By Eressa. Chapter 1. Every room has a climate. The rain began at 6:14 in the morning. Iris knew the exact time because she was already at her desk, had been at her desk since before the sky gave any indication of its intentions, and she watched the first drops appear on the floor-to-ceiling glass with the detached appreciation of a person who has watched approximately 300 monsoon seasons begin and still finds the specific quality of the first rain faintly arresting. Not beautiful, exactly. Precise. The way the city changed when the water hit it, the way the stone darkened and the light went flat, and the whole complicated machinery of the place seemed to slow, reluctantly, into something more deliberate. She let herself watch for 45 seconds. Then she returned to her screen. Vale Strategic Partners occupied the top 2 floors of a building that had been renovated 4 times since Iris selected it, a building whose bones she had watched go up on a gray Tuesday morning in 1989 while wearing different shoes and a different name. The current configuration had been hers for 11 years. The open-plan lower floor where the analysts sat among clean-lined desks and the particular controlled hum of people doing careful work, and the upper floor where the partners' offices and the archive room lived, connected by a floating staircase that was architecturally unnecessary and that Iris had specified anyway because she understood the value of spaces that made people feel like they were ascending toward something. Her own office occupied the northeast corner. It was large and very quiet and contained almost nothing decorative, a quality that people sometimes described as minimalist, which was not quite right. It was not that she had edited down to essentials. It was that she had been doing this long enough to know exactly what she needed in a working space and had simply stopped acquiring anything that did not meet that description. The result looked like restraint. It was actually precision. The desk was original to the renovation, a rectangle of pale oak she had made by a craftsman in the northern part of the city who had since retired and whose shop had become a cafe of the kind that appeared everywhere now, with exposed pipes and a menu written in chalk. She was fond of the desk in the specific way she allowed herself to be fond of objects, registering their presence, noting what they did well, declining to attach anything further to them. She reviewed the morning's correspondence with the focused efficiency of long practice. 2 client updates, each drafted the previous evening and requiring only minor adjustments. A scheduling conflict that her assistant Petra had already anticipated and flagged with a note that read, "I've moved the Whitmore call to Thursday. Let me know if that's not workable." Iris typed, "Thursday is fine." Petra was 26 and organized to the point of elegance, and Iris had hired her 3 years ago on the strength of a single interview in which Petra had noticed, entirely unprompted, that the filing protocol described in the job listing was slightly inconsistent with the organizational structure on the firm's website, and had mentioned it not as a complaint, but as an observation, with a mild interest of someone who found small problems worth naming. Iris remembered every person she had ever hired. She did not always let them know she remembered because it tended to unsettle people. Being remembered accurately, they didn't know how to place it, whether it was warmth or surveillance. After several centuries of making the wrong call on this question, she had arrived at a policy of simply carrying the information without deploying it unless necessary. It was a very effective policy. It was also, she was aware, a lonely one. She did not examine this. She was on her 3rd correspondence when the video call notification appeared. Callum Reed, the scheduling designation read. He always called without warning. He had been doing it for 40 years in the precise and methodical way that Callum did most things, and it communicated something she suspected he knew it communicated, that her time existed in relationship to his availability, not the other way around. She accepted the call. His face resolved on her screen with the particular crispness of a very good camera and very good lighting. Callum at his London desk, 70 years old, and carrying it comfortably in the way of men who had inhabited authority long enough for it to become structure, something that held them up from the inside. He had a broad face and pale eyes and silver hair that had been silver since his mid-50s, and he smiled at her with the measured warmth that she had always understood to be a professional instrument, which did not make it ineffective. "Good morning," he said. "You look well." "Good morning, Callum." She never commented on how he looked. He had learned not to expect it. "What can I do for you?" Just touching base on the fellowship. He folded his hands on his desk. A practiced gesture, That folding, it communicated attentiveness, patience, a willingness to discuss. She had watched him use it in board meetings for 4 decades. The placement confirmed last week. 1 incoming analyst, starting Monday. I wanted to make sure you had everything you needed on the logistics. I have the file. Danielle Solar, he said, as though she hadn't just told him she had the file. Research Fellowship, Institutional Analysis Focus. Quite a strong application, I understand. 11-week term, monsoon season. She comes to us from the university at the recommendation of Professor. He paused, consulting something. Castellano. I know the application, Callum. Of course you do. The warmth dialed up a single degree, which was his version of acknowledging that she had a point. I just wanted to flag, this is the first placement we've taken from Castellano's program. There may be some additional interest in how the fellowship is conducted. He is, as you know, on the oversight committee. Iris looked at him. I'm confident, he continued, that the program will run as it always has. I simply thought the context was worth noting. Noted. Wonderful. He unfolded his hands. Let me know if there's anything you need from my end. Enjoy the rain. He ended the call with the particular finality of someone who had said exactly what he came to say and saw no reason to linger. The screen returned to black and then to her desktop, and Iris sat for a moment without moving, which she permitted herself occasionally, the way she permitted herself the 45 seconds of watching the first rain. There was something in the way Callum had said the name, Danielle Solar, that she noted and did not investigate further. A minor extra precision. A slight placement of emphasis that suggested the name was intended to land, to register. She filed the observation in the part of her mind she kept for patterns and returned to her correspondence. By 9 o'clock the rain was steady, the kind that settled in and made itself at home. Petra arrived with a note about the catering for Thursday's client meeting and a question about the archive room's ventilation, which had been inconsistent all week. Iris authorized the maintenance call, without looking up. At 9:30, the 2 junior analysts arrived in close succession, shaking umbrellas in the foyer with the cheerful complaint of people who found the weather a reliable social topic. She heard their voices through the glass partition, muffled, warm. She did not think about Monday. She reviewed the fellowship file once, at 11, with the same methodical attention she gave to every operational matter. Danielle Solar, 28, Research Fellow from the university's Institutional Analysis Program. The application was the sharpest the program had received in 11 years, which was a fact she noted and did not attach significance to, or tried not to. Research Focus. The long-term organizational structures of private consultancies, specifically those with atypically durable institutional identities. It was a topic that was interesting on its face and, given what she knew about her own firm, slightly more interesting than the applicant could be aware. She noted this too, the way she noted everything. Cleanly, without feeling filed. At noon she ate lunch at her desk, a habit she had maintained across several centuries and multiple dietary epochs, because she genuinely preferred it. The rain was heavier now, making the glass sound busy. Below, the street had developed the particular wet chaos of a city caught between resistance and accommodation. People with umbrellas moving at angles, people without umbrellas moving faster. The whole thing conducted with the practical urgency that cities always brought to weather. She watched it for a moment with the same quality of attention she gave to most things she was not quite managing not to notice. The afternoon passed in the precise rhythm she had constructed and maintained and preferred. A call with the Whitmore account that had been moved to Thursday, a briefing she drafted and revised twice, a conversation with Petra about the new analyst's onboarding schedule that Iris had prepared the previous week and which required only minor coordination. The archive room ventilation was repaired by 3. The junior analysts left by 5:30, calling goodbyes into the corridor. Petra followed at 6, leaving a note on the outer desk about a coffee order she'd placed for Monday morning. The details precise and practical, very Petra. The office emptied. The rain continued. Iris remained at her desk in the manner she had occupied desks in how many offices, in how many cities, in how many configurations of herself, and she worked with the focused efficiency that was her most reliable quality, the thing that had never changed across iterations, the engine at the center of every identity she had ever constructed. She worked, and she did not think about the particular shape of the question Callum had not quite asked, and she did not think about a research fellow whose application she had read 3 times and whose research focus she had considered longer than was operationally necessary. She worked until the light was entirely gone, and the city below was amber and wet and going about its evening. At some point, she stopped typing and looked at the window. The rain moved across the glass in the unhurried way of something that knew it had the whole season. She had always found the monsoon manageable, even useful. It clarified things, stripped the city down to its functional components, reminded it what it was made of. She had watched 300 of them. She knew how they went. She pressed 2 fingers to the inside of her wrist and held them there for a moment, steady against the pulse. Outside, the rain came down. Chapter 2. What the Fellowship Covers. The flight landed 40 minutes late. Danny had known it would. She had known it when the gate agent's face went carefully neutral at the first boarding delay, and she had known it when the second delay was announced in the apologetic register of someone who was running out of ways to phrase the same thing, and she had known it with the resigned certainty of a person who had come to understand that her relationship with air travel was fundamentally one of managed expectations. She sat in the middle seat of a regional aircraft and ate a granola bar she didn't want and watched the rain through the tiny oval window and thought, "Fine. Fine. This is still fine." The city came up gray under the cloud cover, the grid of it sharpening as they descended, and even from this angle, through the smear of condensation on the glass, it had a particular quality that she found she couldn't look away from. The kind of wet that turned everything reflective. She had grown up in a city that was dry most of the year and had never entirely adjusted her expectations of what cities were supposed to feel like, which meant that a city in full monsoon, running with water, lit with the low bruised light of a saturated sky, struck her as something almost indulgent. She knew it would wear on her by week 4. Right now she pressed her forehead to the plastic oval and looked. The taxi smelled like pine air freshener and someone's forgotten coffee, and the driver had the radio onto a talk program that wasn't interesting enough to follow and too present to ignore, and Danny called Mara. The call connected on the second ring, which was typical. Mara answered calls promptly or not at all, and the logic determining which was entirely internal and had never been made explicit, and Danny had known her long enough to find this more endearing than anything. "You landed," Mara said. Not a question. 40 minutes late. "I saw." A pause. In the background, Danny could hear what sounded like her apartment in the particular evening mode of someone who is doing 3 things at once and managing all of them adequately. "How does it look?" "Wet." Danny shifted to see out the taxi window. The streets had the particular quality of cities accepting rain as their permanent condition. Genuinely very wet. Like the city has given up having opinions about it. Sounds right for a monsoon. Apparently, it just started. Like this week. She tracked a woman in a yellow jacket moving through the rain, with the specific efficiency of someone who had decided to simply be in the rain rather than resist it. "So I've arrived at the beginning." That feels intentional. Everything feels intentional to you. That's called pattern recognition, Mara, and it's professionally load-bearing. Mara made the sound she made when she was smiling and not going to say so. Then, "So tell me again why you specifically wanted this placement." "Because you could have had the one in Singapore." "Singapore does not appear to be attempting to drown you." Danny had known this question was coming in some form. Mara asked it about every decision that looked like it was about the professional stakes but might also be about something else, and she was usually right, and Danny had developed a set of techniques for handling the question that fell somewhere between transparency and strategic deflection. Because Vail Strategic Partners has an institutional footprint that doesn't correspond to its documented history, she said. A private consultancy that's been operating in this form since 1991 shouldn't have the kind of organizational coherence it has. The methodologies are too consistent. The identity is too stable. There's something structurally interesting happening, and no one's written it up properly. Aha. That's the research case. I didn't say anything. You were about to. I was about to ask about the fellowship director. Mara's voice was perfectly mild. Since you mentioned her. Danny looked out the window. They were getting close to her neighborhood now, the streets narrowing slightly, more pedestrian traffic. I mentioned the firm. You've mentioned the firm in approximately 14 conversations in the past month. In 4 of those, you also mentioned that the director has been running the same organization under the same name for 30 years without any apparent plan to retire, age, or change her management style in any documented way.
A pause.
Which is, I'll grant you, professionally interesting. It is professionally interesting. It is also the kind of thing you say in a specific voice when you're actually thinking about something else. Danny opened her mouth and closed it. She's 40 years older than me, Mara. She looks about 40, from the conference photos I've seen. Those photos are probably, she stopped. Outside, the taxi was slowing in front of her building, a narrow structure with a dark green door and window boxes that had been optimistically planted with something that was now mostly surviving on rain. I'm here. I have to go. Call me after day 1. Obviously. And, Danny. Mara's voice shifted one register, the one that meant she was dropping the mild comedy and saying something she meant. This is going to be good. The fellowship. Everything. Danny paid the driver and stood in the rain for a moment with her bags, long enough for the rain to make its opinion of her known. Then she picked up her bags and went inside. The apartment was small and clean and came furnished in the way of temporary housing intended for visiting academics. Everything functional. Nothing memorable, a shelf of abandoned paperbacks left by previous tenants, and a window that looked out on the alley behind the building, where the rain was performing its most enthusiastic work on a row of overflowing gutters. She had lived in temporary apartments enough times to have a system for them. Unpack everything immediately, because living out of a suitcase for 11 weeks was a different category of miserable than the miserable of spending 40 minutes reorganizing a small space. She put her clothes in the drawer with the broken guide rail that she fixed by angling the whole thing, her notebooks on the desk, her research materials stacked in the order she'd need them, her toiletries arranged in the bathroom with the efficiency of someone who had made this particular set of decisions many times. Then she made tea in the slightly too small kettle and sat down at the desk and opened her laptop. She had told herself she was not going to do this tonight. She had told herself she was going to get settled, sleep off the travel, approach the placement fresh on Monday with the professional composure that she was, in fact, quite good at when she remembered to prioritize it. She had made this argument to herself on the plane and in the taxi and while unpacking, and it had been a reasonable argument, and now it was 10 o'clock at night in a city that was new to her, and she was opening a browser. Vale, Strategic Partners. The website was clean and relatively spare, which was itself a data point. Firms with something to perform usually performed harder. The firm's public-facing identity was characterized by a kind of assured restraint. Established, the site said, without a year. Based in city. Specializing in institutional analysis and long-term organizational strategy. A short list of sectors. No testimonials, which she noted. No team page beyond a bare listing of names and titles, which she noted. A contact form and an address. She went to the news archives. The firm appeared in industry coverage going back to the early 1990s, which matched the founding date she'd been given. The coverage was sparse but consistent. A firm known for the quality and longevity of its client relationships, for turning down certain kinds of work, for a management style that prioritized discretion. The director's name appeared in a handful of profiles from the 2000s and 2010s, always in the same register. Precise, measured, not particularly interested in the coverage. One profile from 2011 quoted her as saying, "We've been doing this long enough to know what we're good at." The quote had been selected by the journalist as a kind of defining statement, which suggested the rest of the interview had not offered many alternatives.
Iris Val.
She was in 2 photographs, a conference panel from 2009 and an industry award acceptance from 2014. The photographs were small and not particularly good, the resolution of images captured in fluorescent rooms by people with other priorities. Danny studied them with the attention she brought to data that wasn't telling her quite what she needed to know yet. She tried the name in the academic databases, the professional registries, the archival directories she had access to through the university. The documented record went back, consistently and only 30 years. The firm's founding. The first industry mentions. The standard professional biography, constructed with the careful completeness of a biography that was constructed, assembled rather than accumulated. She sat with this for a moment. There were professionals who were simply private, who had never built a public record, who had spent their careers operating below the visibility threshold that generated documentation. This was not unusual. But there was usually something before the professional biography: an education record, a conference appearance, a committee membership, a citation in someone else's research. The absence wasn't total. It was just consistently total up until a specific point, and then completely standard thereafter, and the seam between the two was too neat. Danny pulled her notebook toward her and wrote 3 lines in the shorthand that no one else could read, the one she developed in her second year of graduate school and refined since into something that was faster and more associative than regular notation. Then she sat for a moment looking at what she'd written. She closed the laptop. She told herself, "You are pattern matching in the absence of sufficient data, which is the first thing they warn you against." She told herself, 30 years is not a short career. She told herself, there is a perfectly ordinary explanation for thin biographical documentation on a private person who has spent 30 years actively not seeking documentation. She looked at the rain on the alley window. She thought, but what if there isn't? She made herself go to bed. Chapter 3. First Day Protocol. Monday came in gray and very wet. Iris had been in the office since 7. This was not unusual. It was not, strictly speaking, necessary either, on a day when the only real appointment was the new analyst's 9 o'clock arrival, but she had found over a very long professional history that the best way to approach anything requiring composure was to have been composed for at least 2 hours before it began. It was not that she was anxious. It was that composure was a state she preferred to arrive at deliberately rather than scramble toward. She reviewed the fellowship file one more time. She had no reason to. She reviewed it anyway. The application was 23 pages, which was already atypical. The program's materials requested 8 to 12. Danielle Solar had apparently interpreted this as a suggestion rather than a guideline, which was either careless or strategic, and nothing else in the application suggested carelessness. The research proposal was organized with the kind of structural confidence that only appeared in people who had been thinking about a problem long enough to know where all its edges were. The methodology section contained a footnote that politely and precisely disagreed with the established literature on private consultancy structures, and the disagreement was not only well-sourced, but probably correct. Iris had not met many researchers whose footnotes she read with interest. She had not met many researchers whose footnotes she read at all. She closed the file and arranged her desk in the configuration she used for new arrivals. The chair across from her positioned at the precise distance she had determined, over several decades of professional practice, was the right distance for a conversation that needed to be welcoming without being intimate. The coffee on her right, the notepad in the center, largely decorative. She took mental notes. The window at her back because she had learned, very early in this career and several careers before it, that light behind you is information about the person across from you, and she had always preferred information to comfort. At 8:47, she heard the outer door. Iris did not move. She listened. The sounds that followed were instructive because most people did not think about the sounds they made arriving somewhere unfamiliar. There was the door, and then a pause that was just long enough for someone to assess the room without moving through it, which meant spatial awareness, or professional caution, or both. Then the particular sound of wet shoes handled carefully, which meant she was not going to track water on the floor if she could help it, which was considerate or proud, or both of those things at once. Then a confident-footed approach to Petra's desk, and a voice that was low and pleasantly clear and said, "Danielle Solar. I have a 9 o'clock with Iris Vale." Not a question. Iris noted this.
Petra answered.
There were a few seconds of efficient exchange, the sound of Petra reaching for something, and then Petra's voice. "She'll be right with you." Iris waited 30 seconds. Then she came out. The woman at Petra's desk was in her late 20s and of medium height, with a warm brown complexion and dark natural hair caught up with the particular unself-conscious carelessness of someone who had spent enough time on it to achieve exactly this effect. She was wearing a blazer over what appeared to be a graphic tee, dark trousers with pockets substantial enough to be used, and she was standing with a relaxed uprightness of someone who was comfortable taking up the space she was in. She had a canvas bag over one shoulder with what appeared to be a broken buckle repaired with a carabiner, and she was holding a notebook, and she was looking at Iris with a directness that was not aggressive and not performative but was simply, entirely present. Iris said, "Miss Solar."
Der val.
A small correction, or not a correction. The woman's tone was neutral enough that it could have been simple information delivery. She extended her hand. Her grip was firm and brief, and she made eye contact with it, which most people didn't, because most people were slightly anxious about handshakes, and the anxiety diverted their attention. "Thank you for having me. The program benefits from strong placements." Iris said this the way she said the welcome address, which she had refined across 11 years of this specific program and a much longer history of equivalent processes. "Please come in." She delivered the welcome address in approximately 7 minutes, which was how long it took, and she delivered it accurately and with the professional warmth she deployed for these occasions, and she watched Danny Solar across the desk with the attention she gave to everything and filed what she observed. The woman listened with genuine focus, the kind that was about the information rather than the impression it would make to be seen focusing. She did not take notes during the address, which was either confidence or trust that she would remember, and her hands were still on her notebook until she wanted to write something, and then they moved with economy, a few words, and were still again. When the address concluded, Iris asked if there were questions. There was always a beat here. Most new analysts asked questions that were really statements, ways of demonstrating that they had absorbed the material and found it relevant. The occasional analyst asked nothing, which signaled either that they had no questions or that they were saving them. In 11 years, no analyst had asked the question that Danny Solar asked approximately 2 seconds after Iris finished speaking. "The firm's historical client list," she said. Her voice was attentive, casual in the way of someone who was asking a question they knew was not casual. "The archived materials going back to founding. I understand those will be accessible through the research protocol. Can you tell me whether that access extends to materials prior to the firm's current operating structure, anything from predecessor entities, if there are any, or the director's prior professional record?" She asked it without looking away, which was a choice, because she clearly understood it was a question that had more in it than it appeared to. She was holding eye contact in the precise way of someone who wanted to see the answer before they heard it. Iris went still. Not visibly, or not in a way that most people would register. She had too much practice for that. But inside, in the place where she kept the actual reactions separate from the performed ones, something moved that was not quite alarm and not quite interest but was something that partook of both. The question was technically within the scope of the fellowship. It was, in fact, the sharpest possible version of the first question a researcher with Danny's focus could ask, which meant either that she had come in knowing exactly what she was looking for, or that she thought more quickly than people usually did. Iris considered the question for exactly as long as it deserved to be considered. "The research protocol covers founding documentation and materials from the current operating structure," she said. "Materials prior to 1991 are not part of the fellowship's formal scope. If you find you have a specific research need that falls outside that scope, you're welcome to bring it to me directly." Danny nodded once. It was the nod of someone who had received an answer, and was now deciding what it meant. "Of course," she said. "Thank you." She did not push. She did not ask the follow-up question that was sitting, clearly, in the set of her expression. She simply wrote something in her notebook, 2 words at most, and looked back up with the professional pleasantness of someone who had decided, for now, that this was enough. Iris walked her to her desk in the open plan space and introduced her to the 2 junior analysts, Petra handling the remainder of the onboarding with the efficiency Iris had built the whole support structure to produce. She returned to her office. She closed the inner door, which she did not always do. She stood at the window and looked at the rain. The question had been within scope. It had also been in the way of questions that were technically within scope, an opening, a deliberate one. The woman had arrived knowing she was going to ask it, had positioned it at the end of the welcome address where Iris would have the least room to redirect it, and had held eye contact through the answer with the specific quality of someone who was watching for the answer inside the answer. She was, Iris thought, going to be a problem. She was also, And this was the information Iris neither wanted nor needed, and was going to file alongside everything else and not examine, the most interesting person to sit in that chair in 11 years. Iris returned to her desk. Outside, in the open-plan office, she heard the new analyst settle in. The soft sounds of a laptop opening, a bag set down, and then the clean, deliberate quiet of someone getting to work. Downstairs, in the foyer, the rain came through the glass doors. Danny pulled her notebook in front of her and uncapped her pen and wrote the date at the top of the page. Below that she wrote the question Iris had answered, and the answer Iris had given, and what the answer had not said, which was more interesting than what it had. She wrote 3 lines in her shorthand and looked at them for a moment. Then she wrote, in her regular hand, below the shorthand. She went still. She circled it. She opened her laptop and got to work. Chapter 4. The Photographs. The archive room was on the upper floor, at the end of the corridor past the partners' offices, and it smelled the way archive rooms always smelled, of paper and the particular dryness of rooms that maintained a controlled climate for the sake of their contents. Danny had spent enough time in archive rooms to find the smell comforting, or at least functional, the way she found most things functional that served a clear purpose. It was 7:40 p.m. on a Thursday, which was 2 weeks and 3 days into the fellowship, and she was the only person left on the floor. The junior analysts had left at 5. Petra had left at past. Iris Vale's office light was off, which Danny had checked with a kind of casual-seeming attention that was not casual, because Iris Vale working late was something she had been aware of as a variable since week 1, and which she preferred not to be aware of when she was doing what she was currently doing, which was looking at things she had not been explicitly told she could not look at but which were definitely in a gray zone. The gray zone was specifically this. The fellowship protocol covered the firm's operational records from 1991 forward. It did not say anything about the general archive room contents. And the archive room, as it turned out, contained things other than the firm's operational records. The walls held photographs. This was not unusual in itself. Many organizations documented themselves photographically, displayed their history as a kind of institutional memory made visible. The photographs in the Vale archive room ran along the east wall in a chronological arrangement going back to the founding year, conferences, client events, industry milestones, the occasional formal photograph of the firm's staff at various points across the decades. Danny had noticed them on her first visit to the archive room and had looked at them with the automatic attention she gave to everything, without finding anything she was not already expecting. Tonight, she found something she was not expecting. She had been cross-referencing a client timeline from 1994 against an industry publication from the same period, a trade journal she'd requested from the lower stacks, and the journal had required some navigation because the stacks were organized with a logic she hadn't fully mapped yet. She'd found the journal in a stack that included several other publications from the late 1980s, pulled slightly forward from the others as though someone had retrieved it recently and not quite returned it to its proper position. She took it to the reading table. The journal was from 1987. She was looking for a specific feature on institutional consultancies in the regional market, and she found it on page 14, and she read it with the focused efficiency she brought to source materials, and she was about to note 2 relevant data points when the photograph at the bottom of the page stopped her. It was a conference photograph. A panel from the look of it, the subjects arranged in the imprecise semi-formality of people who've been asked to stand for a photograph in the middle of doing something else. 5 people. A caption beneath it with 5 names. The woman in the center was Iris. Danny's mind did several things at once, which was what her mind did when it encountered something that required rapid processing. The first thing was, this is the right photograph. I am seeing this correctly. The second thing was, check the date. The third thing was, the date is 1987 and she looks exactly the same as she looked this morning. Not similar. Not the way that people who aged well sometimes looked younger than their years. Exactly the same, in the specific and detailed way of a face that had not changed. The same precise proportions. The same quality of attention in the expression, even captured in the slightly blurred resolution of a trade journal photograph from 4 decades ago. The angle was different, the framing less formal, the clothing different in the way that clothing from the 1980s was always visibly different, and none of those differences touched the face at all. Danny sat for a moment. The name in the caption was not Iris Vale. She read it twice to be sure. It was a different name, a given name she didn't recognize attached to a surname that was not Vale. And below the caption, Principal Consultant, firm name. A different firm. She took out her phone. She took a photograph of the photograph with the steady hands of someone who was functioning correctly and filing everything, and would be less steady later, when she was somewhere private. She returned the journal carefully to the stack at the angle she'd found it. She gathered her research materials with her usual efficient care. She left the archive room and walked to the stairs and descended and walked through the foyer and out into the rain, and she got far enough down the street before she called Mara. 3 rings. Mara picked up. "Hey, I need to tell you something," Danny said. A brief pause. The tone had registered. "Okay, tell me." "I found a photograph in the firm's archive." She was walking, which helped, the rain doing its indifferent work on her umbrella. A trade journal from 1987. It has a photograph of a conference panel, and one of the people in it is my boss.
She paused.
Except the caption says a different name. "Okay," Mara said, careful now. "Different how?" "Completely different. Different given name, different surname. And the firm attributed is different. But it's her, Mara. It's not a resemblance. It's her face. Her actual face, the same face, in 1987. Silence. "From a journal," Mara said. "So the resolution on that photo is what exactly?" "Adequate." She turned a corner. The rain was heavier on this block, something to do with the building heights channeling the wind. "I'm a trained observer, Mara. I've been doing qualitative research for 6 years. I know what a photograph looks like, and I know what a face looks like, and I know when those two things line up."
"Right."
"Okay." More silence. She could hear Mara thinking, which she usually found reassuring and currently found both reassuring and insufficient. "So, your boss might be in a photo from 1987. Under a different name."
"Okay."
So, either she changed her name at some point, which is something people do. She'd be in her late 60s at minimum. "She's not in her late 60s, Mara." Or, Mara said, with the careful precision of someone selecting their words from a limited and deliberately absurd range, "your boss might not be a person." There was a beat, and then Danny laughed because the framing was so precise and so Mara, and the laugh was real, and then it was over. "I mean," she said, "has she bitten anyone?" "Mara, I'm just running through the options here. Not a person. Options include vampire, time traveler, AI, remarkably talented impersonator. Does she cast a reflection?" "Yes. She has a wall of windows and she uses them constantly." "So, not a vampire. Probably." Danny stopped at the corner to wait for the light. The rain came down. She looked at her phone, at the photograph she'd taken of the photograph, and then she looked away from it. "The thing is," she said, "I don't actually think it's funny." "I know," Mara said. The comedy was gone from her voice. "What do you think it is?" "I don't know. I don't have enough data." The light changed. She crossed. "I have one photograph from one journal from 1987. I need to look harder. I need to see if there are other photographs, other records, anything that would either corroborate or rule out what I'm looking at." "And if you corroborate it?" Danny considered this for a moment. She had been considering it in one form or another, since she had first sat down with a thin biography and her shorthand notes and the slightly too neat seam in the documented record. "Then I have a more interesting research question than I started with. And if it turns out to be what it looks like it might be?" The question was bigger than it seemed, because Mara was not asking what Danny would publish or what she would do professionally. Mara was asking something else. She was asking about the thing underneath the research question, the thing Danny hadn't said and had crossed out in her notebook 2 days ago. "I don't know," Danny said honestly. "I'd probably start by asking her." "Would you?" "I think I'd want to be the person she told, not the researcher who found it." Mara was quiet for a moment. Then she said, with a softness she reserved for the things she was sure about, "That's not a research instinct." Danny didn't answer. She turned onto her street, the green door visible from here, the window boxes dark with wet leaves. "Call me tomorrow," Mara said.
"Yeah."
She stood in the rain for a moment after the call ended. Then she looked at the photograph on her phone, the small blurred panel with the face that should not be there, and she stood with the specific vertigo of having found something she could not unknow. She went inside. She did not sleep well. Chapter 5. Professional Courtesy. Iris noticed on Friday morning. She noticed the way she noticed most things, which was not through a single observation but through the accumulation of small ones. The way Danny had moved through the open-plan office, the specific quality of her attention at the desk, the fact that she had left the archive room at 7:52 p.m. the previous evening, which Iris knew from the building's access log and had been checking since the first week with the regularity of a habit she was not interested in examining. The warmth was still there. This was the confusing part. Danny arrived Thursday morning with the same direct ease she always brought to the office, said good morning to Petra and the junior analysts with a particular quality of someone who actually wanted to know how they were, and settled at her desk and got to work. She was pleasant in every interaction. She was professionally impeccable, but she looked at Iris differently. Not dramatically, not in any way that would register to someone who wasn't paying close attention, but Iris was paying close attention and had been since the first morning when Danny had asked her question with that quality of watching for the answer before she heard it. The difference was this. Before, Danny's attention had been active, a little pressing, the characteristic curiosity of someone who is professionally trained to look at things until they yielded information. Now the attention was settled. It had arrived somewhere. It had the quality, specifically, of someone who was holding something and had decided how to hold it, and who was watching to understand what they were holding a little more fully before they said anything about it. Iris went to the archive room at 9:17, after Danny had been at her desk for 40 minutes and shown no sign of returning upstairs. She did not take the access log with her. She knew what she was looking for. The room was in order. This was, in its way, informative. Someone who had found something alarming might have left things slightly disrupted. The residue of urgency. The room was tidy. This meant deliberateness or control, and both possibilities were equally concerning. She went to the stacks and found the shelf. The trade journals from the late 1980s were in sequence except for one, which was at a slightly different angle from the others, the barely perceptible degree of a thing that had been returned to almost exactly its original position. She pulled the journal without moving its neighbors and opened it to the page she had known she would open it to, the conference photograph, 1987, 5 people in a row. Her own face looked back at her. She stood with the journal in her hands and did what she had been doing since 1683, which was run the calculation. What was known, what could be extrapolated, what could be contained, and at what cost. The discipline of it was automatic, refined over centuries into something she could not have accessed consciously if she tried. It simply happened, the way breathing happened. What was known? Danny had found the journal. The angle of it was too precise to be accidental, too deliberate to be the carelessness of a researcher caught up in other things. She had found it, recognized the photograph, and replaced the journal with the care of someone who did not want to be known to have found it. This meant she had made a choice about what to do with what she'd found. Not to confront, not to report, not to flag. To wait and to observe. This was, Iris thought, a more sophisticated response than most people managed. She returned the journal to the exact position she had found it. Then she stood in the archive room for a moment longer than necessary, looking at the photograph wall, the documented decades of the firm displayed in the clean sequential order she had constructed carefully enough that nothing should be findable in it that she did not intend to be found. Except she had been here 30 years under this identity, and she was, in ways she sometimes forgot to account for, careless about the distant past. 30 years felt close. 1987 was not close by any objective measure, and the journal had been in the stacks because she had left it in the stacks, not out of negligence, but out of the particular blind spot of someone who could not always calibrate which centuries' materials were dangerous. She went to her office and closed the door. She opened her correspondence and did not read it. She looked at the window, which was showing a gray and thoroughly wet morning, the rain having settled in with the patient permanence of a season that knew it had time. She thought about the calculations she had already begun. She could manage this. She had managed versions of this before. Not identical versions, because the specific combination of a trained researcher and access to the archive room was unusual, but versions with the same essential structure. Someone had found something they shouldn't, and there were protocols for this, and she was, if nothing else, very good at protocols. She opened a new message. To Callum Reed. Subject: Fellowship Program. She typed it and stopped. She had a standard procedure for this. Notify Callum. Restructure the data access. Manage the exit if necessary. Callum would handle it with the measured competence he brought to institutional problems, which was not warmth but was effective. It was the correct response. It was what she would have done without hesitation in any of the 17 iterations of this situation she had managed before, in various configurations, in various centuries. She typed the first sentence. There's a situation with the fellowship placement I need to discuss.
She stopped.
She read the sentence back. She thought about the angle of the journal on the shelf, the deliberate return to almost original position, the choice Danny had made not to confront and not to report and not to use it. She thought about the quality of Danny's attention this morning, which was not hostile and not frightened, and was not the attention of someone preparing an accusation. She thought about the follow-up question in the first meeting, technically within scope, and its own kind of declaration. She selected the text and deleted it. She sat for a long moment at her empty screen. The thing she was not going to do was examine why. She knew, from several centuries of experience with herself, that when she didn't examine why, it was because the why was something that would require her to revise a position she had held for long enough that the position had become, in some structural sense, the load-bearing wall of everything else. She did not, at this juncture, have time to revise a load-bearing wall. She closed the draft. She pressed 2 fingers to the inside of her wrist and held them there, the pulse steady and unhurried under her fingertips, the one thing about her body she had always been able to count on. She opened her correspondence and began reading it. In the open plan office below, she could hear, faintly, the particular silence of someone working with genuine focus. The junior analysts murmured between themselves occasionally. Petra's keyboard was steady. And underneath all of it, quieter and more deliberate and not quite absent, the specific quality of someone who had found something they were not yet saying anything about. Iris read her correspondence. The rain came down over the city with the committed authority of the full monsoon establishing itself, and she did not look at the window, and she did not think about the journal, and she told herself that she had made a reasonable operational decision, and not something else entirely. She was very good at lying to herself. She had been doing it for 6 centuries. Chapter 6: The Argument about the Reyes File. Week 4 arrived with a particular quality of time that had settled into its own rhythm. The rain no longer felt like weather. It felt like the city's baseline condition, the way the hum of a building system stopped being audible after the first week because it had become the texture of the air. The strategy meeting was at 10 on a Tuesday. It was scheduled for 45 minutes. It ran for just over an hour, which nobody acknowledged, because the 45-minute mark was when the argument properly began. It had started, as most meaningful arguments do, with something that appeared entirely procedural. Danny had been working for 3 weeks on a research review of the firm's client retention methodology, which was her primary fellowship deliverable and which, to anyone who had been paying attention, had been building toward something. She had been building toward something since the first week. Iris had been paying attention. The meeting was attended by Iris, the 2 junior analysts, Yusuf and Claire, both in their second year, both sensible enough to understand when to take notes and when to simply hold very still, and Petra, who handled the documentation, and whose face had been professionally neutral for so many of Iris's meetings that it had achieved a kind of sculptural quality. Danny sat at the end of the conference table with her laptop and the notebook she always had, the pen already uncapped before anyone had spoken, and she presented her preliminary findings with the careful precision of someone who knew she was right and had double-checked all the reasons why. The findings were clear and well-organized. The argument, which emerged from them naturally, was this. The firm's established methodology for long-term client retention depended on a principle of graduated disclosure, the idea that institutional clients were best maintained through a controlled and staged release of the consultancy's analytical capabilities, keeping the full depth of the firm's methodological reach in reserve so that client relationships continued to evolve rather than plateauing after initial engagement. It was a principle Iris had developed and refined over 30 years in this identity and considerably longer before that, and it was effective, and she was aware it was effective. Danny's research suggested it was also, in the context of the current client landscape, producing a measurable retention cost in the medium term that the methodology had not historically generated, because the current client landscape was different in a specific and well-documented way. Clients were now, on average, more internally sophisticated than they had been when the methodology was developed. They were not waiting to discover the depth of the firm's capabilities. They were noticing the restraint and reading it correctly as restraint, and some of them were leaving before the staged disclosure reached its second phase because they had interpreted the restraint as limitation. She laid this out in 9 slides, the last of which contained a recommendation for a modified approach. Iris looked at the slides with the attention she gave to things that were inconveniently correct. The methodology has a 30-year track record, she said. Her tone was even, which it always was, but there was something underneath even that Yusuf and Claire would probably not have caught, and that Danny, Iris suspected, would catch precisely. The retention metrics across that period are consistent. They are, Danny agreed. She had the particular ease of someone who had expected this response and had prepared for it without arming for it. Not defensive, not combative, just present. Across the full 30-year period, yes. The pattern I'm identifying is specifically in the data from the last 7 years, which I've broken out here. She moved to the next slide without looking at Iris to see whether she was following because she knew Iris was following. The client profile has changed. The firms coming to you now are sending you people with analytic backgrounds who are doing their own assessment of your capabilities in parallel with yours of theirs. The graduation model reads to them as, she paused, finding the right word with the care she brought to language when it mattered, as condescension. Silence. Yusuf did not write anything. Claire did not write anything. Petra did not write anything. The rain made its steady case against the windows. That's a significant claim about client motivation, Iris said. Yes. Danny looked at her directly. I've supported it with the exit interview data from the last 4 departures, which I've cross-referenced with the onboarding profiles and the timeline of methodology deployment in each case. The pattern is consistent. I can walk through the specific cases if that would be useful. Please do.
She did.
She walked through them with the methodical clarity of someone who is not performing certainty but had arrived at it, and she held Iris's eye contact through the portions that were most directly critical of the established approach, which was a choice that Iris noticed, which was a choice that Danny knew Iris would notice. This was, on some level, a conversation they were having underneath the professional one, and both of them were conducting both conversations simultaneously, and only one of them appeared to be aware of this. Iris was aware of it. She was not going to acknowledge it. The modified approach you've recommended, Iris said, when Danny had finished. The second principle, removing the graduated phase in the first 6 months. The first 6 months, yes. That would require restructuring the initial engagement architecture across active client relationships. For new engagements only, existing relationships would continue under the current model. Danny met the objection with the mild precision of someone who had already thought about it. Transitioning active clients mid-engagement would produce exactly the kind of disruption the methodology was designed to prevent. Iris looked at her. And the third principle, full analytical disclosure in the initial scope assessment. Yes. That removes a significant portion of our retention mechanism for the first contract cycle. It does. Danny did not flinch. It also removes the reason the last 4 clients left before the second cycle began. There was a pause. It was not a long pause. Iris was not someone who paused for long because long pauses communicated something she was not going to communicate. The first point, she said, the data on client profile shifts. You're correct. The client landscape has changed, and the methodology hasn't accounted for it. Danny nodded once. She did not smile. She did not adjust her posture or change her expression in any way that suggested she was pleased to be conceded to, which was the thing that Iris had been, without admitting it, waiting for. The second point, removing the graduated phase entirely, I'm not prepared to accept. I'll accept a modification to the timeline, not a removal. A modification to what degree? 6 months to 3 months, contingent on the depth of the initial scope assessment. Danny considered this for approximately 2 seconds. That works. The third point I'm tabling. I want to review the exit data independently before I accept the conclusion. That's reasonable, Danny said. Her voice was the same. Her hands opened slightly on the table, a gesture that was so brief Iris would not have caught it if she had not been watching Danny's hands with an attention she was not going to examine. I'll send you the source files. Thank you. Yusuf closed his laptop. Claire finished writing something in her notebook and put her pen down. Petra saved the meeting document with the composed efficiency of someone who had just documented the most electrically charged 45 minutes the conference room had held in her 3 years with the firm and was going to say absolutely nothing about it. Danny closed her own laptop. She tucked her notebook under her arm and stood with the natural ease she always stood with, the ease that was not performed and not careless, but was simply the physical quality of someone who had learned to be comfortable in her own presence. She said, "Thank you for the time." She left the room. Iris remained at the conference table. Yusuf and Claire excused themselves with the slightly too careful politeness of people exiting a room they sensed had a residual charge. Petra gathered the documentation and followed, closing the door behind her with a quietness that was professional and also, Iris thought, slightly deliberate. Alone, Iris sat. She looked at the empty chair at the end of a table. She looked at the place where Danny's laptop had been, the slight displacement of the chair, the faint mark of a coffee ring that would need to be cleaned before the next meeting. She had been corrected, over the course of her professional life, many times. She had been wrong many times. She understood that being wrong was an occupational condition of operating across several centuries. The world changed, methodologies aged, conclusions that had been correct became incorrect as the circumstances that had generated them shifted. This was not humiliating. It was simply true. What she had not experienced, in longer than she could easily calculate, was being corrected by someone who respected her while they were doing it. That was the specific thing. The correction had not been an exercise of superiority. It had not been a performance for the room. It had been the straightforward act of someone who had looked carefully at the evidence and followed it to its conclusion, and then said the conclusion aloud to the person it most directly concerned, without drama and without gloating and without any apparent interest in having won. And when Iris had pushed back on 2 of the 3 points, Danny had engaged with the pushback as if it had merit because she had treated the possibility that Iris might have valid reasons for her positions as a real possibility, which was not the way people usually engaged with her pushback. Usually people backed down, or they pushed harder, converting a discussion into a contest. Danny had done neither. She had simply continued. Iris looked at the window. The rain was heavy today, the kind that made the glass feel closer, like it was pressing in. She had been in this building for 11 years, and she had watched the rain from this conference room in every configuration the weather could produce, and she understood the rain and she understood the building, and she was sitting in a room that felt slightly different from the way it had felt an hour ago, and she was not entirely sure what to do with that. She stood. She gathered her things. She walked back to her office and sat at her desk and looked at her screen and did not, for a period of time she did not do anything in particular. She thought about the opened hands. She thought, that is a woman who is allowing herself to be present. She thought, I have not done that in a very long time and I had not noticed that I had stopped. She opened the source files Danny had sent, which had arrived in her inbox while the meeting was still running, which meant they had been prepared before the meeting, which meant Danny had expected the concession request and had already arranged for the handoff to be clean and immediate. The files were very well organized. Iris read them with a focus that was not entirely professional, and then she read them again. Outside, the rain came down. Chapter 7, Solene. The conference was the kind that mattered more for the hallways than for the programming. 2 days of panel discussions on institutional analysis methodology that were adequately interesting, and a networking apparatus that was, as always, the real reason anyone had come. It was held at a hotel 20 minutes from the consultancy, a building that had been aggressively refurbished sometime in the last decade and had emerged from the experience with the slightly self-congratulatory quality of places that had been made more impressive and knew it. Danny had registered for the conference 3 weeks before the fellowship started, which meant she had registered before she had the first meeting in the conference room or heard Iris's particular quality of silence or sat in the archive room with a trade journal from 1987. She had registered because the conference was professionally relevant and because she had thought it might be useful to see Vale's strategic partners from the outside before she was fully inside it. That calculation had been made by a different version of herself. She was noting this more frequently these days. She arrived Thursday morning in a blazer she liked, found her name badge at the registration table, and spent an hour in the first panel discussion making notes in her notebook, while a moderately distinguished professor made points about longitudinal data that were not wrong and not particularly new. She had 3 conversations in the first coffee break that were useful, 2 that were collegially pleasant, and 1 that she ended after 6 minutes, because the man conducting it had the specific quality of someone who believed his attention was a gift rather than an exchange. She was at the second coffee station, reading back her morning notes, when she registered the change in the room.
It was a subtle change.
Not loud enough to be remarkable, just a slight reorientation of attention among the 20 or so people clustered near the main hall entrance, the way a crowd adjusts when something has entered its peripheral field. Danny looked up. Iris was crossing the room. She was not doing anything particular. She was moving through the conference space with the composed directness she moved through all spaces, pausing once to acknowledge a man who had clearly been waiting to acknowledge her, managing the interaction with the brief and gracious efficiency she brought to interactions she was not interested in extending. She was wearing dark-fitted trousers and a jacket in a deep teal that was the kind of color that looked like a choice rather than a default, and she had the qualities she always had in the office but which the open social space of the conference made more visible, the absolute self-possession of someone who was not performing ease but simply did not require anything from a room in order to move through it. The man she had paused for said something that made her incline her head slightly. She did not smile exactly. She said something brief and moved on. Danny watched this with the attention she brought to data that was behaving interestingly. Then she looked toward the other side of the room and found what Iris had apparently already found, because Iris had stopped. The woman across the room was in her mid-30s, tall and dark-complexioned, with close-cropped natural hair and the particular uprightness of someone who had learned to take up space on her own terms and had no intention of renegotiating it. She was elegantly dressed in a way that suggested not effort but selectivity, and she was looking at Iris with an expression that Danny, who was professionally trained to read subtext in controlled situations and was running that training now involuntarily, read as, "There is history here, and the history has been processed, and I have arrived somewhere workable with it." Their reunion from across the conference room lasted about 40 seconds. They crossed toward each other with the contained care of people who had agreed, without discussing it, on the exact register of warmth this interaction was
Going to occupy.
Brief, professional, specific. Iris said something. The woman smiled, genuinely, the kind of smile that used more of the face than the polite version. She replied. Iris said something else, and the warmth moved a degree in each of them, and then they separated with the mutual precision of people who knew exactly when a conversation had said what it needed to say. Danny wrote nothing in her notebook. She watched until Iris had moved into the main hall, and then she looked at the woman, who was now speaking to someone else with the ease of someone who had just done a thing that required a small amount of management, and was now releasing the management. She was good to look at. Not in the way of people who were trying to be looked at, but in the way of people who had arranged themselves honestly, and that honest arrangement happened to be pleasing. Danny thought, I am going to engineer a coffee conversation with her, and I am going to do it because she is professionally relevant and interesting, which is true, and also for a reason I am not going to name yet. She did not have to engineer anything. During the second break, the woman appeared at the same coffee station. You were watching that, the woman said. Not accusatory, not amused, matter of fact, the statement of someone who noticed things and did not find it necessary to pretend she hadn't. Her accent was French-inflected, English impeccable, and she was looking at Danny with the specific quality of someone extending professional courtesy and mild curiosity in equal measure. Danny said. I apologize if that was obvious. It wasn't obvious. The woman added sugar to her coffee with the economy of someone doing a thing they had done exactly this way many times. I have a particular sensitivity to being watched. It's not a criticism. She glanced at Danny's badge. Fellowship. Research. Institutional analysis. I'm placed at Vale Strategic. Something moved across the woman's face. Not surprise, exactly. recognition which was more interesting. Solin Adeyemi, she said, and extended her hand. Danny Solar. They moved to a quieter section of the corridor, the way of a conversation that needed to be slightly apart from the general noise. Solin was the keynote speaker for the afternoon session, which Danny knew. She had looked up the conference speakers the previous week in the way she looked up everything adjacent to the firm. Independent consultant, formerly senior analyst at Vale Strategic Partners. The biography had been professionally complete and personally opaque. How long have you been at the firm? Solin asked. For weeks. And your research focus? Danny gave the formal version, the one she used for professional introductions, and watched Solin listen to it with the contained attention of someone who was following a conversation on two levels. The institutional identity question is specific to Vale, or more general? Both, nominally. Specifically, there are some things about the firm's historical footprint that don't align cleanly with standard institutional models. Danny said it carefully, not looking away. I find the firm unusually difficult to research historically. Solin looked at her coffee for a moment. Something had moved in her expression when Danny had said it, a brief, controlled thing, the quality of someone receiving information they had been expecting and had already prepared a response to. Then she looked up. Iris keeps her history close, she said. Her voice was measured, without emphasis, the tone of someone making a statement rather than offering a warning, though the line between the two was thin, and both of them knew it. I'd recommend not pushing. She said it kindly. Danny noted the kindness, and noted also what the kindness was doing. It was not friendly advice. It was accurate information. There was a difference, and Solin was clearly someone who understood the difference, and was choosing the accuracy over the friendliness on purpose. Was that your experience? Danny asked. Working there? A pause. Not long. Iris is exceptional at what she does, Solin said. The firm is exceptional at what it does. It is a genuinely interesting place to work, and I learn more there than in any other professional context. She picked up her coffee. I also found it limiting, in some ways that became clearer to me after I left. What kind of limiting? Solin considered this with the same quality of care she brought to the rest of the conversation, the kind that suggested she was choosing exactly how much of an answer to give. The kind, she said at last, that has nothing to do with the work. She said it with the precision of someone who had decided to say a thing and had determined the minimum amount of it that was necessary. Danny wrote nothing in the moment, because she was not going to take notes on this, but she felt the sentence settle in the way that certain sentences settled, the ones you carried. They spoke for another 12 minutes about Solin's keynote, about the conference, about a paper Danny had published the previous year that Solin had read and had specific things to say about. It was a good conversation, a genuine one, the kind that happened when two people were interested in each other professionally, and neither of them was managing their own performance. At the break's end, they exchanged contact information with the ease of a courtesy that might become something further. Danny watched her go. And then she walked to the main hall and found her seat for the afternoon session and opened her notebook and looked at it without writing. She had 3 things to sit with. The first was what Solin had said, which was a weather report dressed as advice. The second was the reunion across the crowded room, 40 seconds, the contained warmth, the specific register of 2 people who had arrived somewhere workable with a history that had not been easy to arrive there with. The third was a question she was not yet asking out loud. What had the history been? She had a professional reason to be curious about all 3 of these things. She was also aware, in the honest way she was sometimes aware of things when Mara wasn't available to name them for her, that she was curious about something else. Specifically, she was curious about what it looked like when Iris felt something for someone. She had been watching Iris Vale for 4 weeks with the professional focus she brought to everything she observed, and she had filed considerable data. She had filed the quality of stillness and the wrist touch and the way she withheld eye contact when she was being careful about something. She had filed the concession in the conference room and the way Iris had watched her leave it. She had not, until this moment, sat down and asked herself what exactly she was collecting it for. She wrote 1 line in her notebook, in her shorthand, and looked at it, and drew a box around it, and turned to the next clean page before the keynote began. On the train home, in the particular half-dark of a tunnel, she looked at the rain on the windows when they emerged above ground and thought, that's not a weather report. She thought, that is a person who got close and survived it and is telling me something in the space of what she won't say. She thought, very quietly, the way she thought things she was not yet ready to say aloud. I want to know what it would be like to be let in rather than managed out. The train came into her station. The rain came down. She went home and called Mara, and she told her about Soline's non-warning, and she told her about the argument in the conference room from the previous week, and she did not tell her what she had written in her notebook on the train because she did not yet have a word for it that she was willing to give Mara access to. She told you not to push, Mara said. She told me not to push in a way that was specifically designed to make sure I'd thought about what I was pushing toward. A brief pause. That's a very generous reading. I think it's an accurate reading. Okay. Mara's voice was mild in the specific way it was mild when she was not going to say the thing she was thinking, but wanted Danny to know she was thinking something. So, are you going to push? Danny looked at the rain on her window. I don't know yet, she said honestly. That's also an answer, Mara said. That specific one, in this specific situation, is also an answer. Danny did not reply. They talked for a while longer, about other things, easier things, and when the call ended, Danny sat at her desk with her notebook open to the line she had written on the train and looked at it for a moment before closing the cover. She made tea. She watched the rain. Chapter 8. What the Rain Does to the City. There was a week in week 6. She had stopped thinking of it as a week and started thinking of it as a condition where the monsoon deepened into something that was no longer weather but atmosphere. The rain was not an event. It was the context in which all events occurred. It pressed against the building like a second wall, and the glass that had always been clean and precise began to run in continuous sheets, and the city below the consultancy's windows was sometimes visible and sometimes simply implied. Iris was monitoring herself. She had not done this in decades. In a professional context, certainly not in decades. She had the ordinary monitoring that she had always conducted, the operational awareness, the reading of rooms, the calibration of performance to context that had kept her functional across 6 centuries of social environments she had not been born into. That kind of monitoring was as automatic as breathing, less effortful than blinking. It was not what she meant. What she meant was this. She was catching herself. She was catching herself remembering things Danny had said in passing, not professional things, not the meeting content she retained with perfect fidelity, but incidental things. The observation Danny had made about the building's ventilation system and how it reminded her of a library in the city where she had done her undergraduate work. The fact that she drank coffee before 11 and tea after, which Iris had noted without meaning to and had confirmed over 3 subsequent mornings without meaning to do that either. The specific quality of attention Danny brought to the window on rainy days, which was different from the attention she brought to it on days when the rain was less heavy, a slightly more settled quality, as though she was filing the rain as a fact she found satisfying. Iris was retaining this information in the part of her memory that was not the professional filing system. She had a very clear professional filing system. This was not in it. She was also, she had discovered, arranging meetings for the morning. She had noticed this on a Wednesday in week 5 and had spent approximately 30 minutes accounting for it before arriving at the conclusion that she was scheduling substantive morning meetings because Danny was sharper before noon and there was more useful work to be done in a meeting with a sharp Danny than a meeting with a Danny who was at 70%. This was a reasonable explanation. It was also an explanation she had constructed, which was not the same as an explanation that had arrived on its own. She did not, having identified this, stop scheduling morning meetings. The power outage happened on a Wednesday in week 6, the same week the monsoon had moved from weather to atmosphere, and it was not dramatic. The building's management sent a brief notice at 10:30, a maintenance issue in the electrical grid, anticipated duration 3 to 4 hours. The backup systems would handle the emergency lighting and the security doors. Primary power should be considered unavailable until further notice. The support staff adapted with the practical equanimity of people who had developed contingency protocols for working in a consultancy where the owner appeared to run exclusively on contingency protocols. Yusuf and Claire transferred to a cafe down the street with their laptops and a project they could complete on local battery. Petra made several calls, rearranged 2 afternoon commitments, and departed to work from home with a calm efficiency that made Iris, occasionally, think she had perhaps been slightly overcareful in not letting Petra know she remembered everything about her. Petra clearly would not have been unsettled by it. Petra would have organized the information, which left Iris in her office with the emergency lighting making the room look slightly cinematic, and her laptop on battery, and the conference room down the hall where the large table was, and the full awareness that Danny had not left. She had not left because her laptop had been on the building's network connection, and the outage had interrupted a data transfer she had apparently been running, and she was in the conference room trying to salvage what she could locally. And when Iris went to inform her about the building's timeline, she found the conference room door open and Danny at the far end of the table with her laptop and 3 notebooks spread in front of her, and the emergency lighting casting everything in the same cinematic amber. "I know," Danny said, without looking up. "I saw the notice. I'm waiting for this transfer to stabilize before I move. The anticipated timeline is 3 to 4 hours. "I know." She looked up then, with the easy directness she always had, the quality of someone who made eye contact the same way she did everything else, as a natural extension of being present. "Are you leaving?" "I have work I can complete offline." "So you're not leaving?"
No.
Danny nodded and returned to her screen. Iris looked at the conference room. She looked at the table with its 3 notebooks and the slightly anarchic arrangement of Danny's materials, which had the quality of a working mind externalized. Not messy, exactly, but organized on a principle that was not the one Iris would have used, and which was clearly working for someone. She looked at the rain on the windows, heavier today than it had been all week, the kind of rain that made the streets below look like something being slowly erased. She went and got her own laptop. She did not, at any point during this process, examine what she was doing or why. She sat at the opposite end of the conference table. She worked. Danny worked. For 40 minutes they occupied the same room in the amber light with the rain making its continuous case against the glass, and neither of them spoke because there was no reason to speak, and the silence had the quality of something that was not uncomfortable. It was the silence of 2 people who were separately focused in a shared space, which was a different quality from polite silence, and a different quality from strained silence, and which was, in fact, simply the silence of being in the same room without needing the room to be anything other than what it was. At some point they ordered food. This had begun with Iris saying, without particular inflection, that she was going to arrange delivery for herself, and whether Danny had a preference. Danny had said yes. Actually, she had a strong preference regarding the noodle place 2 blocks east, which she had discovered in week 2 and felt had not received adequate institutional recognition. Iris had ordered from the noodle place 2 blocks east without comment. The delivery arrived in 35 minutes, and they ate at the conference table, and Danny told her about the data transfer and what it was for, and Iris asked one question, and Danny answered it, and then asked a question back, and the conversation that emerged was not a professional meeting, and was not a social occasion, and was not anything Iris had a clean category for, which she noted and then declined to file, which was itself a notable decision. They argued about a client model. This was, by week 6, not unusual. They argued in meetings regularly, the professional friction that had started in week 4 and had since become something that the support staff had adapted to as simply the sound of the firm when both of them were in a room together. This argument was different in that there was no support staff and the emergency lighting was amber, and Danny had pushed her notebooks aside to eat and was gesturing with her fork in the way she gestured with her hands when she was arguing something she found genuinely interesting rather than professionally necessary. The argument was about the limits of longitudinal data in predicting institutional behavior, which was an argument that had a correct answer, and which Iris was on the wrong side of, and which she was defending anyway because Danny was making the case with such specific enjoyment that Iris found herself staying on the wrong side of the argument longer than was professionally warranted just to continue hearing her make it. She recognized this as she was doing it. She filed it in the part of her mind that was not the professional filing system, alongside the coffee before 11 and the quality of the window attention and the morning meetings. The file was growing. At some point in the 3rd hour, Danny said something that Iris had not meant to be funny, a structural point about recursive analysis, which was a real point and a valid one, and Danny laughed before she had decided whether it was appropriate to laugh at, which was exactly how she laughed, the laugh always arriving before the editorial process caught up with it. It was a short laugh, genuine, And when she smiled in the aftermath of it, the gap between her front teeth appeared, the one Iris had been aware existed from the third week and had not yet seen clearly. She saw it clearly now. The thing that happened in Iris's chest at that moment was something she had not had recent vocabulary for and did not attempt to name immediately, because naming things immediately was how you made them small before you had enough of them to understand what size they were. She simply registered it, filed it, let it sit in the part of her that was apparently in the process of accumulating something. She did not look away. Danny, returning to her notebook, did not notice that Iris was looking. Or she noticed, and chose not to respond to it, which amounted to the same thing. The power came back on at 3:30, the building reasserting itself with a gentle hum of systems returning, the lights shifting from amber emergency to white standard, the network indicator on Danny's laptop cycling from offline to live. The world reconfigured itself back into professional context. They packed their things. Danny gathered her notebooks with a focused efficiency she brought to packing, everything in its particular place, and zipped her bag and said, "Thank you for the noodles." "You recommended them," Iris said. "You paid for them." She shouldered her bag. "Good argument, by the way. You were wrong about the recursive model, but the case you made for it was genuinely interesting." She left. Iris stood in the conference room alone for a moment after she was gone. The white lights were very bright after 3 hours of amber, and the sound of the building was the normal building sound, and the rain on the windows was the rain on the windows. She set her laptop on the table and sat down in the chair she had been sitting in. She did nothing. This was unusual. She was someone who was always doing something, had been always doing something for long enough that the absence of a task was itself a kind of task, the management of idleness into productivity. She had built that habit across centuries because it worked, because it kept the other things, the accumulating things, the things she did not want to examine, at a remove. She sat, and she did nothing, and she felt the thing in her chest that still did not have a name, and she let it be there without doing anything about it, which was the most frightening thing she had done in several decades. The rain came down over the city in continuous amber-silver sheets, and the lights were very white, and Iris sat very still. She let herself feel something. She did not manage it. She did not know, yet, what it would cost her. Chapter 9. What she actually wants. She called Mara on a Thursday evening in week 7, walking home from the consultancy in the rain, which had by now become the standard mode of getting anywhere, and which she had stopped resisting in week 3 when it became clear that resistance was simply the additional step of being wet while also being annoyed about it. "Okay," Mara said, instead of hello. This was the greeting she used when she had been expecting a call, and the call had arrived. "Tell me." "I'm not in crisis," Danny said. "I want that on record." "Noted. Tell me." The street she was on had a covered section, a low awning over the old market stalls that were closed at this hour, and she slowed down when she reached it because the rain was lighter here, and she did not particularly want to get home too quickly. "The power went out on Wednesday," she said. "Whole building. We both stayed to work. You and Iris Vale stayed alone in a building together. With backup lighting. It was very atmospheric. We worked. We argued about a methodology question. We ate noodles." "Noodles," Mara said, with the tone of someone filing a data point. "From a place I'd recommended." She ordered without making a thing of it. Danny leaned against the market wall and watched the rain from under the awning. And at some point she said something that was structurally funny, not trying to be funny, just the kind of precise thing that lands when you're in the right context, and I laughed, and then she stopped. "She what?" She looked at me, and she didn't look away. Silence. Like, you know how she does this thing where she gives you her full attention, and then she moves on. It's very clean, it's efficient. It never feels like she's looked at you for too long or not enough. It's calibrated. Danny looked at the rain. It was not calibrated. How long? Like 3 seconds. Which is not long in absolute terms. 3 seconds of uncalibrated eye contact, Mara said. From Iris Vale. Yes. Who, and I want to make sure I have this right, goes completely still when something surprises her and has not, in 6 weeks, given you any indication that you are anything other than a professional obligation. That's not. She's not cold, Mara. She's not performatively warm either, but she's not cold. She remembers things. She asked about the conference paper I mentioned in week 2. There are things she does that aren't required. Danny heard herself and stopped. Okay. I'm aware of how this sounds. Do you want me to tell you how it sounds? Not particularly. I'm going to. Mara. It sounds, Mara said, with a particular gentleness she used when she was about to say something she had been thinking for a while, like you have been collecting evidence for a case you are not ready to argue yet. Danny was quiet. Which is fine, Mara continued. That is a normal and reasonable thing to do when the situation is complicated and you're not sure of the ground yet. I'm not criticizing it. I'm just naming it. I'm not, she started and stopped again. The rain was picking up beyond the awning's edge, the kind of acceleration that came in the middle of a heavy week, the monsoon finding its pace. I don't know what I am. I don't know what this is. What do you want it to be? The question was direct in the way Mara was sometimes direct, the kind that arrived without preamble, because she had decided that preamble would give Danny time to build a deflection. It was a good strategy. It usually worked. I don't know, Danny said. Danny. I genuinely don't know. I know. She organized her thoughts the way she organized data, looking for the cleanest structure. I know that I find her interesting. I know that the professional thing and the not professional thing have stopped being cleanly separable, and I know that's a problem, and I know that there's something she's carrying that she doesn't let anyone near, and I've watched her be very careful about it for 7 weeks, and every once in a while she is slightly less careful, and I see some of it, she stopped. And I want to be the person she's less careful with. Not because I want what she knows, because I want her to have someone to be less careful with. She heard herself say it and felt the specific quality of saying something true before you were ready to say it, the small shock of your own voice. That is a deeply inconvenient thing to want, given the situation. It's also not a research instinct, Mara said. Gentle. She had said this before, but differently. That had been in week 3 over the photograph, and this was something more arrived at than that. No, Danny agreed. It's not. A pause. The rain beyond the awning was heavy enough now that the street was a continuous running of water, the gutters overwhelmed, the puddles moving rather than sitting still. Danny looked at it and thought about 7 weeks of careful professional observation and 3 seconds of uncalibrated eye contact, and what Soline Adeyemi had said about limiting in ways that had nothing to do with the work. I've been doing more research, she said. Outside the fellowship scope. Mara's tone shifted to attention without alarm, which was the tone she used when Danny was about to say something significant. What did you find? 4 separate industry records.
Different decades.
1974, 1981, 1987, 1992. She had them memorized now, the way she had memorized the things she found important. A woman with Iris's face under 4 different names, affiliated with 4 different firms, in the same regional industry space. The documentation in each case is thin but consistent, enough to construct a biographical anchor for each identity, not enough to connect them. Silence. Except you connected them, Mara said. Because I knew what I was looking for. She pulled her jacket tighter against the cold that came in off the rain. The 1992 record is the most recent, which means there's a gap between 1992 and 1991 when Vale Strategic Partners was founded. She ended one identity and began this one within a year. She paused. I think the gap might have been a deliberate reset. I think the 1987 photograph I found wasn't the beginning. I think she was already in her 3rd or 4th iteration by then. Another silence, longer this time.
Danny, Mara said.
I want to ask you something, and I want you to think about it before you answer. Okay. What are you going to do with this? It was the same question she had asked in week 3, after the first photograph. Then, Danny had said, I'd want to be the person she told, not the researcher who found it. She looked at the rain. I crossed a line in my notebook tonight, she said. Before I called you. What did it say? She didn't answer immediately. She had written, I don't want this to be my research. I want this to be something she gives me. She had crossed it out because writing it down made it specific and specific made it real, and she had not quite been ready for it to be real. But she knew what it said. It said that the thing I want most is not to publish this, she said. It said, I want her to trust me with it. Mara did not speak. Which means I should probably stop collecting evidence, Danny said. Because if what I want is for her to tell me, then the evidence is a problem. The more I know before she tells me, the less she's actually choosing to tell me. Yes, Mara said quietly. So I should stop. I think that would require you to know that you've decided to want what you actually want, which is a different step than naming it. Danny came out from under the awning and into the rain and walked the rest of the way home without hurrying, the water finding its way through the seams of her jacket with the patient thoroughness of rain in its 7th week, and she thought about the crossed outline and the 3 seconds of uncalibrated eye contact and the way Iris had arranged the morning meetings and the way she said thank you for the analysis. Not for the help, not for the work, for the analysis specifically, as though she was noting what was actually being offered. She let herself into the apartment. She took off her wet jacket and hung it by the door and put on the kettle and sat at her desk and opened her notebook to the crossed outline. She looked at it for a long time. Then she turned the page. At the top of the new page she wrote, "What do you actually want?" And then she sat for a while longer, and then she wrote the answer in her shorthand, the one that no one else could read, and she looked at it, and she did not cross it out. She had been fighting to be seen correctly for long enough that she had come to believe, somewhere in the architecture of herself, that the fighting was the only mechanism through which correct sight was achievable, that you had to demonstrate it, argue it, make the case for your own legibility until the room caught up. She understood this. It had served her. She had built real things with the force of it. But she was sitting at her desk at the end of week 7 thinking about 3 seconds of uncalibrated attention from a woman who had never required Danny to demonstrate anything, who had never asked her to make the case, who had simply, from somewhere around the 3rd week, looked and continued looking with the quality of someone who is not going to look away. She thought, what if it is possible to be seen without fighting for it? She thought, what if this specific person is already paying attention and I just have to let that be real? She thought, that is the most frightening thing I have considered in a long time. The kettle boiled. She made her tea, and she did not pick up the notebook again, because she had said what needed to be said in the private shorthand she kept for things that were true before she was ready for them, and that was enough for now. The rain came down over the city in the slow and steady way of something that had given up being temporary. She drank her tea. She let herself sit with the thing she wanted. She did not manage it into something smaller. Chapter 10 From the Outside, Looking In. August Cryway arrived in the city on a Tuesday with no luggage worth mentioning and the particular quality of ease that belonged to people who had stopped distinguishing between arriving somewhere and simply being somewhere. He had been everywhere long enough that the arriving had become continuous, which was either liberating or dispiriting depending on the day, and today it was neither because he had someone to have dinner with, and that made arriving purposeful in a way he had not always been able to rely on. He had known Iris for longer than the city had existed in its current configuration, which was a thought he occasionally allowed himself and then set aside because the accounting was tiring and the arithmetic of centuries had a way of becoming melancholy if you let it run without purpose. He did not let it run without purpose. He had learned that much, at least in 400 and some years. Purpose was the engine and sentiment was the exhaust, and you kept the engine running. He found the restaurant on Harlow Street, which had been on Harlow Street in various configurations since 1974, and which he had used for this particular kind of dinner with Iris since the early 1990s, because it was quiet and private, and the staff had learned over 30 years not to look surprised by anything, which was a quality he found professionally useful in a dining establishment. The current staff was not the original staff, obviously, but the not looking surprised had been passed down in the institutional culture the way certain qualities persisted in institutions without anyone actively maintaining them.
He found this gratifying.
It suggested that cultures could outlast the people who built them if the people had been thoughtful about what they were building. He was considering this when Iris arrived. She was wearing the charcoal jacket she had owned since 2019, and which she would own until it finally gave out, because she had always had a slightly adversarial relationship with clothing in the sense that she bought things that worked and then refused to stop using them when they became dated on the grounds that something that worked was not enhanced by being new. He had been telling her for 4 years that the jacket worked.
He still thought so.
She sat down across from him with a composed directness. She sat down everywhere and she said, "You look well. You always say that. It's always true." August smiled. He had a broad, open-structured face that had been, over the centuries, variously described as trustworthy, patrician, or faintly alarming depending on who was doing the describing and what they needed from him, and his smiles were genuine in the way that people who had stopped caring about being liked could sometimes manage, unmanaged, taking up the space they needed. He was in his apparent late 50s, which was where he had been for the better part of a century, and which he had come to accept as simply where he had settled, the way certain rivers settled into their final channels. "Sit down properly," he said. "You're holding yourself like you're about to deliver a presentation." "I'm not." "You are. You've been doing it since approximately," he considered, "the mid-19th century? When you started running larger organizations. You bring the meeting posture to everything." Iris settled back in her chair by a degree that was, for her, significant. "I wasn't aware I still did that. That's why I mention it." They ordered with the ease of people who had been ordering from the same type of establishment for 30 years, and the food arrived, and they ate, and August watched Iris, without appearing to watch her, because appearing to watch her would have made her compose herself more completely, which was the opposite of what he wanted. She was different. This was not a dramatic difference. He was reasonably certain it would not have registered to anyone who had not known her for several centuries and was not specifically trained on the quality of her presence. It was the kind of difference that lived in very small places. The set of her shoulders, the way she attended to her food with slightly less efficiency than usual, a quality of distraction that was so faint it was almost invisible and which was, for Iris, the equivalent of obvious. She was present in a way she had not been recently. This was what he had noticed when she had called him 6 weeks ago. He had called her, technically, but the timing was because she had been on his mind, and things he had been aware of for decades had a way of surfacing when he was in proximity to the same city. She had sounded, on that call, like herself, which was on its surface unremarkable. She always sounded like herself. But the self she had been sounding like for the last 20 years, 30 years, was a specific version. Functional, clear, stripped of the frequencies that would have required acknowledging that she was anything other than entirely fine. And on that call she had sounded like herself with an additional frequency. Just one. Very faint. But August had known her since before she had a name she was currently using, and he could hear it. "How's the Whitmore account?" he said. Concluded. Satisfactorily. She reached for her water. "The city is wet. It's the monsoon." "Yes." 312, now. A brief pause. 13, she said. "I counted in May." He said nothing. He ate his dinner and let the conversation move through the professional and the general and the observations about the restaurant's new dessert menu, which had been changed sometime in the last year and which he had complicated feelings about. He let it all move naturally, the way conversation moved when you had been having it with someone for long enough that the silences were as informative as the words, and he tracked the small deviations in Iris's presentation the way you tracked weather, not the announced weather, not the observable front, but the pressure and the temperature and the things that told you what was coming before it arrived. She mentioned the fellowship analyst. She mentioned her once. Briefly. In the context of a project update, slipped in as professional logistics. The fellowship program is running well. The placement this season has been particularly useful. Then she moved on immediately to something else. The Reyes methodology question, which she summarized in 2 sentences, which meant she had more to say about it, and was choosing not to. August noted the mention. He noted the moving on. He noted that she had mentioned the name itself without him asking, which was a tell he had been calibrating for 30 years. Iris volunteered names only when names were already occupying her, when they had become load-bearing enough that they fell out of sentences, whether she intended them to or not. The name had been Danny. He had not asked for a first name. Danny was clearly the fellowship analyst. The first name had arrived naturally in a sentence that didn't require it, in the same way that someone who is thinking about a person will think about them in the form in which they think about them, which is not formal, which is how you spoke to them in your own head. He finished his dinner and said nothing. After dessert, August had the new chocolate thing, which was good enough to justify the menu change. He sat back in the way of someone with nowhere to be, which was his fundamental quality and always had been, the ease of someone for whom time was not scarce. "The fellowship ends when the monsoon ends," he said. "Approximately 11 weeks from the start." "And you have what, for weeks left?" 5. 4.5. He said nothing. He let the number sit in the air between them and waited for Iris to do something with it. She looked at her coffee.
She did not do anything with it.
I understand, he said carefully, that you have an established methodology for fellowship transitions. The professional close, the appropriate warmth, the clean ending. Yes. You've run it 11 times. 12 now. 12 times, he agreed. All successful, in the sense that everyone left and the firm continued. He waited. I'm asking whether this is the 12th time. Iris looked at him. It was the look she used when she was deciding whether to manage a conversation or actually have it, and he had waded through it in various restaurants and parks and, once, on a bench outside a building in Vienna in 1842 that had been subsequently demolished, and he had learned that the management version came quickly and the actual version took longer. He waited. The placement has been, she stopped. Started again. The work has been unusually good. Yes, he said. You said. She looked at her coffee again. She was going to manage it after all, he thought, and then she didn't. She said, she doesn't push. He waited. She found something early on. I discovered it. She had every professional reason to bring it to me directly. It would have been a perfectly reasonable thing to do, to simply ask, and she didn't. She chose to hold it. She didn't use it. She didn't ask me to be grateful for her not using it. She simply, Iris paused. She held it carefully. August looked at her. I don't have a protocol for that, Iris said. He thought, there it is. He thought, finally. He had been thinking a version of finally for 30 years, watching Iris move through the world with the increasing economy of someone who had learned to need less and less of it, and it had made him sad in the specific way you could be sad about something you couldn't alter, but could only witness, which was the particular grief of the long-lived. He had said everything he could think to say, across various dinners and walks and phone calls, and none of it had touched the thing he was trying to touch, because the thing was not accessible from the outside. And then this fellowship analyst had apparently walked into the building and done in 11 weeks what August had been attempting for 30 years, which was not do it at all, but simply not do anything else. And the not doing had somehow been the thing. What are you going to do, he said, when the rains end? He did not mean administratively. She knew he did not mean administratively. She was quiet for a long time. Long enough that the table next to them had an entire conversation about the dessert menu and resolved it. Long enough for the rain, which had been steady all evening, to shift into the heavier gear it found after midnight. I don't know, she said, which was more than she usually said, which meant more than it appeared to. August nodded. He did not push. This was the skill he had. The one that had made Iris willing to have dinner with him across 4 centuries. He knew when to stop. All right, he said. He paid for dinner, because he had been paying for dinners between them since 1987 when a thing had happened in Geneva that he was not going to bring up and which had established, permanently, his obligation in this area. They left together into the rain, and he walked with her to the corner where her car was waiting, and he said, You know what you're going to do. She looked at him. I know you, he said quietly. You have been doing whatever this is for 400 years. You know. She got into the car. August walked back to his hotel alone in the rain, which he found pleasant in the way he found most weather pleasant after sufficient exposure, and he thought about Iris's face across the dinner table, the specific quality of distraction, and the name that had arrived in a sentence, without being invited. He thought about the 4.5 weeks. He thought about the methodology she had deployed 12 times, clean endings, everyone left, the firm continued. He took out his phone in the hotel lobby and sent a text. A time and a location. Next Tuesday. A park bench he had identified on his walk over that morning, because offices were claustrophobic after 400 years of them, and he preferred to say important things in the open air. He put his phone away. He stood for a moment in the hotel lobby with the rain still on his coat and the particular warmth of a lobby at night, and thought the word he had been thinking for 30 years, which had arrived tonight in a different register than usual, which was not resigned or sad or simply patient, but something that was more nearly hopeful. Finally. Chapter 11. The Leaked File. The file arrived in Danny's inbox at 7:14 p.m. on a Tuesday. She almost missed it. She had been finishing a cross-reference on the Whitmore materials, a final check, The kind of tidying she did at the end of long working days when her analytical mind needed something mechanical to do while it wound down, and her inbox refreshed in the background with the particular visual weight of a message that had come through a forwarded chain, multiple names in the header, the subject line bureaucratic and unremarkable, historical records query follow-up materials. She opened it because the firm's name was in the thread. The file was attached to the third message in the chain. A PDF. The original sender was a name she recognized from the lower staff roster, a junior records coordinator who had been at the firm for 8 months and whose access clearance, she understood from the onboarding documentation, covered the operational archive. The first forward had gone to another junior staff member whose name she didn't know. The second forward had come to Danny in a chain that included 4 other addresses, one of which she recognized as belonging to the firm's external compliance consultant, and one of which she did not recognize at all. She opened the PDF. It took her approximately 40 seconds to understand what she was looking at. Then she sat very still in the way she went still when she was quietly furious, which was not the same as the stillness she sat with when she was frightened, and she was trying to determine which this was. The document was a personnel file. That was the simplest description of it. A personnel file for a woman named Evelyn Ward, who had been the founding director of a consultancy called Ward Institutional Partners, operating in the regional market from 1971 through 1990, at which point the firm had dissolved and its assets had transferred to a newly established entity called Vale Strategic Partners. There was documentation of the transfer. There was a professional biography. There were 2 photographs. The woman in the photographs was Iris. Not a resemblance. Not the way Danny had learned to account for resemblance, the way she had trained herself to discount it, to hold it at professional distance, to refuse to act on pattern matching alone. This was the same face. The same specific configuration of features, the same quality of attention in the expression, the same precise way of holding the body that Danny had been watching across conference tables and through office glass for 11 weeks. The photographs were dated 1978 and 1986. In 1978, the woman wore her hair differently. In 1986, the collar of her jacket was from a decade Danny had only seen in archival photographs. The face was unchanged. The biography listed Evelyn Ward's age, in the 1971 founding document, as 38. Danny closed the laptop. She sat in the particular quality of stillness that she now understood was neither fury nor fear, but something that existed prior to both. The place she went before she decided how to respond to something that was too large for immediate response. She sat with it for 30 seconds, which was as long as she permitted herself, and then she opened the laptop again. She read the document a second time, with a focused attention she brought to source materials she needed to understand at the cellular level. She looked at the transfer documentation, the dates, the names of the lawyers who had processed it. She noted the 6 addresses in the forward chain. The records coordinator, the junior staff member and external consultant, 2 names she didn't know, and herself. She thought about who had seen this and what they had done with it, and what they were going to do. Then she did something that was not analytical. It was faster than analytical and quieter, and it came from the part of her that had been watching Iris Vale across 7 weeks of professional proximity and had arrived at something that was not a research conclusion. She opened her file management system. She went to the shared server. She found the document in the archive. The records coordinator had uploaded it from a scanned file, probably without looking at it, the casual industry of someone who processed requests without reading their contents. She deleted it from the shared server. She deleted it from her own downloads folder and then emptied the trash with the particular thoroughness of someone who understood what thorough meant. She looked at the PDF still open on her screen. She thought about what she had told Mara in week 3, when the first photograph had arrived. I'd want to be the person she told, not the researcher who found it. She had crossed out a line in her notebook in week 7 that said, I don't want this to be my research. She had stopped following the research thread because she had understood, in the way she understood things before she was ready to say them aloud, that following it was a different kind of taking than the kind she wanted. She had 4 industry records memorized. She had the 1987 photograph on her phone, still, in a folder she had not deleted and had not looked at for 3 weeks. She had a mental timeline that covered, in outline and implication, what the document on her screen was confirming in full. She closed the laptop. She picked it up. She walked to the stairs. Iris's office light was on. It was always on at this hour. Iris worked late in the specific way of someone for whom the quiet of a cleared building was not a last resort but a preference, the kind of person who had organized their life to have this particular quality of time. Danny had stopped noting it as unusual 3 weeks in. Now she stopped outside the frosted glass of the inner office door and pressed her palm flat against the wall beside it. One breath, and then she pushed the door open without knocking. Iris was at her desk. She was in the particular arrangement of focused work that Danny had catalogued, both hands on the keyboard, her attention wholly on the screen, the quality of stillness that meant she was deep in something rather than performing engagement. She looked up when the door opened. Her expression did not change. This was one of the things about Iris. The surface was not the tell. The tell, as Danny had learned, was the slight recalibration in the set of her face that preceded the managed expression, the half-second where you could see something moving before the composure arrived. It was very brief. Danny had learned to watch for it. She saw it now. It lasted long enough for her to understand that Iris had not been expecting this, that whatever Iris had been working on had nothing to do with a personnel file for a woman named Evelyn Ward, and that the appearance of Danny in her office at this hour with a laptop was arriving, for Iris, as something unscheduled. Danny crossed the room without speaking. She set the laptop on Iris's desk, open, the PDF on the screen, and she sat down in the chair across from her. The chair that was positioned at the precise distance Iris had determined was right for conversations that needed to be welcoming without being intimate. She sat in it and she looked at Iris and she said, "Someone sent this to 6 people. I caught it in the forward chain. I've deleted it from the shared server." She paused. "You need to know." Iris looked at the screen. The office was very quiet. From outside, through the floor-to-ceiling glass, the city was awash of amber and dark and running water. The monsoon at full force, the rain the kind that made the streets below look like rivers taking back their original channels. The sound of it against the glass was the continuous low sound that Danny had stopped hearing as rain 3 weeks ago and now heard as the building's breathing, the city's pulse, the particular frequency of 11 weeks. Iris looked at the screen for a long time. Danny watched her look at it and did not speak. She had prepared herself, in the elevator and on the stairs, for various responses. The managed professional response, which was the one Iris defaulted to, the cool assessment, the logistics already calculating, possibly the particular quality of stillness that meant Iris was going somewhere internal that she would not invite Danny to follow. She had prepared herself for most of the things Iris usually did. She had not prepared herself for what actually happened, which was nothing. Iris looked at the screen, and then she looked up at Danny, and the thing that Danny saw on her face in that moment was not managed, and was not composed, and was not the professional register, or any register. It was something prior to registers, something that lived in the place before the armor assembled itself, and it lasted only a moment before Iris's composure arrived and placed itself carefully over it. But Danny had seen it. It was not fear. She had thought it might be fear, the rational response to having something this large arrive in this way, the exposure, the 6 names in the forward chain. Fear would have made sense. What she had seen was something older than fear, something that had the quality of a person who has been bracing for a particular kind of impact for so long that when the impact arrives they are almost surprised to find it has come from a direction they didn't anticipate. It had lasted half a second. It had been the most unguarded thing Danny had ever seen on Iris Vale's face. The composure settled. "The 6 addresses," Iris said. Her voice was entirely level. The question was in the statement. "You, the records coordinator who sent it originally, a junior staff member in his chain, an external compliance consultant, and 2 addresses I don't recognize. I can give you the full list. Please." Danny opened her email on the laptop and angled it toward Iris, who read the forward chain with the focused efficiency she brought to information she needed to process immediately. Her hands were still on the desk. Her face was the composed face. But her eyes moved through the names with the specific quality of calculation, rapid, precise, something running underneath the reading that Danny recognized as the kind of assessment you did when you were mapping a problem against resources and options and time. "The records coordinator," Iris said. "He's new. He found the file through the scanning protocol. We have an ongoing digitization project in the lower archive. She said this in the flat, informational tone of someone accounting aloud rather than speaking to the room. He wouldn't have understood what he was looking at.
I don't think he did, Danny said.
The message he sent was a records query follow-up. He was cataloging, not investigating. Iris looked at the screen again. Then she looked at Danny. The eye contact was full. Not managed, not calibrated. It was the kind of eye contact that Danny had learned was Iris's tell for honesty, the full attention that she withheld when she was lying and gave when she was being direct, and Danny held it and did not look away and did not manage her own expression because she was not going to perform anything in this room tonight. The two addresses you don't recognize, Iris said. I can try to trace them. They look like external mail addresses, not firm addresses. One has a domain. I don't know. I know them, Iris said. She did not elaborate. Her voice had acquired something, not quite cold, but with the particular quality of someone closing a door carefully before they crossed a threshold. They're not a concern for tonight. Danny nodded. The rain pressed against the glass. Somewhere below, the sound of traffic thinned as the hour deepened, the city pulling back into itself in the way it did after 9, the public noises replaced by the particular quiet of a city at work on its own business. The office held the lamplight and the two of them and the laptop between them with its open document, and Danny sat in the chair that was positioned at exactly the right distance and thought about what it meant that she was here and what it meant that she had come. She had not come because of the research. She had known that before she reached the bottom of the stairs. She had come because 6 people had seen this document, and she was going to be one of them regardless, and the only way she could hold that with any integrity was to make sure Iris knew before anyone else chose what to do with it. She had come because the document had confirmed what she had known for 7 weeks and had been choosing not to use, and it had felt important that the first thing she did with the confirmation was bring it to Iris rather than sit with it alone. She had come because some part of her that was not the researcher, and was not the professional, and was not the person she presented to rooms that needed her to be manageable, some part of her had understood in the moment she closed the laptop and picked it up that this was the thing you did for someone when you were not just studying them anymore. She had not examined this too closely on the stairs.
She was not examining it now.
She was simply here, in the room, across the desk from Iris, in the amber dark with the rain at the windows and the document open between them. I should tell you, she said. Her voice was quieter than she intended, but she did not correct it. I'm not going to do anything with this professionally. I haven't been. I stopped following the research thread a few weeks ago. Whatever this is. She indicated the laptop with a brief gesture. It's not mine to use. I want you to know that. Iris looked at her. The composure did not move. But something underneath it did, the same barely visible recalibration, and Danny watched it happen with the focused attention she brought to things that mattered and thought. She didn't expect that. Why? Iris said. The word was simple.
Direct.
It was not a challenge, and it was not suspicious, and it was not the professional interrogation of a woman assessing a risk. It was the question of someone who genuinely wanted to know, asked in the particular quiet register of people who asked genuine questions at the cost of making themselves visible. Danny looked at her. She thought about the honest answer and the safe answer and decided, in the specific way she decided things at the end of 7 weeks of deciding them more carefully than she was accustomed to deciding anything, that the honest answer was the only one she was willing to give in this room. Because I don't want information, she said. She stopped. Found the right word. I want what you want to tell me. If you ever want to tell me anything. That's different from finding it. The rain. The amber dark. Iris's face, composed and still, with the thing underneath it that Danny had learned to watch for moving behind her eyes in the way of something very large being held very carefully. Neither of them spoke. It lasted long enough that Danny became aware of the specific quality of the silence, which was not uncomfortable and was not strained, and was not the silence of 2 people who had run out of things to say. It was the silence of 2 people who had said something and were now in the room with it, and the room had not collapsed, and neither of them was going to break it by filling it with anything smaller than what it was. Iris reached across the desk. She turned the laptop toward herself and closed it with the deliberate quietness of someone handling something that mattered. She did not look at Danny while she did it. She looked at the closed laptop for a moment, and then she set her hands flat on the desk, and she looked at the window. Callum is one of the 6 names, she said. I know. He'll have seen the document already. Yes. A pause. Iris's hands were flat on the desk, still, the particular stillness that was not composure, but its effort. The others I can manage. The records coordinator I'll address as an internal process issue. No fault, no accusation, simply a protocol review. The compliance consultant I know. The second external address. She stopped. Resumed. The others are manageable. And Callum, Danny said. Iris looked at the window. The rain moved across the glass in the way it had been moving for 50-some days. The monsoon passed its middle now, and deepened into something that had stopped being seasonal and started being structural, the whole city rebuilt around the fact of water. Callum, Iris said, has been looking for something to work with for 30 years. He has never had it. A pause. Until now. Danny sat with this. She thought about the meetings she had documented in 3 weeks of strategy sessions, the way Callum asked questions that were not the questions they appeared to be, the measured warmth that she had clocked as professional instrument since the first time she had encountered it on a video call. She thought about the way Iris managed him, the particular quality of careful competency she deployed in his direction that was different from the competency she deployed everywhere else. More deliberate, more contained, the kind you used when you were operating under observation. He's been watching you for 30 years, and he's never had anything to actually watch, she said. That's what you mean. He knows I'm unusual, Iris said. He chose, for 30 years, not to press the question. Because not pressing served him. I ran the firm well, I delivered results. The relationship was functional. He's been running a calculation that I am more useful managed than examined.
She paused.
The file changes the calculation. Because now he has something specific. Yes. The lamp in the corner made its particular warm light, the kind that made the room feel close and the rain on the windows feel very far away, and Danny thought about what it must feel like to have operated for 30 years in this building with someone who knew you were unusual and had decided not to look too closely, and to know that the decision had been about utility rather than loyalty. She thought about what it felt like to be useful to someone for reasons that had nothing to do with who you were. She thought, she has been running this calculation for 400 years. Not just with Callum. With everyone.
What do you need? Danny said.
Iris turned from the window. The look she gave Danny was direct and full, and had in it the particular quality of eye contact that Danny had learned was not the professional register, not the careful warmth, not the measured attention, but the other one, the one that arrived when Iris had stopped managing her own face for a moment and was simply looking. Tonight, Iris said, I need the list of addresses. And I need the exact time the file was first forwarded from the records coordinator's account. I have both. Danny pulled her notebook from her bag and opened it and read out the information from the notes she had made before she came upstairs, the times and the addresses in the clean sequential order she always used for information that needed to be acted on. Iris listened without writing anything down, which meant she was filing it in the way she filed everything, complete and permanent. When Danny finished, Iris nodded once. Thank you, she said. The words were simple and direct, and they were about the information, but they were also about the other thing, the thing that neither of them was naming, and they both knew it. Danny closed her notebook. She looked at Iris across the desk and thought about all the things she could say, and the things she had already said, and the things she was not going to say tonight, because tonight had already asked more of both of them than she had planned for when she stood up from her desk 40 minutes ago. I'll go, she said. Iris did not say, you don't have to. She did not say, stay. She sat behind her desk in the composed stillness that was the surface of something much less composed, and she held Danny's eye contact with the full attention that she gave to true things, and she said nothing. Danny stood. She picked up her bag from beside the chair. She looked at Iris one more time, and there was something between them in the amber dark, in the lamp-lit room above the rain-running city, that had the specific texture of something that had shifted irrevocably, not because of the document or the 6 names or the calculation Callum was now running, but because of what had happened in the space between the laptop closing and the list of addresses. Because of the question Iris had asked, and the answer Danny had given, and the silence they had both stayed in. She walked to the door. Danny, Iris said. She turned. Iris was looking at the window.
nodded Danny.
At the rain, which was at its heaviest now, the monsoon pressing all its weight against the glass at once, the city below a network of reflected lights and running water.
The way you handled this, Iris said.
Her voice was very quiet and entirely steady. I want you to know that I understand what it cost. Danny stood in the doorway for a moment. I know you do, she said. She went down the stairs. The building was empty below, the foyer dark except for the security lighting, the marble floor showing the faint pattern of water brought in from outside and dried by the day's foot traffic. She walked to the front door and stood in it for a moment, looking at the rain, and then she went out into it and started walking home. She did not call Mara. She walked home in the rain, which was very heavy and very cold and very present in the way the rain had been present for 50-some days, and she thought about the lamplit room and the closed laptop and the question Iris had asked with the particular directness of someone who had stopped managing their own face for just a moment. She thought. She asked because she wanted to know, not because she was assessing a risk, because she wanted to know. She thought, that is not nothing. She walked the rest of the way home without hurrying.
Chapter 12, Une easy alliance.
Iris worked through the night. This was not unusual in itself. She had worked through nights across several centuries in various configurations of emergency and the particular quality of what she felt in the first hours after the building emptied. The focus that arrived when she was the only person in a space and the space was entirely hers was something she had come to rely on the way other people relied on sleep. She did not need sleep the way other people needed it. She needed this. The sealed, quiet dark, the lamplight, the uninterrupted hours in which the full machinery of her attention could run without managing itself for an audience. She worked through the night, and she did not think about the closed laptop or the question she had asked or the answer she had been given, because there was a more immediate problem, and she was very good at immediate problems. By 6 a.m., she had contained 5 of the 6 names. The records coordinator. She had reviewed his access log for the past 3 months and confirmed that the file had been retrieved as part of the digitization project, exactly as she had assessed the previous evening. He had been working through the B-level archive boxes in chronological order and had reached the early 1990s transfer documentation without any indication that he understood the significance of what he was scanning. The file had been uploaded automatically to the shared server under its original label, Historical Records Query, a label that had been assigned in the 1991 transfer and which had survived in the system ever since without anyone having a reason to reclassify it. His forward to the junior staff member had been a routine administrative ping. I found these in the B series. Do you know where these should live? The junior staff member had forwarded it to the external compliance consultant as a change sheet been included in for a records classification project. Manageable. Protocol review. Reclassification of the file. The records coordinator informed of the sensitivity of pre-1991 materials without any indication that his specific error had caused a problem. The external compliance consultant. She had worked with him for 9 years. She called him at 6:15 a.m. on his mobile, which he answered with the alertness of someone who had expected an early call, which meant he had read the email last night and had been waiting. The conversation was brief and professional and contained a subtext they both understood. He would consider the document unseen. She would ensure that the file was reclassified with the appropriate sensitivity designations, and neither of them would mention it further. He asked no questions. He had learned not to ask questions a long time ago. It was one of the things she valued about him. The second external address, the one Danny had not recognized, a lawyer. Not Callum's lawyer, which would have been more concerning. A lawyer in the documents chain from the 1991 transfer who was apparently still receiving correspondence addressed to her firm's old address due to a mail routing relic no one had ever cleared. She confirmed this by 5 a.m. The lawyer had been dead for 11 years. The junior staff member. A conversation this morning, handled as part of the protocol review, no specific mention of the document's content. That left Callum. Callum had sent a meeting request at 9:47 p.m. the previous night, which meant he had read the document within 2 hours of receiving it and had composed himself enough to send a professionally unremarkable message. The subject line was, Quarterly Program Review. Would value your time next week. The date he had suggested was a Wednesday, 6 days from now. The tone was collaborative. It was the most threatening thing he had sent her in 30 years. She read it again at 6:30 a.m. and noted the specific word. Value. Not request. Not need. Value. He was positioning the meeting as a gift before she had agreed to attend it. She accepted the meeting time without modification. She sent him 3 words. Wednesday works. Thank you.
She
Did not want him to think she was managing the phrasing because she was absolutely managing the phrasing and Callum would know that, but the knowing was part of the conversation. A message inside the message that said, I have seen your move, I understand what it is, and I am not afraid of it. She was not afraid. She had learned, across several centuries of people who had found things they shouldn't have, that the response fear generated was indistinguishable from the response guilt generated, and she could afford neither. What she had instead was the particular quality of cold assessment that she had refined across those same centuries into something almost surgical. She assessed the situation. She mapped the variables. She moved. She was ready for the building by 7:30. Danny arrived at 8:52. Iris heard her in the foyer, the particular sequence of sounds she had been aware she was tracking since the second week and had stopped pretending not to. The door, the specific step, the sound of her bag set down at her desk with the efficiency of someone who had a system for arriving at places and used it automatically. She heard Petra arrive at 9, the junior analysts at 9:15. She heard the building settle into its morning rhythm. She had been thinking about what to say since 6 a.m. The problem was that there was not a professional language for what had happened in this office the previous evening. There were professional languages for most things. She had been using them for centuries, had been fluent in the register of institutional warmth and collegial respect and measured appreciation for so long that she could deploy them without effort. They were not lies exactly. They were simply the available instrument for communicating true things in contexts that required a certain kind of containment. Last night had exceeded the containment. The closed laptop. The list of addresses read from the notebook. The answer Danny had given to the question Iris had asked, which had arrived with a specific quality of something true before she was ready to say it. I want what you want to tell me.
She did not have a language for that.
She went to the archive room at 10:15, after she had confirmed that Danny was at her desk and not apparently heading upstairs. The archive room was the right place for this conversation, professional enough to hold the register, private enough that no one would hear, and with the particular quality of a room that had already been the site of several things between them, which gave it a density she was aware of. She did not examine why she was thinking of the room in terms of density. She went to the archive room, and she pulled the B-series box that contained the early 1990s transfer documentation, and she was reviewing its contents and thinking about reclassification protocols when the door opened. Danny did not look surprised to find her there. Danny rarely looked surprised by anything. She had a way of receiving information, including the information of walking into a room where Iris happened to be, that suggested she had already accounted for most of the available possibilities. She carried a mug in one hand and her notebook in the other, and she stopped in the doorway for a moment and looked at Iris, and then she came in and sat down at the reading table with the ease of someone taking a position they had prepared. I've been going over last night, Danny said. The 6 names. How many did you manage to contain? Iris looked at the box. 5. A brief pause. Callum. Yes. Danny nodded. She opened her notebook, not to write anything, but in the way she held it when she was thinking, a familiar weight, something to orient her hands. She looked at the table for a moment. Then she said, I can give you the exact timestamp of when the document was first forwarded and when Callum's address appeared in the chain, if you need that for a records review argument. I have the timestamps, but yes, a second source would be useful. She wrote the times from memory without checking anything, the date and the minute, and tore the page out and set it on the table between them. Iris took it. They were in the archive room with the controlled climate and the smell of paper and the photographs on the east wall, the same room where Danny had found the 1987 journal, and Iris was aware of this the way she was aware of most things she would have preferred not to be aware of, which was entirely and involuntarily. The room had a history between them. The room was, in fact, where their history had properly begun. She set the page on top of the box's documents.
That was well handled, she said.
Last night. The words were exactly what they were, professionally adequate, structurally appropriate, the most correct thing she could have said in a context that had no correct thing to say. She knew it as she was saying it. She heard what the sentence was and what it was not, the enormous gap between the adequacy of the phrase and the fact of what Danny had done. The deletion from the shared server, the walk to the office, the answer to the question, the quality of understanding that had been in the room between them that no professional language could account for. Danny looked at her. Her expression was steady, not wounded and not amused, with the particular quality she brought to moments when she was deciding not to make something smaller than it was by responding to only part of it. She held the eye contact for a moment. Then she nodded once, with the same economy she brought to the strategy meeting concessions, the nod that received something without requiring it to be more than it could be right now.
Thank you, she said.
She let Iris have the inadequate phrase. She received it and held it and did not ask for the larger version, which was, Iris understood, with a clarity she had not had access to at any previous point in their professional relationship, exactly what had distinguished her from every other person Iris had managed the close approach of in the past 100 years. She did not ask for more than what was currently possible. She did not punish the inadequacy. She simply held what was given carefully enough that the giver understood what it would feel like to give more. Iris understood this. She did not say anything else about it. She turned to the practical problem, which was where she could go without the floor shifting under her, and she said, the B-series materials. I need them reclassified under a sensitivity designation that routes them outside the standard digitization project. Can you help me identify which boxes are in scope from your time in the archive? Do you have a sense of the range? Danny looked at her. A brief pause, the half-second where she recognized the redirection and decided to accept it, not because she was deferring but because she understood that Iris needed the solid ground of a task right now, and she was going to stand on the solid ground beside her. The late 1980s and early 1990s transfers, she said. The B-series goes through 1995 based on the labeling I saw. Everything before 1992 is probably in scope. Agreed. I'll need to pull the inventory list and walk the reclassification before the end of the week. Ideally before Wednesday. Danny said, the Callum meeting. Yes. She opened her notebook. She wrote something in the shorthand. Then she looked up. I can cover the inventory pull today if you handle the reclassification documentation. I know the boxes. I was in the B-series last week for the Whitmore cross-reference. I can have the full list by 4. Iris looked at her. The practical voice. The notebook. The offer made with the same directness she brought to all offers. The clean, uncomplicated competency of someone who saw a problem and named what she could do about it, without making a project of the offering. It was the most ordinary thing she had said this morning. It was also the 4th or 5th thing in 11 weeks that had dismantled a section of the armor, without appearing to try. For is fine, Iris said. Danny nodded and stood. She picked up her mug, which had apparently been cold since she arrived, and which she seemed to have brought for something to carry rather than for the tea in it. She was at the door when Iris said, without planning to, the 2 external addresses you couldn't identify. I want you to know that I verified them. They're not the kind of names that create a problem. Danny turned. She looked at Iris with the attentive patience she brought to information she was filing rather than responding to immediately. Okay, she said. I'm telling you because you flagged them, Iris said. Because you were thorough. And because she stopped. Danny waited. Because it seems appropriate, Iris said, that you know what I know about what you found. Something moved in Danny's expression. Not surprise. Something more like recognition, the particular quality she sometimes had when a thing confirmed something she had been holding with uncertainty, a small internal settling.
Thank you, she said.
Again simply. Again meaning more than the words, and not asking for more than the words. She left. Iris stood in the archive room alone for a moment with the photograph wall and the B-series box and the slip of paper with Danny's handwritten timestamps on it. She looked at the paper. She thought about the word Danny had used, which was we, which she had not used yet in this specific context, but which was already present in the texture of the archive room conversation, in the inventory list and the reclassification documentation and the 4 o'clock. The we had not been spoken, but she could feel its shape, the weight of it, and she was not certain whether what she felt about that was alarm or something else. She thought it might be something else. She returned the B-series box to the shelf and went back to her office and got to work, and by 4 o'clock there was an inventory list on her desk in Danny's handwriting, clean and thorough. Every box in the relevant range catalogued with the kind of attention that would have taken Iris twice as long, and which had been completed, apparently, alongside 2 regular fellowship tasks and the preliminary recommendations framework Danny had promised by end of week. She was, Iris thought, reading the inventory list very good. She was also considerably more than that. Iris was aware of this. She was choosing, for now, to keep that awareness in the same place she kept everything else that did not have a safe address, and to do the useful work in front of her, and to focus on Wednesday and Callum and the immediate landscape. She was doing this with the clear understanding that the other thing was not going away simply because she was not looking at it. She had been doing things with that clear understanding for a very long time. She filed the inventory list. The rain came down. Chapter 13. What Callum Knows. Callum arrived at 10 on a Wednesday, with the unhurried timing of someone who understood that being precisely on time was itself a statement. He had taken the early flight from London and come directly to the office without stopping at his hotel, which was either because he was genuinely eager to have the meeting or because arriving slightly travel-worn communicated something he had decided it was useful to communicate, that this was important enough to skip the usual preparation, that he was here in an unguarded form, that the warmth in this meeting was going to be authentic rather than curated. Iris had met him in enough configurations to understand that his unguarded form was its own kind of preparation. She had set the meeting in the large conference room. This was deliberate. The small conference room was the room they used for conversations that were professional but relatively intimate, the room she and Danny had used for the strategy meeting in week 4, the room that had, over the past 3 weeks, accumulated a density she was not going to put Callum in. The large conference room was formal, sufficiently distanced, with the window bank at the far end and the long table that made the room feel proportionate to the institutional weight of what was happening. It was the right room for a conversation that needed to remain in the register of governance. Danny was there when Callum arrived. This had not been discussed explicitly. What had happened was that Iris, in the process of preparing for the meeting, had found herself thinking about the second set of eyes it would be useful to have on Callum's movements through the conversation, and the professional logic for including the fellowship analyst in a governance discussion about the fellowship program was sound, and she had sent a brief message that morning. The quarterly review meeting today, at 10, includes a fellowship program component. Your presence would be useful for the record. She had been aware, sending it, that this was not entirely about the record. Danny had responded in 3 words, "I'll be there." She was already at the table when Callum came in, positioned at the lower end in the position she used in meetings when she was there to document rather than to lead, unobtrusive, professionally present, with her notebook open and her pen uncapped and her laptop closed, because the signal of a closed laptop was that she was listening rather than processing. She said good morning to Callum with the professional warmth she brought to all interactions that required professional warmth, and she met his eyes briefly, and she saw him register her presence and make a decision about it that she did not look like she had noticed. Iris watched this from her position at the head of the table. Callum sat. He opened his leather case and retrieved a folder and set it on the table in front of him in the easy way of someone who has prepared material and is about to produce it, and he smiled at Iris with the measured warmth that was, she had always known, a professional instrument. "Good to be here," he said. "I appreciated you accommodating the timing." Of course. She did not thank him for coming. She had learned, decades ago, that thanking Callum for attending meetings framed the attendance as a gift rather than a function. The quarterly review. Shall we start with the program metrics? Let's. He opened the folder. He had printed documents, which he occasionally did when he wanted the meeting to feel substantive. The physical papers communicated preparation, weight, the sense that he had spent time on this before he arrived. He reviewed the metrics with professional attentiveness, asked 2 questions about the current placement's deliverables, and received Iris's answers with a nodding warmth of someone building toward something. Danny wrote in her notebook. She wrote in the shorthand, which Iris had learned over 11 weeks was what she used when she was transcribing rather than analyzing. Notes for the record. Her face was professionally attentive and her hands moved economically, and she gave every appearance of being entirely focused on the documentation. The pivot came at 10:20. I did want to raise one additional item, Callum said. He refiled his folder and clasped his hands on the table, the practiced gesture that communicated attentiveness and patience and the willingness to discuss. She had watched him use it in board meetings for 40 years. The data access protocols for the fellowship program. I've been reviewing the governance framework, and I think there are some improvements we could make: tighter documentation on what materials are accessible, a clearer audit trail for archive room use.
He paused.
It's a housekeeping matter, really. Oversight best practice. Iris looked at him. The current protocols were established when the program was founded, she said. They've served the program well for 11 years. Absolutely. He said it with the warmth of someone agreeing to disagree. I'm not suggesting there's been any impropriety. It's simply that we've grown, and the oversight framework should grow with us. I'd like to propose adding a documentation requirement, a weekly log of archive access and materials reviewed, submitted for board review at the end of each placement. The room was very still. Danny had stopped writing. Iris registered this in her peripheral awareness without appearing to register it. The pause in the shorthand, the pen resting, the quality of attention that had shifted from transcription to listening. That would be a significant administrative addition to the fellowship program, Iris said. Her voice was entirely level. The program is designed to give fellows access to materials relevant to their research without requiring them to account for every source reviewed. It's standard practice for research placements. Of course. He smiled. I'm not suggesting the fellows account for their work. I'm suggesting the firm account for what's been accessed. The distinction is important.
He said it mildly.
He was always mild. It was the specific mildness of someone who had chosen the most reasonable possible framing for something that was not mild at all, and he used it with the ease of long practice. And Iris heard it clearly, the message inside the message. I have seen the document. I know what was accessed. I know by whom. And I am offering you the opportunity to place oversight mechanisms in advance of making this a formal matter. She looked at him across the conference table, Callum with his clasped hands and his measured warmth and his 40 years of managing things from the position of institutional authority, and she felt the particular cold of a situation that had moved into its next phase. I'll consider the proposal, she said. I'll want to review the governance framework before committing to any structural change to the program. He nodded as though this was entirely satisfactory. Of course. There's no urgency. He paused. It might be worth reviewing the current archive access log as a baseline, to understand what a documentation requirement would look like in practice. The access log. The archive room. He was telling her, in the language of institutional governance, that he had read the document carefully enough to understand its implications, not just that there was a previous identity, but that the previous identity was accessible in the firm's own archive, and that someone had recently been in that archive. Someone. Iris looked at the table for a moment. Then she looked at Callum. She held his eye contact with the full steady attention she used when she was being direct, and wanted it to be understood as directness, and she said, The archive access protocols are adequate as they stand. Any review would be part of the broader governance assessment I'll prepare by the end of the quarter. Perfect. He said it with the finality of someone who had planted something and was content to let it grow. He began gathering his documents. And the fellowship placement, Miss Solar, was it? She's been useful to the program. He said it without looking at Danny. The not looking was precise. He had deployed Danny's name the way he deployed everything, with a slight extra weight, just enough to communicate that the name had meaning to him, that he knew whose name it was and why it was in the room. Danny said, without inflection and without looking up from her notebook, Dr. Solar. Callum looked at her. It was a brief look. He received the correction with the expression he used when someone had done something he hadn't anticipated, and he was deciding whether to acknowledge it. A moment of complete stillness, and then the warmth resuming at its previous setting, smooth and immediate, the way expensive machinery resumed after a brief interruption. Of course, he said pleasantly. Dr. Solar. Forgive me. Danny nodded. She did not look at Iris, and Iris did not look at her. The meeting concluded 5 minutes later. Callum left with the assured ease of someone who had accomplished what he came to accomplish, pausing to say a warm and impersonal goodbye to Petra in the outer office, the sound of it carrying through the glass. Iris sat at the head of the long conference table and listened to the elevator arrive and the elevator leave and the building resume its normal sounds. Danny closed her notebook. "He's not going to let this go," she said. It was not a question. Her voice was quiet and direct, with a specific quality it had when she was stating something she had assessed carefully and was ready to put on the table between them. She was looking at Iris. "No," Iris said. "What does he want?" A pause. She said it the way she asked the second question, not provocatively, not pressing the wound, but with the clean directness of someone who needed the accurate answer to think clearly. "Not what he says he wants. What does he actually want?" Iris looked at the window. The rain on the glass was the steady, heavy rain of the mid-monsoon, the kind that had become the city's permanent texture, unremarkable in its constancy. She thought about the 40 years of Callum, the specific balance of their relationship, what she had given him and what he had given her, and the particular economy of mutual usefulness that had made it functional for so long.
She thought about what had changed.
"He wants proof he can manage me," she said. "He has always understood that I am not what I appear to be. He's chosen not to examine this because the examination would have cost him the relationship, and the relationship serves him. But the cost of that choice has been a kind of low-level uncertainty that he's never been able to resolve." She paused. "He's been looking for leverage, something that converts the uncertainty into a known quantity he can work with. He's looking for the thing that lets him say, 'I know this about you, and you know that I know, and now we can operate from that.'" She looked at Danny. "He's looking for something he can manage me with." Danny looked at her. She said nothing for a moment. In the specific way she was quiet when she was processing something and not going to fill the processing with sound. Then, "Okay." Her voice was very steady. "So we don't give him any?" The word landed in the room.
We.
It had not been there before, not as a word, not as a stated thing. It had been present in the shape of the conversation, in the inventory list and the shared archive room, and the timestamps torn from the notebook, but it had been implicit, operating in the space beneath the professional surface. And now it was in the air between them in the conference room, and neither of them was addressing it directly, and both of them were completely aware of it. Iris looked at Danny. Danny was looking back at her with a steady, open attention she brought to moments when she had said something she meant. Her hands were on the closed notebook still. Her expression was the same expression she had had across every conference table and in every argument and in the office last Tuesday night with the closed laptop. Present, direct, without the management layer she had seen on the faces of every other person who had gotten this close to something they shouldn't know. "We," Iris said. It was not quite a question. It was not quite a statement. It was the word said back in the particular register of someone who needed to hear it in their own voice to understand what it meant. Danny looked at her for a moment. Then she said, quietly, and with the care she used for things that were very clear to her, "Yes, we." The rain. The long table between them, emptied of Callum's folder and his clasped hands and his managed warmth. The window at the far end of the room showing the gray mid-monsoon sky. The office around them that Iris had occupied for 11 years in this identity and considerably longer than that in other configurations, and which had never felt, in any of those configurations, like a room that contained a we. It felt like that now. Iris looked at the window. She thought about what we meant in the context of what Callum now knew, and what Callum would do with it, and the timeline of the fellowship, and the 4.5 weeks that had been 3 when August had sat across from her at the restaurant and asked what she was going to do when the rains ended. It was 3.5 now. It was the number she did not let herself think about, and thought about anyway. "The archive reclassification is done," she said. "The B-series materials are flagged for restricted access. Callum won't be able to use the document directly. There's no longer a version on the firm's systems he can reference formally." "He doesn't need the document," Danny said. "He saw it. He knows what it says." "Yes. So what he has now is knowledge without evidence, which means if he moves on it, it becomes a credibility question." Iris looked at her. "You've been thinking about this?" "Since last night." A small pause. "Since before last night, actually. Since the meeting. The way he asked about the archive access log." She opened her notebook, not to read from it, but to have it available. "He's going to make a governance move. Something that looks like oversight. Something that creates a formal mechanism to get what he's already looking for. She looked at Iris. He needs to be able to say he acted through proper channels. He won't move outside them, it's not how he operates. Iris looked at her. She had been running this analysis since 6 a.m. She had arrived at approximately the same assessment. That was not what was occupying her now. What was occupying her now was the particular quality of sitting across a conference table from someone who had thought about this carefully and specifically, not because they were professionally obligated to, but because they had decided that Iris's problem was also theirs and were applying their best thinking to it. She had not had this in a very long time. She was not sure she had ever had it in exactly this form. Yes, she said. A governance move. Probably through the board. A motion to restructure the fellowship program's protocols would look like a routine oversight action. He has the standing for it. Danny nodded. And if it goes through, it gives him a formal record of the fellowship's archive access, which gives him exactly what he's looking for. Which is why it cannot go through. Can you block it? Iris considered the governance structure, the board composition, the procedural mechanisms she had built and maintained across 30 years of this specific organization. I can contest it procedurally. I would need grounds, a counter-argument that frames the motion as unnecessary and disproportionate given the program's track record.
She paused.
It's winnable, barely and temporarily, but I can make the case. Danny was quiet for a moment. Then she said, I can give you supplementary materials. From the fellowship deliverables, the final recommendations will be done before the end of the placement. If I can advance the timeline on the key sections, you'd have a document demonstrating the program's value that exists prior to any board motion. It would make the restructuring argument harder to sustain. Iris looked at her. The fellowship concludes in 3.5 weeks. Advancing the recommendations timeline would be a significant acceleration. Yes. Danny's expression was straightforward. I can do it. Iris looked at the table. She looked at the pen she had left there when Callum departed, still lying in its place, the unremarkable object of someone who had been taking notes and had paused and had not picked it up again. She thought about the word we, which was still in the air of the room, and the 3.5 weeks and what Callum knew, and what Callum was going to do with it. She thought, she has decided that this is her problem too. She has not been asked. She simply decided. She thought, I do not know what to do with that. She thought, I have been not knowing what to do with her for 11 weeks, and the not knowing has not made it go away. The advanced materials would be useful, she said. Her voice was professional and precise. Thank you. Danny nodded. She picked up her notebook and her pen, stood with the natural ease she always stood with, and looked at Iris across the empty table with the look that she gave when she was wrapping up a meeting and meaning something that wasn't about the meeting. I'll start on the methodology section today, she said. She left. Iris sat at the conference table alone. She looked at the far window, the gray sky, the steady rain that had been falling for 60-some days without apparent interest in stopping. She thought about Callum in the elevator and what he would do next, and the board motion he would table and the procedural fight she was going to have to run. She thought about 3.5 weeks. She thought about the word we and the particular quality of quiet that had followed it, and the way Danny had looked when she said yes, and the fact that she had not asked for anything in return for the offer. She picked up the pen from the table. She set it in the correct place. She stood, and she gathered her own notes, and she went back to work. Outside, the rain came down in the gray and thorough way it had been coming down for 60 days. The monsoon passed its peak and still not anywhere near done, the city underneath it running with water the color of old metal, carrying everything onward. Chapter 14, 6 Centuries of Overhead. August had chosen a bench in Callaway Park, which was a small and unremarkable park 3 blocks from the consultancy, the kind that existed in cities primarily to give people somewhere to eat their lunches without eating them on the street. It had 3 trees that had been there longer than most of what surrounded them, and a fountain that was not running because the monsoon had apparently satisfied the city's decorative water requirements, and 6 benches, of which August had chosen the one farthest from the path, facing the fountain and the gray, wet sky. He was already there when Iris arrived. He was always already there. He had an old habit of arriving early to places he was meeting her, which she had initially read as punctuality and later understood was something closer to territory preparation. He liked to have a space before she entered it, to have positioned himself so that she was the one approaching rather than the other way around. It was a small power, but he was not above small powers. Neither of them was. He was wearing a coat that was wrong for the weather and that he apparently didn't care about because he had always had a slightly contentious relationship with weather as a category, the opinion that weather was largely a matter of perspective, and he had been in bad enough weather over the centuries that the current configuration was not going to qualify as a problem. He had an umbrella folded beside him on the bench that he had not opened. Iris sat down. "The umbrella is there for a reason," she said. "The umbrella is there because I bought it from a man near the hotel who seemed very invested in selling it to me, and I didn't have a compelling reason to decline."
He looked at the fountain.
"It's not raining at this exact moment. It was not raining at this exact moment. It would be within the hour." They both knew this. "You look tired," he said. "I'm not tired." She looked at the park, which was largely empty. The few people who had been on the path now retreating ahead of the coming rain with the particular efficiency of people who had learned to read the sky. "I've had a complicated week." "I heard." "You couldn't have heard." "I haven't told anyone." "I know what complicated weeks in your building look like," he said, which was his way of saying that he had been paying attention and had drawn conclusions that she had not shared.
He was good at this.
It was one of his more occasionally irritating qualities. "Callum." It was not a question. Iris looked at the sky and confirmed what it was doing, which was the preliminary gray thickening that preceded the next bout of rain. He saw a document he shouldn't have seen. Internal exposure, not external, not public, not the kind of thing that would create a problem for the firm operationally. But he's going to use it. Of course he is. August said this without inflection, the tone of someone confirming something that had always been the eventual outcome. "He's been waiting for 30 years. You always knew this was the form it would take eventually. I managed it well for 30 years. You managed it perfectly. And then something changed, and the management developed a gap, and something slipped through."
He paused.
That's usually how it goes. The something he was referring to, Iris understood, was not the document. The document was the mechanism. He was talking about the thing that had preceded the gap in the management, the thing that had made her, for the first time in 30 years, slightly less precise about which centuries' materials were potentially dangerous. She had been slightly less precise because she had been thinking about other things. "The document is contained," she said. "The forward chain is addressed. Callum has knowledge without evidence. What he does next will be a governance move, something formal, something procedurally legitimate, because that's how he operates. And you can block a governance move. Temporarily. Procedurally." She looked at the fountain. "He will not stop. The question is what the next move costs me and how long I can sustain the blocking." August was quiet for a moment. Then he said, in the careful way he said things he had been thinking about before he arrived, "You've been doing this for a very long time." "I know. I mean this specific this." He turned to look at her, which he did occasionally but not constantly. He understood that being looked at directly for too long made her compose herself more fully, and he wanted the less composed version. The building, the name, this particular institution, in this particular city, in this particular form. He paused. "You built it after the last move. You built it specifically because you wanted something that would last longer than you usually let things last. I know why you did that. I was there." Iris looked at the gray sky. "You built it to last," he said. "And it has lasted. Longer than most of what you've built. And now a man you've been managing for 30 years has seen a piece of paper that confirms what he already suspected, and you're expending considerable energy on the question of how long the building can continue." He paused. "I want to ask you something, and I want you to think about it before you answer, because you have a tendency to answer before you think when the question is one you don't want to sit with." "I'm aware of that tendency," Iris said.
"Good.
So think." He let the instruction land. The first drops of rain arrived, light and preliminary, the sky making good on what it had been building toward. "What are you protecting when you protect the building? Is it the building, or is it the function the building serves?" She knew the answer to this question. She had always known the answer to this question. The building was not the point. The building had never been the point. The point was the continuity, the identity she could maintain for 30 years in one place, the cover that allowed her to exist with something like stability, the structure that meant she could stay still long enough to have work that accumulated rather than constantly reinventing herself from scratch. The building served the function of duration. It was the container, not the content. She had been protecting the container as though it were the content for 30 years. "I'm protecting the function," she said. August nodded. He did not point out that this was the correct answer, or that it was also not the thing she had been behaving as though she was protecting.
He simply let it be said.
This was one of the things about August. He did not make his points by pointing. "There are other containers," he said. "There are." She had built 17 of them. She knew exactly how to build another one. The question was never the technical matter of constructing an identity. She had refined that process across centuries into something almost frictionless. The question was always the cost, the accumulated loss of leaving, the specific grief of a place she had put herself into and had to unput herself from. "There are other containers," she said. "The question is whether this one is worth defending." Is it? She thought about the building, the pale oak desk and the floating staircase and the archive room with its photographs, the 11 years of staff she had employed and learned and carried without letting them know she was carrying them. She thought about Callum and the governance motion and the procedural fight she was going to run. She thought about the thing that had shifted in the past 11 weeks, the thing she was not going to name to August specifically, because naming it would make it the subject of conversation, and she needed it to remain in the part of herself she was still managing. She thought about the inventory list in Danny's handwriting on her desk. She thought about the word we. "It was worth defending before," she said. "Now I'm not certain the calculation is the same." August looked at the fountain. The rain was thickening, the preliminary drops becoming something more organized, and he opened the umbrella finally and held it without repositioning it to cover both of them, because that was not what they were doing today. "Tell me about the woman," he said. Iris was quiet. "I heard about the analyst," he said, not unkindly, "in the way I hear everything, which is through the quality of what you don't say about something. You mentioned her once at dinner, 2 weeks ago, in a sentence that didn't require her name. You used her name." He paused. "You don't use names unless the name is already load-bearing." Iris looked at the rain on the fountain's empty basin. She thought about what August knew and what she was willing to give him access to, and she arrived at the conclusion she had been arriving at all morning, which was that she was very tired of the calculation. "She's the fellowship analyst," she said. "The one I mentioned." "Yes. She's been at the firm for 11 weeks. The placement concludes when the monsoon ends." She paused. She found the truthful version of the next sentence, which was harder to locate than the professional version. She found things she shouldn't have found early in the placement. She found more of them than I initially assessed. She chose repeatedly and consistently not to use them. She stopped. "And," August said, "and I don't have a protocol for that." She heard herself say it, the same thing she had said across a dinner table 2 weeks ago, and this time there was more behind it, because 2 weeks ago the inventory list hadn't existed, and the word we hadn't been in the air of the conference room. "She protected me last week, without being asked, without requiring anything in return." She looked at the gray sky. She called it we. August was quiet. She said, "We don't give him any leverage." We. Iris let the word sit in the rain. "I have been operating alone for long enough that I don't know what to do with a we that I didn't construct and didn't manage into existence." "I know," August said. Simply. She turned to look at him. "I know you've been watching me do this for 30 years and probably longer, and I know what you think about it, and I am not asking for. I'm not going to say anything you haven't already said to yourself," he said. Quietly, without the irony he sometimes used as protective distance. "I know what it cost you. The 3rd decade. The decision you made afterward. I was there for the edges of it, even if I wasn't there for the center." He paused. "I know why the armor was necessary. I've never argued with you about whether it was necessary." Iris looked at her hands. She had been pressing 2 fingers to the inside of her wrist without noticing, and she noticed now and stopped. "She's 28, Iris said. "Yes. She has a life ahead of her that will last the normal length of a life. She heard herself say this and heard the entire architecture of the thing she had been not saying, the whole edifice of it in one sentence. I watched someone I loved age. I watched it up close and I stayed until the end, and I have not done that since. Not because I couldn't love anyone, because...
She stopped.
August waited. Because the ending is a specific kind of unbearable, she said. And I had 300 years to develop the understanding that the unbearable thing does not become less unbearable. It becomes more, because you have more to compare it to. The rain was serious now, coming down steadily, the park emptying of the last of its pedestrians. The umbrella August held was providing a small dry circle that did not extend to Iris, and neither of them was doing anything about this. The Marchetti woman, August said. The name he used for the woman she had loved in her third decade, which was not the woman's actual name but a referent they had used between themselves for 200 years, the shared shorthand of people who had agreed that some things deserved the small privacy of an indirect address. Yes. You loved her for 12 years, he said. You stayed until the end. The end was what it was. He paused. And you decided afterward that the lesson was, do not love. Do not stay until the end. Build the fortress and live in it, and let people get precisely close enough to be useful and no closer. He looked at the rain. That's not what the experience taught you, Iris. That's what you told yourself it taught you. She looked at him. What it actually showed you, he said, is that you are capable of it. 12 years of it, clear-eyed, knowing how it would end, and you stayed. You stayed because the staying was worth the cost. He was very quiet. You decided afterward that you would never pay that cost again. But you haven't argued, in 200 years, that the 12 years weren't worth it. The rain came down over the park. A leaf from one of the old trees landed in the fountain's empty basin and sat there, dark with wet, the tiny displacement of an ordinary thing in an ordinary place. She is not the Marchetti woman, August said. I'm not suggesting she is. I am suggesting that the thing you decided, the specific protocol you put in place after the specific grief of a specific loss, has been running in your life for 200 years, as though it were a law rather than a choice. He paused. A choice you made in pain. A choice that made sense then. A choice that has cost you, in the aggregate, more than the thing it was protecting you from. Iris looked at the fountain. She thought about 200 years of the protocol, the managed closeness, the clean endings, the 11 previous fellowship analysts who had each gotten exactly the right warmth and had left without knowing how precisely she had calibrated what they were offered. She thought about Solene, who had gotten closer than most and had survived it, and who had said to Danny, "She's different with you than she was with me." She thought about what it meant that Solene had said that Solene had noticed and had told Danny, and had chosen to tell her in the way of something freely given rather than something owed. "What are you going to do?" August said, "when the rains end?" Not administratively. She understood that. The question landed in the same place it had landed 2 weeks ago at the dinner table, which was the place she kept the things she was not ready to say. Except this time it landed slightly differently, in a slightly different register, because 2 weeks ago she had not yet heard the word "we" in the air of the conference room, and she had not yet spent a night in an office with a closed laptop between them and the answer to a question she had asked. "I don't want her to leave," Iris said. She had not planned to say it. She had been running the more manageable version of the thought since the word "we," and the more manageable version was something about the fellowship's value and the professional disruption of the transition and the difficulty of the current institutional situation, and then she had said the actual thing instead. The actual thing sat in the rain between them. August said nothing. She could feel him not saying anything in the specific way. He was quiet when he was letting her hear herself. She had heard herself. The sentence had been in her voice, clear and simple, without any of the layers she usually wrapped things in to make them workable. "I don't want her to leave." Not, "the fellowship has been unusually productive." Not, "the timing of the transition is complicated." "I don't want her to leave." "I know," August said at last, very quietly. "I know you don't." They sat in the rain for a while. Iris did not take the umbrella. The rain was not, in the context of what had just been said, the most salient feature of the morning. "The armor was necessary," August said, after a time. "I want you to know that I have never thought it was weakness. It was necessary. You built it for good reasons and it served good purposes. He paused. It's just that necessary things sometimes outlast their necessity, and then they become something else. Iris looked at her hands. What do they become? She said. Habits, August said. That look like laws. The rain came down over the park, over the old trees and the empty fountain and the two people on the bench, one of whom had a dry umbrella, and one of whom was getting rain on her coat, and was not doing anything about it. I know what I'm going to do, Iris said. The same thing she had said 2 weeks ago, in response to the same question. But this time she said it differently, with the particular quality of a sentence that had arrived at its meaning rather than been constructed to avoid one. August looked at her. Not yet, she said. I know what I'm going to do, but I don't know how to do it yet. I need to find the seam. She stopped. The metaphor was too much, and she was not going to use it. She looked at the sky. I've been managing myself for 400 years. The management is very good. I need to find the place where it comes off. August was quiet for a moment. Then he said, with the soft precision he used for things he was very certain of, the place where it comes off is the part that's afraid. Iris looked at the fountain. You're afraid, he said. Not of her. Of what comes after she knows. He paused. Of what comes after you're genuinely known by someone who isn't going anywhere yet. She did not answer. He did not push. They sat until the rain got heavy enough that even August could not sustain the position that the umbrella was unnecessary, and then he stood and they walked to the park's edge where they could flag a cab, and he put his hand briefly on her shoulder, which he rarely did, which meant it was the right moment for it. The methodology works every time except when you don't want it to, he said. He said it matter-of-factly, the way he said things that were true and did not need performance. You don't want it to. She flagged the cab. She went back to the office and she worked and she did not look at the window more than twice and she sent no emails to anyone. In the afternoon, she found a note on her desk from Danny. Not a formal document, just a sheet torn from the notebook. The preliminary framework for the fellowship recommendations, 3 sections, 12 pages, 2 weeks ahead of schedule. She read it and she set it in the center of her desk and she looked at it for a long time. At 6 o'clock, when the building was emptying and the rain was settling in for its evening run, she pressed 2 fingers to the inside of her wrist and held them there, the pulse steady, familiar, the one thing she had always been able to count on. She thought, I don't want her to leave. She let herself sit with it. The rain came down. Chapter 15. The night it rained sideways. She had been expecting the storm for 2 days. She had been expecting it the way she expected most things she couldn't do anything about, by noting the indicators, tracking the progression, preparing for the practical impacts, and otherwise declining to spend energy on something that was going to happen regardless of how she felt about it. The barometric data, the city's emergency preparedness alerts, the particular heaviness of the sky on Tuesday that had the quality of something gathering itself. The monsoon had been building toward this specific configuration for a week. The kind of late-season storm that arrived after the rain had been continuous long enough that the drainage systems were already at capacity, and everything the storm produced had nowhere to go except the streets and the gutters, and the low-lying sections of the city that the flood maps indicated in yellow. She had packed her field recorder and her weather gear in the morning with the practical efficiency she brought to preparation, and she had been in the archive room since 4, working through the final methodology section with the focused intensity of someone who had given herself a deadline and was running ahead of it by 2 days and wanted to stay that way. The building was quiet. Yusuf and Claire had left at 5 when the first heavy winds began. Petra had departed with the organized efficiency of someone who had contingency plans for all weather events and was implementing the rain protocol. Iris's office light had been on since 7 this morning and was still on, which was not unusual. What was unusual was the quality of the building's quiet, the specific texture of a large space with 2 people in it, which was different from the texture of the same space with 1. Danny was aware of this. She had been aware of it with the same involuntary precision with which she had been aware of the morning meetings and the eye contact that didn't move away and the word we, and she had filed the awareness alongside everything else she was choosing not to do anything with until she was ready. She was not yet ready. She had been not ready for 3 weeks and had been getting incrementally closer to ready with every inventory list and archive room conversation and conference room afternoon, and she had been watching the distance between not ready and ready decrease with the quality of attention she brought to things that were going to matter. The storm arrived at 8:47 p.m. It arrived the way the outline had suggested it would, not gradually but decisively, the way late monsoon storms sometimes shifted, a sudden quadrupling of the rain's intensity, the wind that had been a steady presence becoming something directional and aggressive, the particular sound of sideways rain against the building's windows that was different from straight-down rain in the way that a shout was different from a voice. The lights in the archive room dimmed once, steadied, dimmed again. Then a sound from the building's lower levels, a deep metallic thump of something that was not the normal building sound. Then the lights went out. The emergency lighting came on after 3 seconds, the amber glow she recognized from the power outage in week 6. She stood at the reading table and did a quick check of her laptop. Battery at 62%, no network connection, the building system offline. She tried the archive room door. It did not open. She tried it again with more deliberate force. It did not open. The handle turned, which meant the lock mechanism was not engaged in the standard sense, but the door did not move, which meant the electromagnetic lock that normally held it open had failed closed when the generator faulted. The lock was not keeping it shut, the door was. The gap between the frame and the door was visible, but not functional. She stood in the archive room with the amber emergency lighting and her laptop and the rain coming sideways against the windows at 60-some miles an hour, and she thought, all right. This is simply the situation. She sent a message on her phone to Petra, the maintenance team's emergency line, the generator fault, the archive room door, and then she looked at the battery, 41%. She'd been on the phone earlier, decided against additional calls, and opened her laptop to the methodology section. She was locked in a room. She had 2 hours of battery. She might as well work. She had been working for 12 minutes when Iris's voice came through the door. The door mechanism is connected to the generator, Iris said. Her voice was even, carrying through the gap at normal volume. No sign of alarm. The maintenance team is aware. They're estimating 45 minutes to an hour to override the lock from the panel in the basement. I got Petra's reply, Danny said. I figured it was something like that. She heard through the door the specific quality of a pause that was Iris deciding something. I have 62% battery, and the methodology section.
Fine.
A brief pause. There's no reason for you to stand in the corridor, Danny said. Another pause. Then, I'm going to get my laptop. She heard the footsteps recede, and then return, and then the sound of something being said on the floor. The gap under the archive room door was approximately a centimeter, not enough to slide anything of size through, but enough that the amber light from the corridor was visible, and enough that the particular quality of someone sitting down on the other side of it was somehow perceptible in the way that physical proximity was perceptible even in the dark. Iris sat down on the other side of the door. Danny looked at the closed door for a moment. She thought about the inventory list and the conference room and 45 minutes to an hour. Then she pulled her chair around from the reading table and sat down on the floor on her side of the door, with her back against it, and she opened her laptop on her knees. They worked in the particular silence of 2 people focused on separate tasks in adjacent spaces, connected by a centimeter of gap. Outside, the storm moved through the city in the decided and methodical way of weather that had been building to something and was now doing it. The rain was extraordinary. Danny had never heard rain like this. Not rain like weather, but rain like the city having an argument with itself, the kind of sustained acoustic presence that made other sounds feel small by comparison. The methodology section, Iris said from the other side of the door. Yes. Danny didn't look up. The revision you suggested on the retention framework, I've incorporated it in the draft. I think it improves the second argument substantially. I thought you might disagree with the revision. I did disagree with it for about an hour, Danny said. And then I looked at the data again, and you were right, so I incorporated it. I'm not attached to being right for its own sake. I know, Iris said. A pause. You never have been. It's one of the more useful things about you professionally. Danny smiled at her laptop. The gap between her front teeth appeared briefly in the amber light. She looked at the methodology section. They worked. The storm made its case against the building, and the amber lighting was the same amber from the power outage in week 6, and the silence between them had the same quality it had then. The silence of two people present in a shared space without needing it to be anything else. At some point, Danny asked about the city. She had been in the city for 11 weeks and had seen it in the rain and through windows and in the early mornings when she walked to the consultancy and the streets were still quiet, and she had been accumulating an impression of it the way she accumulated everything, in small associative deposits that built into something larger than any single detail. She asked, "When did you choose the city?" A pause. "Then, I didn't the first time. The first time I was placed here." She paused again. "I came back." "Because of the firm?" "Because of the building, eventually. I liked the building before I had a use for it." She heard Iris's voice shift slightly, the quality of someone choosing how much to give. "I watched it being constructed. I had been in the city for a different reason, and I walked past the site one morning, and I thought, that building is going to be here for a very long time." A pause. "I like things that are going to be here for a very long time." Danny looked at the door. She thought about what she had just been told, not the surface of it, but the shape underneath it. A woman who had been here for a different reason. A building she had watched go up. A decision to come back. Small true things, offered without being asked, with the quality of disclosure that came from choosing to give something rather than being pressed for it. She thought about Soline's conversation 2 weeks ago at the conference. She doesn't do this. She thought about the inventory list and the timestamps torn from her notebook and the word "we" and the amended revision in the methodology section. She thought about what August had said at the dinner she hadn't attended, which Iris had mentioned only in outline and which she had been turning over in her mind ever since. The fellowship ends when the monsoon ends. She was not going to push. She had understood that since week 4, when Soline had said not to push, and she had heard it not as a warning, but as information. The thing she wanted was not something she could press for. It was something that had to be offered, and she could create conditions for offering. She had been creating them for 11 weeks, quietly, without making a project of it, but she could not accelerate it without converting it into something else. She looked at the door. She said, "Can I ask you something?" "Yes," Iris said. She thought about how to say what she wanted to say, without making it the second question. The second question was the one that went under the surface.
This was not that.
This was the surface, and she needed to let it be the surface. "The first morning," she said, "when I asked about the predecessor records, you went still." A brief pause. "Yes."
"I saw it," Danny said.
"I wrote it in my notebook." She went still. She paused. "I've been watching you go still for 11 weeks. I've learned most of the different kinds." A pause. "That first one was different from the rest." Silence. "It was an alarm," Danny said. "I thought it might be, at first, but it was an alarm." She looked at the closed door, the amber gap at the bottom. "It was something else. I've been trying to figure out what." The storm pressed against the building. The lights held their amber. "It was recognition," Iris said. Her voice was very quiet. Not careful, which was how she usually was when she was saying something that cost her. This was different from careful, quieter, and more direct. "I had been reading your application for several weeks before you arrived. I knew your work. I had read your research proposal 3 times, which was more times than I read most things that didn't require 3 readings." A pause. "When you asked the question, I understood that you had arrived knowing approximately what you were looking for. And I—" She stopped. Danny waited. She did not ask the follow-up. She let the silence do what it was doing, which was making room. "I was surprised," Iris said. That was the recognition. It had been a very long time since someone surprised me professionally. Most people are legible within the first meeting. You were legible, and you were also more than what was on the page. And I had been reading you very carefully on the page for a long time." A brief pause. "I was surprised that I had not adequately prepared for the difference." Danny sat with this. She thought about what it meant to be told, by Iris Vale, that she had not adequately prepared for you. She thought about what that cost to say, how much of the armor it required setting down to say it, and she thought about the word carefully in the sentence "I had been reading you very carefully," which had the weight of something that was not just professional. She did not say any of this. She said, I was also more nervous in that first meeting than I showed. I want you to know that. A brief silence. Then, I know. A pause. You were not nervous in a way that showed, but you used your name in the same register you use it when you want someone to actually receive it.
I noticed that. Danny blinked. She had done that.
She had done it deliberately. She had introduced herself as Danielle and then offered Danny, which was what she did when she wanted to establish the register of directness from the start. And Iris had noticed it, had filed it, had been carrying it for 11 weeks without saying anything. When did you know I'd found the 1987 photograph? She asked. Friday morning, after you'd been in the archive on Thursday. The journal. The angle was slightly wrong when I went to check.
A pause.
You're very good at replacing things exactly, but I had put it there, and I had very specific knowledge of the angle. I thought I'd covered it. You almost had. Danny laughed, short and real, and the laugh arrived before she had decided whether it was appropriate, because it always did. She heard the small shift of sound from the other side of the door that might have been Iris's version of the same thing, the controlled near equivalent, the almost smile she had been watching for 11 weeks. You didn't confront me, Danny said. You found the journal on Friday morning. You knew I'd seen the photograph. And you didn't say anything.
No.
Why not? The pause this time was longer than the others. It was the pause of someone finding the true version of a sentence rather than the safe version. Because you had chosen not to use it, Iris said. And I wanted to know why. She paused. I deleted the email to Callum and I told myself I was making an operational decision. But I was watching to understand what you were going to do with what you'd found. Danny looked at the door. And now you know, she said. Now I know, Iris agreed. They sat in the amber silence with the storm outside doing what storms did, which was move through and not last forever. Danny thought about the crossed-out line in her notebook and the 4 industry records and the thing she had written at the top of the new page in the shorthand no one else could read. She thought about what she wanted and what she had decided and the specific courage it required to stay in the room with what you had decided rather than managing it back into something smaller. I'm going to tell you something, she said. And you don't have to respond to it tonight. I'm not asking you to respond to it tonight. Iris said nothing, which was not absence, it was the listening kind of silence, the one that made room. I stopped doing the research, Danny said. Weeks ago. Not because I ran out of things to find. Because I understood that the thing I actually wanted was for you to tell me, and that's not the same thing as finding it, and if I kept finding things I would eventually not be able to receive what you might choose to give. She paused. I think you know that I know more than I've said. I think you've known that for a while. And I want you to know that I'm not holding it. I'm not building a case. She stopped. Found the true version. I'm just here. Whatever that means in the situation we're both in, which is genuinely complicated, and which I am not simplifying. I'm here, and I'm not going anywhere for 3.5 weeks, and I'm not asking you for anything you're not ready to give. The storm outside, the amber light. She could hear her own heartbeat, which was the particular rate it had when she had said something true before she was entirely ready to say it, which was how she knew it had been the right thing to say. Iris was quiet for a long time. I know, she said at last. Her voice was the quietest Danny had heard it. Quieter than the conference room, and quieter than the office, and quieter than the archive room in the morning. I know you're not asking. A pause. I've known that for longer than I've known most things I know about you. The storm made itself known against the windows. Danny looked at the door. She said, That means something to you. Yes, Iris said. It does. The maintenance team arrived at 10:23 and worked from the basement panel for 17 minutes before the archive room door released with a soft mechanical click. Danny stood and gathered her laptop and her notebook and waited for the door to open. Iris was standing in the corridor. She was holding her own laptop, her coat folded over one arm, her expression composed and familiar, the working face. She looked exactly as she always looked. She also looked, in the small ways Danny had learned to read, like someone who had just been in a room with something fragile and was deciding how to carry it back into the ordinary light. Maintenance will check the mechanism tomorrow, Iris said. Good, Danny said. They walked back down the corridor toward the stairs. The storm was still audible through the building's skin, the sideways rain pressing at the windows, but the worst of it was passing. The particular shift in the storm's quality that happened at the transition between the storm itself and its aftermath, the moment when it had done what it came to do and was beginning, reluctantly, to release the pressure. At the top of the stairs, Iris stopped. Danny stopped. They were standing in the corridor in the building's standard lighting, which had come back on when the maintenance team restored the generator, and it was brighter than the amber, and showed everything more clearly. Iris was looking at Danny with the full eye contact that was her tell for honesty, the one that she gave when she was not managing anything. It lasted a moment. "Thank you," Iris said, "for what you said." Danny looked at her. She thought about all the things that could follow that sentence, and the things that wouldn't. Not yet, not tonight, and she thought about what she had said. "I'm not asking you for anything you're not ready to give." "You don't need to thank me for that," she said. "I know," Iris said. "I wanted to anyway." They went down the stairs separately and left the building separately into the retreating end of the storm, and the city was wet and running, and the rain was becoming what it would be tomorrow, which was the monsoon's return to its ordinary steady self rather than the extraordinary version it had been tonight. Danny walked home. She called Mara. Mara answered on the second ring and said, before Danny could speak, "You sound different." "I'm fine," Danny said. She paused. She walked through the wet street and thought about amber light and small true things and a door with a centimeter gap and someone sitting on the other side of it with her laptop and her coat. "I told her something tonight," she said. "I told her I wasn't going anywhere." Silence.
"She said she knew," Danny said.
"That she'd known for longer than she'd known most things she knows about me."
Mara was quiet for a long time. "Danny," she said.
"I know," Danny said. I know." She walked home in the end of the storm, which was losing its conviction by now, the sideways rain becoming ordinary rain, and the city was the ordinary rain city she had been in for 11 weeks, and which she had come to know in the specific way she knew places she had been long enough to stop looking at from the outside. She let herself into the apartment. She took off her wet jacket. She sat at her desk. She did not open her notebook. She sat with what she had, and she did not manage it into something smaller, and outside the rain came down in the measured way of something that had said what it needed to say, and was now simply continuing. Chapter 16: Callum's Move. The board memo arrived on a Thursday, which was either coincidence or calculation, and Iris had long since stopped assuming coincidence about Callum. She found it in her secure inbox at 7:03 a.m., before Petra had arrived, before anyone was in the building except Iris and the overnight security contractor who had nodded to her in the lobby with the comfortable familiarity of someone who had been doing this for years. The memo was 3 pages and its subject line read, Fellowship Program Governance Review. Proposed Structural Amendment. It was addressed to all partners and copied to the Oversight Committee, which meant it was not a private communication and was not intended to be one. It was a board document. It was on the record. She read it once. Then she read it again. The language was impeccable. It moved through the proposal with the measured reasonableness that Callum brought to everything he wanted to make difficult to refuse. The fellowship program had been a valuable institutional asset for 11 years. The firm's recent growth had created new governance responsibilities. Current best practices in research program oversight suggested that a more robust documentation framework would protect both the firm and its fellows. The proposed amendments were therefore offered in a spirit of institutional stewardship. The amendments were 4 in number. The first required fellows to submit weekly access logs for all archive materials reviewed, certified by the program director and retained for board review. The second required all research findings to pass through a board review committee before external publication or submission. The third established a new oversight subcommittee to evaluate research integrity and institutional alignment on an ongoing basis. The fourth, which was the one she read 3 times, created a mechanism for the board to suspend or terminate a fellowship placement if the subcommittee determined that the research posed material risk to the firm's operational or reputational interests. She set her phone face down on her desk. She pressed 2 fingers to the inside of her wrist. The pulse was steady, unhurried, the one thing about her body she had always been able to count on. She thought, he has moved precisely as predicted. She thought, The Third Amendment is the engine, and the Fourth Amendment is the weapon, and the first two amendments are the packaging, designed to make the whole thing look like a housekeeping measure rather than what it is. She thought, the Fourth Amendment, specifically, is not about Danny's research. It is about the option to remove Danny. The option to make her a liability that Iris could no longer afford to keep. She thought, he has understood, then, that the problem is not the document. The problem is the person who protected the document. She sat for a long time with her fingers on her wrist and the rain against the glass and the building quiet around her, and she ran the calculation with the cold precision she had refined across centuries. The board composition, the voting alignment, the procedural mechanisms she could deploy, the timeline, the counterargument. She had been building institutional literacy in this specific organization for 30 years. She knew every mechanism and every relationship and every procedural pathway available to her. She mapped them methodically, the way she did everything, until she could see the shape of the fight and what it would cost. She could block the motion. She could not block it permanently. She could contest it on procedural grounds. The fellowship program's governing documents established the program structure, and structural amendments required a supermajority of the full board, not a simple majority. Callum had brought the motion to a committee vote rather than the full board, which was either an error or a deliberate testing of the ground. She would use the procedural argument. She would force a full board session. She would prepare a counterdocument that was so comprehensive it made the amendment look disproportionate and poorly reasoned. She would win this round. She was almost certain of it. The round after this one was less clear. She picked up her phone. She drafted, in her head, what she needed from Danny, which was the advanced fellowship recommendations that Danny had already begun accelerating. The document needed to be complete and polished before the full board session. It needed to demonstrate, with the kind of clarity that left no room for the material risk framing, that the fellowship had produced work of genuine value. It was the counterargument made concrete. She did not draft the message yet. She sat for another moment with the memo open on her screen and thought about Danny reading it, which she would not be doing yet because it was 7 in the morning and Danny arrived at 9, and the memo would route to her through the fellowship program correspondence. She thought about Danny reading it and understanding what it meant. She thought about what it cost to be the person whose presence was the stated justification for a governance maneuver. She thought about what August had said on the park bench. The armor was necessary once. It doesn't work anymore. She did not manage this thought. She let it sit in the part of her that was already accumulating the things she was not yet ready to do anything with, and she turned back to the memo, and she began to work. The board session was convened for the following Tuesday. By then, Iris had prepared a counterdocument that ran to 21 pages, which was 4 more pages than the original governance proposal and considerably more specific in its references to the program's established track record, the relevant governance precedents, and the procedural requirements the amendment had failed to satisfy. She had also had 4 conversations with individual board members, each conducted with the particular quality of professional warmth she could deploy when she needed something from someone and needed them not to feel that she needed it. She did not call in favors. She made arguments. She was very good at making arguments. She did not tell Danny about the conversations. Danny had read the memo on Thursday afternoon. Iris knew this because Danny had come to the archive room on Thursday morning and worked with the focused efficiency she always had, and then at some point in the afternoon the rhythm of the building had changed slightly, in the way it changed when something had arrived that required processing. Danny had left at her usual time, said goodbye to Petra and the junior analysts with the same warmth she always had, and gone home. She had not come to Iris's office. She had not sent a message. On Friday she arrived at 9 as usual and worked with perfect professional competency, and there was something in the set of her that was different from the previous week, a particular quality of deliberateness, as though she was carrying something and had decided how to carry it and was carrying it with both hands. She did not mention the memo. Neither did Iris. They had a scheduled working session on Friday afternoon to review the fellowship recommendations document, which Danny had advanced significantly ahead of the original timeline, and they worked through it for 2 hours with the focused attention they brought to things that needed to be right, and when it was done Danny said, "I can have the full draft by Monday." "Monday works," Iris said. Danny nodded. She gathered her materials. She stopped in the doorway of the inner office and looked at Iris with the particular directness she used when she was about to say something that was not about the work. "I've read the memo," she said. "I know. I understand what it is." She paused. Not Iris noted, "I understand what it means professionally," or "I understand the governance implications." "I understand what it is. I want you to know I'm still going to finish the recommendations. Not because of the board session, although that's a good reason. Because the work is worth finishing." Iris looked at her. Danny looked back, the steady open look she had had since the first morning, the one that did not require anything from a room in order to be present in it. Then she said quietly, "I'm not going to make this harder than it already is." She left. Iris sat for a moment after she was gone, in the office that had been hers for 11 years in this configuration and considerably longer before that, and she thought about what "I'm not going to make this harder" meant from the mouth of the person saying it, which was, "I could push. I could ask more of you right now than you have available to give. I am choosing not to because I understand the situation and I understand you, and I am holding what I know carefully." She thought, "I have been waiting for her to use it. She has not." The board session convened at 2 o'clock on a Tuesday in the large conference room, which had been reconfigured with the formal seating arrangement used for governance meetings. Iris at the head of the table, the 5 voting board members ranged along its sides, and at the far end, the administrative record keeper. Callum was on the remote connection, which he had said was due to travel and which Iris understood was a choice about sight lines and presence. Danny was in the room. This had been Iris's decision, made at 8 that morning. The fellowship analyst whose research was the subject of the proposed amendments would be present to provide supplementary context if required. It was a procedurally sound argument. It was also the thing that had felt, when she decided it at 8 in the morning, like the right thing to do, and she had learned to pay attention when the right thing and the procedurally sound thing coincided. Danny sat along the wall, not at the table, not a voting member, not formally part of the proceeding, there for supplementary context. She had her notebook and she was dressed with the sharp-edged care she brought to formal settings, the blazer she saved for things that mattered, and she sat with the composed uprightness of someone who had learned to take up exactly the right amount of space in rooms that weren't built for her. The meeting ran for an hour and 20 minutes. Callum made the case for the amendments with his characteristic polish, reasonable, methodical, framed at every turn as concern for the program rather than concern about the program. Iris made the counter case with the 21 pages and the procedural arguments and the precedents and the full weight of 30 years of institutional authority, deployed with the cold precision she had spent those 30 years refining. The board members asked their questions. Iris answered them. Callum responded from his screen with the measured warmth that was his fundamental instrument. It was, from the outside, a professional governance discussion. It was also the most precisely managed conflict Iris had conducted in this building, conducted in front of 5 people who didn't fully understand what they were adjudicating and 1 person who did. The vote was 3-2 in favor of tabling the amendments pending a full governance review, not a rejection, which would have been cleaner, but a delay that was itself a kind of winning, because it bought time, and time was the only currency Iris had that Callum didn't. The 2 dissenting votes had been the ones she'd expected. The 3 in favor of tabling had been the ones she'd worked. Callum thanked the board for their time and said he looked forward to the governance review with a tone of someone who was not finished and had no intention of being finished. The meeting ended. The board members departed with the brisk efficiency of people who had places to be and were satisfied that the institutional machinery had processed this item correctly. Iris stood at the head of the table and spoke with each of them briefly as they left, the appropriate warmth and gratitude, the professional close. The record keeper packed her materials. Callum's screen went dark. The room emptied. Iris looked up. Danny was still in her chair along the wall. She had not moved. She was looking at Iris with the expression that Iris had been cataloging for 3 months and which she was still not entirely certain she could name, the one that was not soft and not unguarded but was chosen, specifically, deliberately chosen, the way you looked at something when you had decided to look at it completely, and without management. It was not a professional look. It had not been a professional look for some time. Iris looked back at her across the emptied room, with the long table between them and the window bank at the far end showing the gray, heavy rain, and she let herself look, fully, without the calibration, for the length of a breath. Then Petra appeared in the doorway with a question about the record-keeper's documentation, and Iris turned, and the moment resolved itself back into the practical. But it had happened. She had looked up and Danny had been there the whole time, and the thing she had been managing in the part of herself that didn't have a safe address was still there, and it was not going away, and she was getting tired of asking it to. She answered Petra's question. She collected her documents. She went back to her office, and she closed the door, and she sat at her desk for a long time, looking at the rain. Chapter 17. 2 windows, same rain. The board session ended at 3:21 p.m. By 3:47 Iris had drafted the email. She had not planned to do it that quickly. She had planned to review the session documentation, file the counterdocument, review the governance timeline, and consider next steps with the methodical deliberateness she brought to institutional problems. She had planned to give herself the evening. She had planned, in a way she was not examining too closely, to allow the day to settle before she did anything that could not be undone. But the email composed itself with the particular ease of things she had done before, many times, in many configurations, the professional close, the appropriate warmth, the clean ending. She had been doing this for 100 years. The muscle memory was so deep it no longer felt like muscle. It felt like instinct. She wrote it in 7 minutes. She read it back. It was perfect. That was the word that arrived, and she let it arrive. The email was perfect. The right length, the right register, the right temperature of warmth, present enough to be genuine, contained enough to be manageable. It thanked Danny for her contribution to the program. It noted the value of the fellowship deliverables. It confirmed that the data access protocols would remain unchanged following the board session. It acknowledged the quality of the work. It wished her well. It said nothing. In 7 minutes she had constructed something that said absolutely nothing, the way a sealed room says nothing, the way a door that has been closed carefully says nothing except that it has been closed. She looked at it for a long time. She thought, I know what this is. She thought, I have been sending versions of this email for 100 years, and every single recipient has known what it is, because this is the kind of email that can only be one thing. This is the email that arrives the day after someone looked at you from across a conference room, and you looked back. This is the email that says, I have assessed the situation and found it inadvisable, and I am going to be very kind and very professional and very complete about telling you so, and when you leave in 3 weeks it will be clean, and I will stand very still while you go, and I will feel terrible about it for the next 100 years. She selected the draft. Her finger rested on the send button for a moment. She pressed it. The sent confirmation appeared. She looked at it. She put her phone face down on her desk, screen side down, as though not seeing it made it a different kind of fact. The rain moved against the glass in the steady, committed way it had been moving for 76 days. She sat very still. She sat with what she had just done in the particular way she sat with the things she knew she had done wrong, not examining it, not reversing it, simply occupying the fact of it, because reversal was not in the repertoire. She had made the move. She had made it the way she always made it, cleanly and efficiently, and before she could stop herself. And now it was made. She thought about August. You weren't awake for most of them. She had not heard that yet. That was still 3 days away. The phone call she didn't know was coming. She did not have that yet. She had only the sent confirmation and the rain, and the particular silence of an office at 4 o'clock when everyone has left except you. She stood at the window. She looked at the city below, which was wet and amber and indifferent in the way that cities were always indifferent, moving through its evening with the absolute unconcern of a thing that had no stakes in what she had just done. She had found this comforting once. She found it, in this moment, unbearable in a way she had not felt in years. She touched her wrist. She held the pulse. She stood at the window for a long time. Across the city, in the apartment with the broken guide rail in the desk drawer that Danny had fixed by angling the whole thing, the notification arrived at 4:09 p.m. Danny was at her desk with her laptop and the fellowship recommendations draft, doing the final formatting review she had planned for the evening. She had been doing it with the particular deliberateness she brought to work when she needed the work to be the thing she was thinking about rather than the other things she was thinking about, which were the board session and the way Iris had looked up and found her across the emptied room, and the vote that had been 3-2, and the fact that 3-2 was not a win so much as a delay, and what it meant that she had been sitting in that chair for an hour and 20 minutes watching Iris dismantle Callum's argument with the cold surgical precision of someone who had been defending institutions for longer than governance procedures had existed. Her phone showed a notification from the firm's correspondence system. She opened it. She read the email. She read it once. She put her phone down. She read the formatting on the draft in front of her without seeing the words for approximately 3 minutes. Then she picked up her phone and read the email again, slowly, with the specific attention she brought to things she was trying to understand at the cellular level. She understood it at the cellular level. She set the phone on her desk, face down, exactly the way you set something down when you want the gesture itself to be private. She sat back in her chair. She looked at the ceiling. She thought about the 7 sentences of the email, which were all correct and all appropriate and all as empty as a room from which the furniture has been removed. The room is technically still a room, the dimensions are the same, but the thing that made it inhabitable is gone, and the emptiness is louder than any furniture. She thought about the archive room, the amber light, what she had said. I'm not going to make this harder than it already is.
She had meant it.
She still meant it. She was not going to push. She had promised herself she was not going to push. She had not promised herself she was not going to feel it. She looked at her window, which faced north and showed the wet rooftop of the building opposite and, above it, the gray permanent sky of a monsoon that had been going on for 76 days and was beginning, in the quality of the light, to approach something like thinning without yet being thin. The rain came down the glass in the slow, deliberate way it had been coming down all week, not heavy, not light, just present. She thought, I have watched her build to something for 3 months and then watched her decide not to have it. She thought, I know exactly what that email is. I've sent versions of it myself, to people I was not ready to want. I know what it feels like to write it, and I know what it feels like to receive it, and neither experience is good, and the person who sends it feels worse than the person who receives it, and it doesn't matter. She thought, I told her I wasn't asking for anything she wasn't ready to give. She thought, this is what not ready looks like. She pulled her knees up to the chest in the desk chair, which was not the dignified posture of a professional woman in her late 20s who had spent the last 3 months being very composed and very thoughtful, and she sat like that for a while, looking at the rain on the window. She did not call Mara. Not yet. Mara was for after she had decided what to do with a thing, not while she was still in the middle of the thing. What she needed right now was the window and the rain and the particular privacy of sitting with something that had cost you and not performing the management of the cost. She had been fighting to be seen for long enough that she had gotten very good at the performance of not being hurt when the fight went wrong. She had gotten good at the recovery, the regroup, the professional face back in place by morning. She knew how to do it. She did not want to do it. She sat in the desk chair with her knees pulled up and she looked at the rain, and she let the thing she was feeling be there without asking it to be smaller or faster or less inconvenient, and it was, after a while, a kind of company. Across the city, Iris stood at her window. She stood there until the building was fully empty, and the security contractor had made his rounds, and the rain was still the rain, and the city was still the city, and the email was still sent.
She did not move for a long time.
She thought about the calculation she had made, which was the calculation she always made, which was, the ending is a specific kind of unbearable, and the only way to survive it is to choose it before it chooses you. She had made this calculation in the office 3 months ago when she had sat in the archive room with the trade journal and thought about protocols. She had been making it for 100 years. She thought, I am standing at this window because I sent an email that closes the distance before anyone gets hurt, and the closing is itself a hurt, and I am feeling the hurt, and this is what always happens. This is the protocol working. She thought, the protocol working feels exactly like the thing I was trying to prevent. She pressed 2 fingers to her wrist. The pulse was steady. She looked at the rain, which was the rain she had been looking at for 76 evenings, which she could no longer experience as simply weather. She looked at her wrist. She thought, I have been standing at windows for 400 years calling this kindness. She stood for a long time. She did not revise the email. She did not send another one. She stood at the window with the city below her running with water the color of old amber, and she sat with a specific quality of a self-inflicted loss, which was the worst kind because you could trace the instrument directly back to your own hand. There was no comfort in it. There was, underneath the discomfort, the cold recognition of someone who had just confirmed something she had been trying not to know for 3 months, which was that the protocol no longer felt like protection. It felt like punishment. It was very quiet. Both of them, in their separate windows, with the same rain coming down over the city in the slow and heavy way of a monsoon that had been going on for longer than either of them had originally expected anything to go on, which was, in one of their cases, a very long time indeed. Neither of them slept well. In the morning the rain continued. Chapter 18. What Solene Said. She started packing on a Thursday. She had 4 days left on the fellowship, and she started packing on Thursday because she was someone who preferred to organize ahead of the need, because living inside a half-packed apartment for 4 days was less oppressive than spending the last day doing it all at once, and because packing was the kind of task that gave her hands something to do while her mind was elsewhere. She was very good at knowing what her mind needed in order to be left alone to do what it was doing. She gave it the packing. The apartment had accommodated her well. She was thinking this as she moved through it, folding and stacking with the efficiency of someone who had done this in enough temporary apartments to have the system memorized. Clothes first, then research materials, then the personal things that had migrated out of her bag and onto surfaces over 11 weeks. The mug she bought from the market near the archive, the notebook she'd filled and needed to start another of, the library book she'd borrowed from the university's satellite collection and needed to return. She folded.
She stacked.
She did not examine the packing too closely as a metaphor. The rain on Thursday was lighter than it had been all week. This was, she knew from the weather data she'd been tracking mostly out of habit, the beginning of the monsoon's thinning. Not the end. The end was still a week away at minimum. The tail of the season grinding itself out over the city with the particular stubbornness of things that had been going on long enough to develop attachment. But the quality was different. The rain that had been structural, the baseline condition of all events, was beginning to remember that it was weather. She folded a sweater and set it in the suitcase and thought about the email. She had been thinking about the email for 4 days, which was not the same as thinking about it constantly. She had been working and sleeping and having normal professional interactions at the firm and eating her meals and doing all the things that constituted a life, and the email had been there throughout, the way a sore tooth was there throughout, not consuming but present. She had not answered it. She had not decided yet whether to answer it. She had, on the night of the email, called Mara. Mara had listened to the summary of the board session, and then listened to the email with the careful attention she brought to things that mattered, and then she had been quiet for a moment, and then she had said, "Do you want me to tell you what I think, or do you want me to be quiet while you think? Tell me what you think." "I think she's scared," Mara said. "I think she's been running a very old script, and the script kicked in before she could stop it. I think this is the part where you decide whether you care enough to push back." I said I wasn't going to push. "I know what you said. I also know the difference between pushing and simply not accepting a door when it closes." A pause. "You're allowed to knock." Danny had sat with this for a long time after the call. She had thought about knocking. She had thought about what knocking would look like and what it would cost her, the specific kind of courage it required to walk toward something that had just, formally, walked away. She had made a promise to herself in week 4, in the rain on the way home from the conference, when she had decided that the thing she wanted was for Iris to choose her, not to be coaxed into choosing her or reasoned into it or caught without an exit. She wanted the choosing to be real.
She still wanted that.
But she had been sitting with the email for 4 days, and she was getting very clear on something, which was that she was going to have 4 days left, and then she was going to be on a plane, and if she left without saying the thing she needed to say, she was going to carry it for a very long time in the specific way she carried things she had not done when she could have done them. She was going to carry it the way she carried the conversations she had not had with people who were no longer there to have them with. She did not want to carry it. She folded another sweater. She looked at the half-packed suitcase. She picked up her phone. She found the contact and looked at it for a moment. Then she pressed call. It rang 4 times. Then, Danny. Solene's voice, French accented. English impeccable, warm without being warm at the expense of something. Danny sat down on the edge of the bed next to the suitcase. Is this a bad time?
No.
A brief pause, the sound of something being set down, a door closing in the background. She was somewhere private now. I've been thinking about calling you, actually. I heard about the board session. Word travels. In certain circles. Her voice was measured. I heard she won. She won the procedural argument.
He's not done.
No, Solene agreed. He's not. A pause. How are you? Danny looked at the half-packed suitcase. I'm packing, she said. 4 days left.
I'm fine.
Professionally. She stopped. That's not why I called. Solene was quiet. Not the empty kind of quiet. The kind that made room. I have a question I couldn't ask in September, Danny said. At the conference. I had the question then, and I wasn't ready to ask it, and I think I need to ask it now before I get on a plane. Ask. Danny looked at the rain on the window, which was lighter today, the first genuinely lighter rain she had seen in weeks. She thought about what she needed to know and why, and what she was going to do with it. When you were at the firm, she said. And then when you left, did it feel like she was choosing to end it? Or like she was running something that had already decided? A long pause. She heard Solene take a breath. She heard the precise quality of someone organizing their thoughts not into the safe version, but into the accurate one, the way Solene did when she had decided to say something. Both, Solene said. Which is worse, in some ways, than one or the other.
She paused.
The choosing felt real. The feeling was real. I don't doubt that. But there was a point where the script took over and I watched it happen, and I think if I had been less young and less certain that waiting was the right strategy, one might have said something. And then I didn't, and she managed the close the way she manages everything, very gently and very completely, and I left. She paused. I've thought about it since. What might have happened if I had said the thing instead of waiting for her to? Danny was very still. She doesn't do this, Solene said. Her voice had shifted. More direct, more decided. The register she used when she had made up her mind to give something. I want you to understand that. Not in the way of, she is incapable of feeling things. The opposite. She doesn't let herself approach this point with people. She manages the distance long before it becomes a question. With you, a pause. With you, she has been different. Different how? Danny's voice was quiet. I've been watching from the outside, Solene said. What I've heard through the professional channels, the way she's handled the fellowship, the board session, she didn't manage you out. She should have managed you out by her own protocols 3 months ago. She didn't. A pause. That is not what she does. I know what she does. I was inside it. What she has been doing with you is not the same thing. Danny looked at her hands. I waited for her to choose me, Solene said, and she didn't, and I'm not telling you she'll choose you. I don't know that. What I do know, she paused, and when she spoke again her voice had the precision of something she had been carrying for a while and had decided, now, to set down carefully. I know that she is different with you than she was with me. And I think you deserve to know that because I think you're sitting in a room somewhere deciding whether to walk toward it or let it go, and you should make that decision with accurate information. Danny sat with this for a long time. The rain came down the window, lighter than it had been. You didn't have to tell me that, Danny said. No, Solene agreed. But I wanted to. A pause. I don't have feelings about it that require me to protect myself by not telling you. I processed it a long time ago, and I'm somewhere workable with it. What I'm not comfortable with is letting you get on a plane without knowing that what you've seen is real. Whatever she does with it, that's hers. What you've seen is real. Danny looked at the ceiling. She thought about the closed laptop and the amber archive room and the door with the centimeter gap, and what Iris had said through it in the careful quiet of 2 people who had given themselves the cover of a locked door and the dark. She thought about the email that had arrived 4 days ago, its 7 perfect sentences, which she had read with the knowledge of someone who understood exactly what kind of email it was. She thought about what Solene had just said. She should have managed you out 3 months ago. She had not been managed out. She thought, the script ran and she let it run, and she sent the email, and the email is what it is. And also, she did not manage me out. She has not, across the entire fellowship, run the protocol she built for exactly this situation. She has been different. I have watched her be different. She thought. The difference is real even if she can't access it right now. she thought. I said I wasn't going to wait for her to go first. Thank you, she said to Solene. Call me when you're back, Solene said. Wherever back is. They hung up. Danny sat on the edge of the bed for a while with a half-packed suitcase beside her and the lighter rain on the window and the phone in her hand. She thought about courage, which she had in considerable quantities and had spent in considerable quantities across 28 years of being a person who required it regularly, and she tried to locate where the current reserve was and whether it was sufficient for what she was about to decide. She had been fighting to be seen for long enough that fighting was the shape she knew. The argument, the proof, the case made until the room caught up. She was good at it. She had built real things with it. What she was facing now was not a fight. It was something harder than a fight in some ways, which was the approach. The walking toward something without knowing what you were walking toward. The willingness to say the thing you needed to say and to mean it, and to stay in the room with it afterward regardless of what was said back. She thought about what she had said through the archive room door. I'm just here. I'm not asking you for anything you're not ready to give. She thought, I meant that. I still mean it. And also, for days. And the email. And 3 months of watching something real happen to both of them, and a script that ran before either of them could stop it, and she has never once asked me to manage my own legibility on her behalf. She thought, I am going to say the thing. Not tonight. Not in a way that ambushed. Not in a way that converted the remaining professional time into a personal reckoning that Iris hadn't agreed to. She was going to do it right, which meant on her terms, with enough time for both of them to be present rather than professional, and she was going to say it clearly, and she was not going to dress it up in deniability or frame it as anything other than what it was. She was going to say the thing, and she was going to let Iris do whatever she was going to do with it, and she was going to be okay either way because she had been okay before, and she was good at okay, but she was not going to leave without having said it. That was the decision. She sat with it for a moment, and it did not feel like relief exactly, but it felt like something that relief was adjacent to. The particular quality of having stopped arguing with yourself. The specific stillness that followed a decision that had already been true for a while and had finally caught up with your conscious mind. She put the phone down. She finished packing the sweaters. She made tea in the slightly too small kettle that she was going to miss slightly, and she sat at the desk and opened the fellowship recommendations draft for the final review, and she worked through the evening with the focused attention of someone who had something to do and was doing it. The rain came down the window. It was lighter than it had been. Almost, she thought, almost like it was considering the possibility of stopping. She was not ready for it to stop yet. She needed 4 more days. 4 days was enough. Chapter 19, The Thing About the Armor. August called on a Sunday evening. This was not unusual. They spoke on Sundays occasionally when one of them was in a city the other had context for, or when something had happened that required the kind of conversation that benefited from distance. What was unusual was that he called rather than texted, which meant the conversation he wanted to have was one he had judged too long or too specific for the written form. She answered. You sent the email, he said. She had not told him. He had not needed to be told. This was, after 400 years, simply how August was. He had a way of knowing the shape of things from the outline of the space around them, the way you knew a room's furniture from the way sound moved in it even in the dark. Yes, she said. How long ago? 4 days. A pause. She heard him, on his end, doing what he did when he was organizing something he had already thought about. The particular quality of silence that was not empty, but arranged. And how do you feel about it? I feel, she said, as I always feel. I made the correct move, and it cost me something, and the cost is the cost, and I'm managing the cost. Iris. That's an accurate description. It's the description you give when you want to close a conversation, he said. Not unkindly. I've heard it for 30 years. I know what it sounds like when you're giving me the managed version. She was at her desk. Sunday evening. The building empty, the rain against the glass in the lighter mode it had adopted since Thursday. Not light. Still the monsoon, still the low gray sky and the running streets and the particular texture of a city that had been wet for long enough to forget the alternative. But lighter. The season was beginning to remember its ending. I made the correct move, she said again. And then, because August was one of 2 people she didn't manage, and the reason she didn't manage him was that it was pointless and she had learned this several decades ago, I made the correct move, and I am sitting in my office on a Sunday evening looking at the rain, and I am aware that the correct move produced the exact outcome I was trying to prevent.
A pause.
Tell me, August said. I sent her an email that closed the distance, she said. It was perfectly written. It said everything correct and nothing true. And now I am in my office and she is 4 days from leaving, and I have managed the situation exactly as I have managed it 12 times before, with a specific difference that this time I am fully aware that I am doing it, and I am doing it anyway, which means the armor is now running without any protective function. It is simply running, because it knows how. She heard August take a breath. She heard, underneath it, the particular quality of someone who had been waiting for this specific sentence for a long time and was now receiving it with the care of something he did not want to mishandle. The armor worked, she said, preempting him. For 3 centuries it worked. I know what you're going to say, and the answer is that it worked. The methodology is sound. The loss is what it is, and the loss is survivable, and I know this because I have survived it 12 times in this identity alone, and considerably more than that before it. August said, You weren't awake for most of them. She stopped. 3 centuries, he said. You said the armor worked for 3 centuries. I want to point out that for most of those 3 centuries, you were not awake for what it was protecting you from. You were operational. You were functional. The firm ran, the identities cycled. The loss was managed cleanly each time, and the clean management felt like evidence that the armor was working. He paused. But for the past 3 months, you have been awake, in the specific way you were awake in your 3rd decade, before you built the thing. And you're telling me the armor is still working. She said nothing. Iris, he said. You were sitting in your office on a Sunday, and you sent a woman a 7-sentence email that you wrote in 7 minutes, and you are feeling the cost of it. The armor is not working. The armor is running. Those are different things. She looked at the window. She had never, in 400 years, managed to adequately prepare for the moment when August said the true thing. She had been in conversations with him long enough to know it was coming, had been tracking the shape of it since he answered the phone, and it still arrived with the quality of something that had been true all along, and she had simply not been looking at the right angle. She thought about the 12 clean endings. The professional warmth, the calibrated distance, the managed close. She thought about the specific texture of each one, which she had been telling herself for decades she did not remember in detail, but which she did remember, because she remembered everything, and what she remembered was not the loss itself, but the management of the loss. The particular quality of a person who was feeling something and using all available resources to ensure that the feeling was controlled and directed, and did not become the kind of thing that required her to sit at a desk on a Sunday evening looking at it. She had been managing the feeling for 400 years. The feeling had not gone anywhere. I know, she said. Her voice was very quiet. I know the armor is running. Then what are you going to do about it? She looked at the rain. She thought about what she was going to do and hit the same thing she had been hitting for 4 days. The gap between understanding what needed to be done and being able to do it.
She knew.
She had known for some time. She had known since August had sat on the park bench. The place where it comes off is the part that's afraid. She was afraid. She was afraid in the specific way she had been afraid since the 3rd decade, which was not the fear of feeling but the fear of what came after feeling. The ordinary human economy of having let someone in completely and then watching the variables over which neither of them had any control begin to accumulate their cost. She was afraid of knowing someone in the full, specific, irreplaceable way that she would know this person, and having that knowing be eventually the material of the unbearable. She had been afraid for 200 years. It had gotten very good at passing itself off as wisdom. There's a gap, she said, between knowing and doing. I know what I should do. I have known since the park bench. I know what the armor is and why it was built and what it's become. I know. She stopped. Found the honest part of the sentence. I don't know how to take it off. I've been wearing it since the 3rd decade, and at some point the wearing became the self, and I cannot find the seam. Silence. You can find the seam, August said. You know you can. You found it 3 months ago, in pieces, every time she asked you something and you answered without the management layer, every time she was in a room and you stopped calibrating your own attention.
He paused.
You've been finding the seam all autumn. You send the email because you panicked, not because the seam isn't there. She looked at the sent folder on her phone. The email, dated 4 days ago. 7 sentences. She read them. She read them with the clarity of someone who had just had August say, "You weren't awake for most of them," and the clarity was particular and specific and felt like the way rooms felt after someone opened all the windows at once, brighter and colder and more honest than you had been asking the room to be. The email was exactly what she had called it. Perfectly written. Completely empty. It was the professional close that said goodbye by never acknowledging hello. It was the armor sending a message on behalf of the person inside it without consulting her. She read it a second time. She thought, I wrote this in 7 minutes. I have been Iris Vale for 30 years and Evelyn Ward before that, and 17 names before Evelyn Ward, and this email was written by none of them. This email was written by the protocol. She thought, the protocol does not get to decide this. She looked at the rain. She thought about Danny in the archive room door, the amber gap, the voice coming through the centimeter of light. I'm just here. Not asking for anything you're not ready to give. The quality of the giving in that sentence, which was not a sacrifice and not a manipulation, and was simply, as close as Iris could come to the word, generous. A generosity that did not ask for acknowledgement. A generosity that did not require her to be grateful, only to receive. She had been waiting for someone to use what they knew about her. She had been braced for it since week 3, when she had discovered the journal angle and had understood what it meant. She had been watching Danny hold the things she knew, and she had been waiting for the moment when the holding converted into something else, because in 400 years of people who found things they shouldn't have, the holding always eventually converted. It had not converted. It had remained exactly what Danny had said it was. I want what you want to give me. She thought. The email was the armor talking. But the armor's argument is that this is kindness, and I have been sitting in my office for 4 days knowing that it is not kindness. It is cowardice. And I am not a coward about anything else. I have not been a coward about anything else in 400 years. She pressed 2 fingers to her wrist. The pulse was steady. I'm going to call you back, she said to August. Okay, he said, in the tone of someone who had been expecting this sentence. Not tonight. She stopped. I need to find the seam. You know where it is, he said. I know where it is, she agreed. She hung up. She sat for a long time in the quiet of the Sunday office, in the building that was hers and had been hers, and was going to require defending again the moment Callum recovered from the procedural setback, which would be within a month, which was a problem she had always been capable of solving and would solve again. She thought about the 17 names. She thought about the first one, the given one, the one from before. She thought about the girl who had watched her first winter and thought, more, I want more of this, which had turned out to be the truest and most expensive thing she had ever wanted. She thought, I am still that girl, somewhere underneath all of this. I am still the person who wanted more. She had been building armor against the wanting for 200 years. The armor had done its job. The armor had also, across those 200 years, been slowly converting the protection into the person until she had stopped being able to find where one ended and the other began. She could find it now. She looked at the email. She thought, this is not who I am. I know who I am. I am the person who stayed until the end in the 3rd decade, who watched every day of it, who did not flinch. I am the person who spent 3 months not managing out the researcher, who saw too clearly. I am the person who sat on the floor of an archive room corridor and said things through a centimeter gap that cost me more than I had paid for anything in 30 years. She was that person. She could not, in the middle of a Sunday evening, fully dismantle 200 years of practiced self-protection. She knew this. The work was not one evening's work. It was the work of what came after. The approaching, the saying, the staying in the room with what she had permitted herself. But she could stop telling herself it was kindness. She looked at the rain. She stopped telling herself it was kindness. She sat with what it actually was, the specific shape of her own fear, visible now without the label she had been applying to it for 2 centuries, and she let it be what it was, and she did not manage it, and it did not destroy her, which was useful information. She was afraid. She was going to do it anyway. She had 4 days. She had been awake for 3 months, and she was not going to sleep through this one. She put her phone in her coat pocket. She looked at the window one more time. The rain lighter than it had been. The city below it amber and running and indifferent and enormous. She sat with the fear. She did not ask it to leave. She let it stay, and worked alongside it, and thought about the seam, and how to find it, and what it would feel like to take the armor off in front of someone else. Not here, in the Sunday quiet, alone, but in the room where it counted. Outside, the rain continued, thinner now, and the city moved through its evening, and somewhere on the other side of it a woman was sitting at her desk packing sweaters into a suitcase for days from a flight, and had already made the decision that Iris had not yet fully arrived at but was coming toward, slowly and certainly, the way you came toward things that had been true for a long time and you had finally stopped running from. Chapter 20, 4 Days.
Monday.
Danny arrived at 9 and submitted the final fellowship recommendations document to the program record at 9:07. She sent the submission confirmation to Iris by internal correspondence with a single attached note, complete, per the accelerated timeline. Iris acknowledged it within 4 minutes, which was faster than the correspondence system usually warranted, which was itself information. The recommendations were 83 pages. Iris read them by noon. They were excellent. Not adequate. Not good for the timeline. Not commendable given the circumstances. Excellent. The methodology was the best version of the argument Danny had been building since week 2, refined and deepened and structured with the specific architectural confidence that had been in the fellowship application and had been in every piece of work produced across 11 weeks, and which had apparently, under the conditions of an accelerated deadline and an institutional battle, and 4 days remaining, reached the point of completion rather than compression. Iris read them and set them on her desk and looked at them for a long time. At 2:30, she went to find Danny. Danny was at the reading table in the archive room, working through what appeared to be the last of the research materials she needed to return to the stacks before the fellowship concluded. She was wearing the blazer she saved for things that mattered, and she was moving through the materials with the focused efficiency she brought to closing, the particular quality of someone doing the end-of-residency work that required its own kind of attention. She looked up when Iris appeared in the doorway. "The recommendations," Iris said.
She paused.
She thought about the 7-sentence email and the Sunday evening and the gap between the armor and the person inside it. She thought about finding the seam. "They're exceptional," she said. "I want you to know that the board session materials were strong precisely because of what you built. The procedural win was possible because the work was unassailable." Danny looked at her. The archive room light was ordinary bright, not the amber of emergencies or the flatness of early morning, just the standard working light of a room being used at mid-afternoon, which showed everything plainly.
"Thank you," she said.
And then, the way she had of adding the second true thing to the first. "Are you reading it? Or are you telling me it's good because it's professional courtesy?" "Both," Iris said. "It is professional courtesy. It is also true." Danny looked at her for a moment, and the gap between her front teeth appeared. Not the full laugh, just the beginning of it, the particular movement of her face, when something had registered as real rather than performed. "Good," she said. "That's the version I wanted." Iris stood in the doorway for a moment. She thought about what she was going to say in 4 days or 3 days or whenever the moment organized itself, and she thought about not waiting for the moment to organize itself, and she thought about the email on her phone that she had been rereading for 5 days now with the specific attention of someone studying evidence of their own behavior in order to understand it. "The methodology section," she said. "Third argument. The retention curve analysis. I want to discuss it before the fellowship concludes. There's a question I want to ask you about the data design." Danny nodded. "Tomorrow morning?" "Tomorrow morning." She went back to her office. She worked. The rain came in off the glass in the lighter mode that the week had settled into, the monsoon beginning its long, reluctant retreat, and the building had its usual afternoon rhythm, and at 5:30, she heard Danny say goodnight to Yusuf and Claire and Petra, and she heard the outer door close. She stayed at her desk and worked until 8.
Tuesday.
The methodology meeting ran 40 minutes. They sat on the same side of the table, which was Iris's choice, the natural arrangement when you were both looking at the same document, And Danny walked her through the data design with the precision she brought to all technical explanation, the patient clarity of someone who found it genuinely interesting to show you how a thing worked rather than simply telling you what it did. Iris asked her question. Danny answered it and then asked a question back, which was how they always worked, the professional friction that had been the texture of the building since week 4. They worked for 40 minutes and Iris thought about the seam and about the email and about 4 days and 3 days and said nothing about any of it because the morning was the wrong time and the conference table was the wrong place and she was finding the seam, but she had not yet found it. At noon, she found a message from Mara Tevis in her professional correspondence. She looked at it for a full 30 seconds before opening it, because Danny's best friend had no professional connection to the firm and no reason to write to her, and because something about the name appearing in her inbox on a Tuesday in the second-to-last week of the fellowship had the quality of a thing arranged rather than accidental. The message was 3 sentences. It said, "I'm Mara, Danny's friend. I know she didn't send this, and I know this is irregular. But she's been talking about you for 3 months, and she's 4 days from a plane, and she's not going to push because she promised herself she wouldn't, and I think you might need to know that." Iris read it twice. She set her phone face down on the desk. She picked it up and read it a 3rd time. She thought about a woman she had known for 11 weeks who talked in lowercase with no punctuation except strategic periods. She thought about what it cost someone to write to the person their best friend was. She found she did not have a word for the end of that sentence that she was willing to give herself access to yet. She thought about the message for a long time. She did not respond to it. She worked through Tuesday afternoon with the focused efficiency she always had, and when Danny stopped in her doorway at 5:30 to say goodnight, Iris looked up and said, "The Access Protocols Review document. I'll have it ready for the governance record by Thursday." "Good," Danny said. She paused in the doorway. She was holding her bag, the canvas one with a carabiner on the buckle, which had not been replaced, which Iris had been noticing since week 1, and she looked at Iris with the particular steadiness she brought to moments when she was deciding whether to say the other thing. She did not say the other thing. She said, "Good night, Iris." "Good night," Iris said. The door closed. Iris sat at her desk and thought about the message from Mara Tevis and the 4 days that had become 3, and she looked at her correspondence and did not read any of it. Wednesday. Danny left something on Iris's desk in the morning, before the office had properly opened, before Iris had come in from the meeting she had offsite at 8. She found it when she returned at 10, a printed copy of the fellowship recommendations, the full 83 pages, bound with the simple black clip Danny used for documents she was filing. On the cover, a sticky note in Danny's handwriting, the clear, legible version she used for things intended to be read rather than her shorthand. 2 lines. The methodology was right. Both times. Iris stood at her desk and read it. She read the 2 lines, and she understood both of them. The first time was the week 4 argument, the one Danny had won on 2 of 3 points and Iris had conceded the first, the argument that had been the first genuinely mutual thing between them. The second time was the board session, where the methodology in these 83 pages had been the unassailable ground on which the procedural win had stood. Both times. She thought, that is 2 things and also a 3rd thing, and the 3rd thing is what she is saying. She thought, the methodology was right means, you were right to fight. You were right to defend the building. The thing you built is worth defending. She thought, the methodology was right means I see you. Both of the yous. The one who argues about retention frameworks and the one who has been doing this for a very long time and built something that matters and is worth the fight. She held the sticky note. She thought, I have been waiting for her to reduce me. I have been braced for 4 months for the moment when she chose the interesting information over the person, when she made a project of what she knew, when she asked me to be grateful for her discretion. Every person who had gotten this close in the past 100 years had eventually found a way to make me grateful for their management of what they knew. It was the logic of the situation. It was how this always went. It had not gone that way. She set the sticky note carefully on top of the recommendations, and she went to her desk, and she sat down, and she looked at the window, and she thought about 4 days and 3 and 2, and what she had said to August. I've been wearing it since the 3rd decade, and I cannot find the seam. She thought, the seam is here. The seam is this room. The seam is being handed 2 lines on a sticky note that receive everything she knows about you and return it to you as, "You were right, the thing you built is real, I see both of you, and I am not using either of you against the other." She thought, if I cannot find the seam with that in my hand, I cannot find it. She pressed 2 fingers to her wrist. She held the pulse. She looked at the rain, which was thin today, the thinnest it had been since the monsoon began, the season releasing its hold in the measured, incremental way of things that had been holding for a long time and had finally arrived at the end of what they could hold. She thought, 2 days. She thought, I know what I am going to do. Thursday, the last official day. The closing meeting was at 11. 20 minutes, the conference room, the formal administrative close of the fellowship, the sign-off documents, the data access termination protocol, the institutional record. Iris had run this meeting 11 times before. She ran it correctly. She covered every item on the agenda with the professional warmth she deployed for these occasions, and Danny sat across the table from her with the composed attention she brought to administrative procedures and handled each item with the efficiency of someone who had been organized since the first day and was organized to the end of the last one. It was 20 minutes. It was the most charged 20 minutes the conference room had ever held. When it ended, they stood. Iris gathered the sign-off documents. Danny put her copy in her bag, the canvas one with the carabiner, which she was apparently going to keep using until the bag itself gave out rather than the buckle, which might take some time. She smoothed the strap over her shoulder with the habitual gesture Iris had been watching for 11 weeks. The recommendations, Iris said. The Governance Review Committee will find them very useful. I hope so. Danny looked at her. The look lasted a moment. I meant what I wrote. On the note. I know, Iris said. A pause. Danny's hands at her sides were very still, not the pocket position, which meant pulling back, but simply still, the way her hands were when she was fully present and not managing her own posture. Okay, she said. Good. She went out of the conference room. Iris heard her move through the open plan office, heard the exchanges with Yusuf and Claire. Warm, genuine. The easy goodbyes of someone who had spent 11 weeks in a building and had been present in it. She heard her stop at Petra's desk, a longer exchange, the particular quality of a goodbye between people who had liked each other professionally and meant it. She heard Petra's voice, warm and organized and slightly softer than usual, which was Petra's version of being moved. She heard the outer door. She heard the foyer. She heard Danny step across the marble, the particular sound she had known since week 2, and which she had stopped trying not to know in week 4. She heard the building's front door open. She stood at the window of the conference room, which did not face the street, and she looked at the wall opposite, and she did not call after her, which cost more than anything she had done in this century, and she did not call after her, because the calling after was not the right form for the thing she was going to say, and the conference room was not the right room, and the end of a 20-minute administrative meeting was not the right moment. She had 2 days. The flight was Saturday. She had 2 days, and she knew what she was going to do. She stood at the wall for a long moment. Then she went back to her office. She sat at her desk. She picked up the sticky note, which she had carried from her office to the conference room in the inside pocket of her jacket, the small particular weight of it, 2 lines in clear, legible handwriting. The methodology was right. Both times. She looked at the window. The rain was very thin today. The lightest she had seen since the monsoon began, 83 days ago, the season moving through its last phase with the deliberate reluctance of something that had been the condition of all things for long enough that its ending required a kind of grieving on the part of the city. She had watched it begin. She was watching it end. 313. She thought about 2 days. She thought about the girl who had watched her first winter end and thought, more, I want more of this. She put the sticky note in the inside pocket of her jacket, where it had been, and she went back to work. The rain came down in the thin and thinning way of something approaching its end. Chapter 21. The Delay Notification. The notification came at 11:47 p.m. Iris knew the exact time because she was at her desk when her phone lit up. Not working, which was unusual. Not sleeping, which was not. And the screen resolved into a forwarded flight alert she had no professional business receiving. She had set up the notification herself, 3 weeks ago, on a Sunday evening, she had not at the time examined carefully, and had since examined at length. She had told herself it was administrative. She had needed to know when the fellowship officially concluded, for payroll purposes, for the record. She had been lying to herself with professional fluency for 6 centuries. The rain against the glass was loud in the way that the last rain of a monsoon season was always loud. Not heavier than it had been, but more deliberate, the way things that were nearly finished became deliberate, as though paying attention to themselves for the first time. She had watched 312 monsoon seasons complete their arc over this city and others like it. She knew what the last rain felt like, the overstaying of it, the particular quality of a sky that seemed to be apologizing for something without being certain what. She had never found it interesting before. She found it interesting now, which was itself information. She did not move when she read the notification. Delayed. Gate closed. Next departure 6 a.m. She set the phone face down on the desk. She looked at the window. The city below it was amberlit and moving and indifferent in the way that cities always moved through their nights, with no particular attention to the individual lives arranged inside their buildings, and she had always found this useful. The indifference of cities was a form of privacy, which was something she had depended on for a long time. She thought about what she was going to do. She had spent the last 4 days knowing what she was going to do, and declining to let herself fully arrive at it. The way you decline to arrive at a thing when the arriving meant it was real, and the real meant the consequences followed. She had sent the email on a Sunday and read it back on the same Sunday, and understood with the particular clarity of someone who had just had August say, "You weren't awake for most of them," that the email was the armor's work and not hers. She had been sitting with that understanding for 5 days. She had been looking at the sticky note, 2 lines, the methodology was right both times, for 4 days. She had been thinking about Mara Tevis and the 3 sentences in her inbox, and the specific quality of the courage required for a person to write to the woman her best friend was about to leave for an airport. She had 2 days, and then 1 day, and then no days, and the no days was supposed to be now, and the flight was supposed to be in the air. The flight was not in the air. She pressed 2 fingers to her wrist. Her pulse was steady. She had checked it in this same room 300 times in 11 weeks, which was not a habit she had had before, and which she understood now as the thing it was, a way of confirming that she was real, that the thing she was feeling was real, that the specific texture of being present in a room with a particular person was registering in the body and not being managed away before it could register. She thought about the first real argument. Week 4. The conference room, 22 minutes of methodological disagreement in front of the support staff, and Danny not gloating when she was right. She thought about the power outage and the delivery order and the emergency lighting and the way the gap between Danny's front teeth had appeared for the first time, and what had happened in her chest in the moment of seeing it. She thought about the archive room and the centimeter of amber light under the door and the voice that had come through it. "I'm just here. Not asking for anything you're not ready to give." She thought about the file. The leaked file, the forward chain, the 6 names, and Danny walking into her office with the laptop open and sitting down across from her without announcement or preamble and saying, "You need to know." Not performing the choice. Not making herself generous. Simply doing it, and then sitting in the room with her. In the rain. In the quiet that followed, while Iris recalibrated around the fact of being protected by someone who had not been asked. She had been waiting for 4 months for someone to use what they knew. In 4 centuries of people finding things they shouldn't have, the finding had always eventually converted into something else. Leverage, gratitude demanded, the performance of discretion that required her to acknowledge it was a performance. She had been braced for it since week 3, when she had found the journal out of place on the shelf and had understood that the person who had moved it now knew something, and had run every version of the calculation that ended with her managing the situation out. She had run every version, and she had not managed it out, and she had not examined why for 7 weeks, and then she had examined it, and the answer had been the one she had known, and had been declining to acknowledge. She had not wanted to. She thought, "I have been calling this caution. I have been calling it prudence and necessary self-protection, and the accumulated wisdom of someone who has survived a very long time by understanding how things go. But I did not delete the email to Callum because of wisdom. I deleted it because I was already, in week 3, someone who could not make myself undo what was happening. And the thing that was happening was not a risk. The thing that was happening was Danny's solar seeing me and not looking away, and not weaponizing what she saw, and not making me grateful for her management of it. She thought, the thing that was happening was someone treating my existence as something real and specific that it mattered to receive carefully. She thought, I have not been treated that way in longer than I want to calculate. She thought about August, finally. The single line in the text after the dinner, the long view economy of it, the specific weight of finally coming from someone who had known her for the better part of 2 centuries and had watched her manage herself into increasing invisibility across them, and who had been waiting, apparently, without expectation or impatience, for the thing that was happening to happen. She thought about Solene, not with guilt. She had processed what there was to process about Solene some time ago, and what remained was not guilt but something more like instruction. This is the pattern, and the pattern has a cost, and the cost is not yours alone. She had pushed Solene out gently, as she had always done. Before things went too far, before the warmth converted into something she could manage from inside the armor. And Solene had gone, and Solene was whole, and the wholeness was not an absolution. It was simply evidence that life continued after her retreats, which she had always known, and which had always been exactly the problem. The problem was that life continued. The problem was that people were capacious and recovered and moved through the world well enough after she had decided the proximity was too expensive, and she had been using this as evidence that the retreating was kind, was correct, was in their interest, and not only her own. It was not kind. It was not correct. She had known this since August had said it and Danny had said it before him. You've been doing it so long you've convinced yourself it's kindness. And she had known it with the specific clarity of someone hearing a true thing about themselves in language they cannot deflect. But knowing it and arriving fully at the alternative were not the same. She had spent 4 days arriving. The phone lit up again. A second notification, the airline's automated follow-up, the full itinerary revised, the morning flight confirmed in the place of the cancelled one. She read it. She set the phone down. She thought about Saturday morning. She thought about the building at 6 a.m. with the fellowship over and the sticky note in her inside pocket, and the building empty and the rain ending sometime in the next 24 hours, the season completing its arc while she sat at her desk doing what she had done for 200 years, making it very clean and very professional, and costing herself everything in the process. She thought, the flight is not in the air. She thought, I know where she is. She thought about the girl who had watched her first winter end and thought, more, I want more of this. She thought, I am still that girl. She is still in here somewhere, underneath the 17 names and the accumulated protocol, underneath the armor that had become the body until she could not find the seam. She had found the seam. She had been finding it for 3 months, in pieces every time Danny had been in a room and Iris had stopped calibrating, stopped managing, stopped being the performance and started being the person underneath it. She thought, I have been awake for 3 months. I am not going to sleep through this. The rain was loud and steady and the building was entirely hers at this hour, the open plan floor below her desk quiet and dark and organized for Monday morning. The archive room with its rows of documents that went back 30 years in this identity and further in others. The floating staircase she had specified because she understood the value of spaces that made people feel they were ascending toward something. She sat for a long time. She was afraid. She thought, I know. I know what I am going to do, and I know what it costs, and I know that the cost is no longer the argument I have been using it as. The cost has always been real, and I have been using it as a reason not to feel things, and the feeling things is not the problem, and the cost is simply what living among people who change and leave and are finite has always been and will always be, and I spent 3 decades in my 3rd century watching someone I loved change into someone I no longer recognized, and I stayed until the end, and that staying broke something, and the breaking was the right response to what happened, but the protocol I laid down in the aftermath was not. The protocol was not the right lesson. The right lesson was, it is survivable.
Not easy.
Not without cost. But survivable. She had survived. She was here. She was still the girl who watched the winter end and wanted more. She had never stopped being her.
She was going to do something about that.
She did not hear the elevator coming. She heard it arrive. The particular sound of it resolving at the upper floor, the small mechanical completion of a journey, the doors opening, the step that followed.
She knew that step.
She had known it since week 2 and resented the knowing and stopped resenting it sometime in week 5 and had simply carried it since. The specific sound of Danny's walk, the particular rhythm of it, which she had catalogued in the same involuntary ledger where she kept all the other Danny details she had accumulated against her will, and then with it, and then without the pretense that the accumulation was anything other than what it was. She did not move. She heard the glass door of the outer office open. She heard the sound of wet shoes on marble. She heard the bag set down, the canvas one with the carabiner, the bag that was not going to be replaced, the bag she had been watching for 11 weeks, and she heard the particular quality of the silence that followed, which was not empty. She sat very still. She thought. She came back. She thought. Of course she came back. She has been more courageous than me at every turn of this. She came back through the rain to a building she no longer has professional access to, because the flight is on the ground and I am still in this office, and she knows. She has always known. She saw me from week 3. And she has not looked away. She thought, the armor is still here. I can feel it. I am going to have to do this with the armor on and take it off in the process, which is not the orderly way she would have preferred, and which is, she was beginning to understand, the only way it was ever going to happen. She heard Danny's step in the outer office, coming toward her. She did not run. She had been running in various directions for 200 years. She sat still. She let the step approach. She let the door open. Chapter 22. Whatever you're permitted. The gate closed, Danny said.
I'm aware.
The next flight is at 6 a.m. I know. She was standing in the doorway of the inner office, still damp from the rain, her jacket pushed up at the sleeves the way she always wore it, the way that had stopped being merely visual to Iris somewhere around week 4, and had become instead a fact she carried in her chest like a stone, small and specific, and heavier than its size suggested. She looked exactly the way she always looked in the doorway of this office, like someone in the process of making a decision she had already made. A pause. Iris heard the canvas bag somewhere behind her, set down rather than dropped, the unsentimental efficiency of someone who did not attach feeling to objects and therefore could afford to be careful with them. The bag would be on the bench by the outer wall. The bag would be staying. You don't have to stay, Iris said. There's a hotel 3 blocks east. I can have. I'm not staying at a hotel. Iris looked up. Danny's eyes were doing the thing Iris had catalogued in the same involuntary ledger where she kept everything else. The way they went soft before the rest of her face admitted to feeling something. Her hair was half up with the strategic carelessness that took longer than it looked, rain damp at the edges, and she had her hands at her sides and not in her pockets, which meant she was not pulling back. Which meant she was here, entirely, with both hands in the room and nothing withheld. You're going to sit there, Danny said, and be polite to me until 5 a.m., and then you're going to put me in a car and let me leave, and then you're going to feel terrible about it for the next 100 years. Iris said nothing. I've watched you do it. With the Nakamura account. With the Reyes consultant when she left. You give people exactly enough warmth to make them feel seen and not enough to make them ask for more, and then you stand very still while they go, and I think you've been doing it so long you've convinced yourself it's kindness. It is kindness, Iris said. She heard her own voice. She heard what it cost. It's cowardice, Danny said. She said it without cruelty, which was the thing about Danny and true things. She said them with the precision of someone who is not interested in the wound, and only in the accuracy. It had been one of the first things Iris had noticed about her, and one of the most dangerous. The rain. The amber light from the city below. The only light in the office. The desk lamp turned low the way Iris turned it when she was not working but staying, which was its own kind of signal, she supposed, to anyone who had been in this building long enough to read it. She thought about the email. The 7 sentences. The professional warmth, the armor sending a message on behalf of the person inside it, without consulting her. She thought about the sticky note in her inside jacket pocket, 2 lines, the methodology was right both times. She thought about the girl who watched her first winter end. She thought, I have been wearing this armor for 200 years. I have been calling the wearing kindness and the kindness self-protection and the self-protection survival, and I have been in this office tonight not working and not sleeping and not moving when I heard the elevator because I was afraid, and the being afraid is real and I'm going to do it anyway. And the doing it anyway is the first thing I have done in this century that belongs to the person underneath the armor rather than the protocol. She stood up. She didn't know she was going to until she was already doing it. This was how she knew it was real. She had cultivated decision into reflex over 6 centuries, had turned deliberation into something indistinguishable from instinct, and the things that still surprised her were the things that came from somewhere underneath the cultivation. The things that were simply true. She walked to the window. The city below was wet and amber-lit and enormous and indifferent in a way that had always been a comfort and was now, she found, merely true. A backdrop, a context, the complicated machinery of a world she had watched for a very long time, and which did not require her to be only a watcher. She had been watching from windows for 2 centuries. She had been very good at it. Danny came to stand beside her. Not touching. Just beside. She did not reach, did not perform the proximity. She simply arrived at it, with the matter-of-factness of someone who had been moving in this direction for 11 weeks and had simply, finally, finished the walk. Iris looked at the rain. I have had 17 names, she said. Danny said nothing. Since, she stopped. Ran the number, the accounting automatic the way it had always been automatic, the centuries stacked in the ledger she had been keeping since before she had language for it. The earliest identity I still have documentation for is from 1683. I constructed her. She was a widow, which was useful in terms of established biography and financial independence. Women with documented estates were legible to the institutions that mattered. Before that, the records are mine, internal only. I've moved them each time I've moved, the way you move things that are too old for the world to have a category for. She paused. She thought, this is what I came to say. This is the saying. You would find them interesting professionally. That's not why I'm telling you. I know, Danny said. Her voice was quiet. Not careful in the managed sense. Careful in the way she was careful with things that deserved it. A careful that was a form of attention rather than a form of protection. I don't tell people. Iris watched a cab turn below, headlights sweeping the wet pavement, the arc of it reflecting in the puddles the rain had built up along the curb. I have told 3 people the truth of what I am. 2 of them are dead. 1 chose not to remember. A pause. Danny did not fill it. I thought it was kinder, Iris said, letting her choose. She was 73 and she wanted. She stopped. Found the place in herself where that memory lived, and did not go there, not tonight, not all the way. She wanted to leave it in the end. She said it was too large to carry. I thought she was right. I told myself I was giving her a gift. And now I think I was giving myself one. She felt the truth of it in the saying. The not being carried. The not being something someone had to figure out what to do with. I called it mercy, and it was also relief. Danny was looking at the city. She let the silence do what her silences always did. Make room, open the space, hold it open without pressure or expectation. There is something particular, Iris said, about being known too clearly. About being the thing in the room that does not fit any category the room has language for. She thought about 16 names before this one, each of them constructed from the available materials of their moment. The widow, the trading company investor, the physician's administrator, the philanthropist, the consultant, 17 careful biographies, each one real in its way, and none of them the whole. I have been very good at being legible. I have been making myself legible to the institutions and the people around me for 6 centuries, and the legibility requires a certain amount of simplification, of management, of deciding which parts of the truth the room can hold, and offering only those parts. And with me? Iris looked at her. Danny had turned slightly. Her profile in the amber light from below was very still, the stillness she had when she was listening with her whole attention, the stillness that was not absence but its opposite. With you, Iris said, I have not been able to locate the simplification. She said it plainly. Since week 3, since the journal and the photograph, and the understanding that you knew something and were not going to use it the way people use things they know. I have been watching you hold it for 11 weeks and I have not been able to stop myself from. She found the word. The right one, not the managed one. From wanting you to keep holding it. From wanting to give you more of it to hold. Danny didn't move. I sent that email, Iris said. Last Sunday. You know which one. Yes. I wrote it in 7 minutes. I read it back and I understood exactly what it was and I sent it anyway because the protocol is very efficient and I have been running it for a very long time and it works, and the working of it has been the argument I have been using for 200 years to keep running it. She looked at the rain. The argument stopped working somewhere around week 6. I have been running it anyway, out of the specific kind of cowardice that looks like prudence from the inside. I know, Danny said. I recognized it. I've run versions of it myself. Iris looked at her. The calculation, Danny said. Whether the room is safe, whether the acceptance is real or whether it's temporary, whether the person who seems to see you clearly has simply not looked closely enough yet. She kept her eyes on the city. I spent 22 years being seen incorrectly. You start to believe that anyone who sees you without effort must be seeing something wrong, that the ease is the warning. Yes, Iris said. It's not the same, Danny said. I know it's not the same as what you've. It is the same, Iris said. The structure of it. The way the wound becomes the protocol. The way the protocol becomes the person until you have to find the seam to remember where you are underneath it. A silence. The rain. Somewhere below, a door opened and closed, a brief wedge of sound from the street, and then the night quiet again. Before the widow, Iris said. She felt the thing she was about to do move through her. Not the fear of it, which was present, but the other thing, the one underneath the fear. The wanting. The original wanting, the girl and the winter, and the thought that had turned out to be the truest and most expensive thing she had ever had. Before 1683. Before the first name I made for myself. Before I understood what I was. Before I had the language for survival that I built later. She found the place in the timeline. She found the name. Not the name she had constructed, the 17 careful legible biographies, but the first one, the given one, the one from before she knew what she was going to need protection from. I had a name that was given to me. She had not said it aloud to another person in longer than the centuries had given her comfortable language for. She knew the number. The number had the particular quality of a weight she did not want to pick up in front of someone else. Danny turned to look at her. She didn't speak. This was one of the things about Danny that had undone Iris most methodically. Her silences were not empty, and they were not patient in the way that patience had an edge of waiting. They were simply room. She made room, and then held it there. Iris looked at the rain. She said the name. Her first name. The given one. 2 syllables, worn soft by a language that had mostly stopped being spoken in any living mouth, belonging to a girl who had watched her first winter end and thought, more. I want more of this, which had turned out to be the truest and most expensive thing she had ever wanted, and which she had been wanting, she understood now, without interruption, even through the 2 centuries of armor, even through the protocol, even through all 17 careful biographies. The name fell into the room and did not disappear. Danny did not repeat it. Iris had not known, until this moment, that she had been afraid of hearing it in someone else's mouth. Afraid it would be reduced to sound, would become mere letters rather than the specific weight of a specific girl who had existed before the armor. But Danny didn't repeat it. She simply held it. Iris could feel her holding it, with both hands, in the dark. Thank you, Danny said. Not. That's beautiful. Not. Tell me more, not. I'll keep it safe, which would have been too much, which would have asked Iris to believe in a future. Just. Thank you. The specific word for receiving something that was freely given. Iris turned to look at her. Danny's expression was very still and very open. Her eyes were kind in the specific way that Iris had been cataloging without permission since week 2, the way that was not naive and not unguarded but chosen. She was choosing to look at Iris this way. She made it new every time. There was no performance in it, and there never had been, which was the thing that had broken through the armor more completely than any confrontation or revelation or moment of crisis. The simple recurrence of it, the being looked at, again, without agenda. I don't know what comes after this, Iris said. Neither do I. I don't make promises. I've learned, I understand, from a position of considerable evidence, what promises cost when the person making them is not going to change, and the person receiving them is. She thought about the woman in her third decade. The long watching. The end of it. I don't want to promise you things I cannot guarantee. I'm not asking for promises. Then what are you asking for? Danny looked at her for a long moment. Her hands were at her sides, not in her pockets. Fully present, nothing withheld. The rain was beginning to thin. Iris could hear it changing, the quality of it shifting the way monsoon rain shifted toward the end of itself, reluctant, the sky letting go in increments. I'm asking, Danny said, if you want me to stay for tonight. Or, if you want me to go to the hotel. And I need you to tell me which one is true. She held Iris's gaze. Not which one is kinder. Not which one is the protocol. Which one is true. Iris had answered questions without flinching for 6 centuries. She had sat across from people who had power over her continued existence and given them nothing. She had negotiated and managed and smiled with a warmth that was real but curated, offered but not surrendered, warmth at the threshold rather than warmth inside. She was very tired of managing herself. She thought about the girl and the winter and the wanting. She thought, I am still her. Stay, she said. One word.
True.
Danny nodded. She didn't smile yet. She was serious about it, with the seriousness she brought to things that mattered, and Iris understood that this was its own form of care. She was not going to make it small by celebrating too quickly. Later there would be something that might be happiness, unfamiliar in the way of a language she had known, and then not spoken, and was only now finding in her mouth again. Later there would be all the ordinary and extraordinary difficulties of what she had just permitted herself. The Callum problem, which was not finished. The question of what came after the monsoon, which was not simple. The long work of the seam, of finding it and remembering how to take the armor off in stages, in company, which was not the same as taking it off alone in a Sunday office. Later there would be the careful work of learning what it meant to be known by someone who was finite and who knew she was not, and who was choosing to be here anyway, tonight in the rain. Later, Danny turned back to the window, and Iris stood beside her, not managing the distance, not calibrating the proximity, just beside. The last of the monsoon came down over the city in slow, diminishing curtains, the way endings came, reluctantly, surrendering in stages. Somewhere below, a car passed through a puddle and sent up an arc of amber water that caught the streetlight for a moment and then fell. Iris watched it and felt, with some part of herself she was cautiously reacquainting herself with, the part that was still the girl, still the first name, still the wanting, the particular texture of being here. Present.
Known.
Called by her first name inside someone else's careful silence. The rain stopped. Iris's hands were at her sides.
Still.
She noticed this. She had been pressing 2 fingers to her wrist for 3 months in this office, in this city, in this century. The checking, the confirming, the need to feel the pulse and know it was real. She was not doing it now.
She didn't need to.
Neither of them moved. The city below went on being enormous and indifferent and amberlit and wet, and the season that had begun 89 days ago on a gray Tuesday morning when the rain hit the glass at 6:14, and she had let herself watch for 45 seconds, that season was done. She stood at the window. She was present. The rain did not return.